Day 3, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 6th story. Ricciardo Monutolo loves the wife of Filippello Figinolfi, and knowing her to be jealous, makes her believe that his own wife is to meet Filippello at a bagno on the ensuing day, whereby she is induced to go thither, where, thinking to have been with her husband, she discovers that she has tarried with Ricciardo.
When Elisa had quite done, the queen, after some commendation of Zima's sagacity, bade Fiammetta follow with the story, whereto Fiammetta, all smiles, responded,
Madam, with all my heart.
And thus began.
Richly though our city abounds, as in all things else, so also in instances to suit every topic, yet I am minded to journey some distance thence, and, like Elisa, to tell you something of what goes on in other parts of the world. Wherefore pass we to Naples, where you shall hear how one of these sanctified that show themselves so shy of love was by the subtlety of her lover brought to taste to the fruit before she had known the flowers of love, whereby at one and the same time you may derive from the past counsel of prudence for the future, and present delectation. In the very ancient city of Naples, which for loveliness has not its superior, or perhaps its equal, in Italy, there once lived a young man, renowned alike for noble blood and the splendor of his vast wealth, his name Ricciardo Monutolo. He was mated with a very fair and loving wife, but nevertheless he became enamored of a lady who in the general opinion vastly surpassed in beauty every other lady in Naples. Catella, such was the lady's name, was married to a young man, likewise of gentle blood, Filippello Figinolfi by name, whom she, most virtuous of ladies, loved and held dear above all else in the world. Being thus enamored of Catella, Ricciardo Monutolo left none of those means untried whereby a lady's favour and love are wont to be gained, but for all that he made no way towards the attainment of his heart's desire, whereby he fell into a sort of despair, and witless and powerless to lose himself from his love, found life scarce tolerable, and yet knew not how to die. While in this frame he languished, it befell one day that some ladies that were of kin to him counselled him earnestly to be quit of such a love, whereby he could but fret himself to no purpose, seeing that Catella cared for naught in the world except Filippello, and lived in such a state of jealousy on his account that never a bird flew but she feared lest it would snatch him from her. So soon as Ricciardo heard of Catella's jealousy, he forthwith began to ponder how he might make it subserve his end. He feigned to have given up his love for Catella as hopeless, and to have transferred it to another lady, in whose honour he accordingly began to tilt and joust, and do all that he had been wont to do in honour of Catella. Nor was it long before well nigh all the Neapolitans, including Catella herself, began to think that he had forgotten Catella, and was to the last degree enamoured of the other lady. In this course he persisted, until the opinion was so firmly rooted in the minds of all that even Catella laid aside a certain reserve which she had used towards him, while she deemed him her lover, and coming and going greeted him in friendly neighbourly fashion, like the rest. Now it so befell that during the hot season, when, according to the custom of Neapolitans, many companies of ladies and gentlemen went down to the sea-coast to recreate themselves, and breakfast and sup, Ricciardo, knowing that Catella was gone thither with her company, went likewise with his, but making as if he were not minded to stay there, he received several invitations from the ladies of Catella's company before he accepted any. When the ladies received him, they all with one accord, including Catella, began to rally him on his new love, and he furnished them with more matter for talk by feigning a most ardent passion. At length most of the ladies being gone off, one hither, one thither, as they do in such places, leaving Catella and a few others with Ricciardo, he tossed at Catella a light allusion to a certain love of her husband Filippello, which threw her at once into such a fit of jealousy that she inly burned with a vehement desire to know what Ricciardo meant. For a while she kept her own counsel, then, brooking no more suspense, she adjured Ricciardo, by the love he bore the lady whom most he loved, to expound to her what he had said touching Filippello. He answered thus: "You have adjured me by her to whom I dare not deny aught that you may ask of me. My riddle, therefore, I will presently read you, provided you promise me that neither to him nor to any one else will you impart aught of what I shall relate to you, until you shall have ocular evidence of its truth, which, so you desire it, I will teach you how you may obtain." The lady accepted his terms, which rather confirmed her belief in his veracity, and swore that she would not tell a soul. They then drew a little apart, that they might not be overheard by the rest, and Ricciardo thus began: "Madam, did I love you as I once did, I should not dare to tell you aught that I thought might cause you pain, but now that that love is past, I shall have the less hesitation in telling you the truth. Whether Filippello ever resented the love which I bore you, or deemed that it was returned by you, I know not. Whether it were so or no, he certainly never showed any such feeling to me, but so it is that now, having waited, perhaps, until he supposes I am less likely to be on my guard, he shows a disposition to serve me, as I doubt he suspects that I served him. That is to say, he would fain have his pleasure with my wife, whom for some time past he has, as I discover, plied with messages through most secret channels. She has told me all, and has answered him according to my instructions, but only this morning, just before I came hither, I found a woman in close parley with her in the house, whose true character and purpose I forthwith divined, so I called my wife and asked her what the woman wanted. Whereto she answered, "'Tis this persecution by Filippello which thou hast brought upon me by the encouraging answers that thou wouldst have me give him. He now tells me that he is most earnestly desirous to know my intentions, and that, should I be so minded, he would contrive that I should have secret access to a bagnio in this city, and he is most urgent and instant that I should consent. And hadst thou not, wherefore I know not, bidden me keep the affair afoot, I would have dismissed him in such a sort that my movements would have been exempt from his prying observation forever." Upon this I saw that the affair was going too far. I determined to have no more of it, and to let you know it, that you may understand how he requites your wholehearted faith, which brought me of late to the verge of death. And that you may not suppose that these are but empty words and idle tales, but may be able, should you so desire, to verify them by sight and touch, I caused my wife to tell the woman who still waited her answer that she would be at the bagnio tomorrow about noon, during the siesta. With which answer the woman went away well content. Now you do not, I suppose, imagine that I would send her thither, but if I were in your place, he should find me there instead of her whom he thinks to find there, and when I had been some little time with him, I would give him to understand with whom he had been, and he should have of me such honour as he deserved. Whereby I doubt not he would be put to such shame, as would at one and the same time avenge both the wrong which he has done to you, and that which he plots against me. Catella, as is the wont of the jealous, hearkened to Ricciardo's words, and, without so much as giving a thought to the speaker or his wiles, inclined at once to credit his story, and began to twist certain antecedent matters into accord with it. Then, suddenly kindling with wrath, she answered, that to the bagnio she would certainly go, 'twould cause her no great inconvenience, and if he should come she would so shame him that he should never again set eyes on woman but his ears would tingle. Satisfied by what he heard that his stratagem was well conceived, and success sure, Ricciardo, added much in corroboration of his story, and having thus confirmed her belief in it, besought her to keep it always close, whereto she pledged her faith. Next morning Ricciardo hied him to the good woman that kept the bagnio, to which he had directed Catella, told her the enterprise which he had in hand, and prayed her to aid him therein so far as she might be able. The good woman, who was much beholden to him, assured him that she would gladly do so, and concerted with him all that was to be said and done. She had in the bagnio a room which was very dark, being without any window to admit the light. This room, by Ricciardo's direction, she set in order, and made up a bed there as well as she could, into which bed Ricciardo got, as soon as he had breakfasted, and there awaited Catella's coming. Now Catella, still giving more credence to Ricciardo's story than it merited, had gone home in the evening in a most resentful mood, and Filippello, returning home the same evening with a mind greatly preoccupied, was scarce as familiar with her as he was wont to be. Which she marking, grew yet more suspicious than before, and said to herself, "Doubtless he is thinking of the lady of whom he expects to take his pleasure tomorrow, as most assuredly he shall not." And so, musing and meditating what she should say to him after their encounter at the bagnio, she spent the best part of the night. But, to shorten my story, upon the stroke of noon, Catella, taking with her a single attendant, but otherwise adhering to her original intention, hied her to the bagnio which Ricciardo had indicated, and finding the good woman there, asked her whether Filippello had been there that day. Prying by Ricciardo, the good woman asked her whether she were the lady that was to come to speak with him, to which she answered in the affirmative. "Go to him then," said the good woman. And so Catella, in quest of that which she would gladly not have found, was shown to the chamber where Ricciardo was, and having entered without uncovering her head, closed the door behind her. Overjoyed to see her, Ricciardo sprang out of bed, took her in his arms, and said caressingly, "Welcome, my soul." Catella, dissembling, for she was minded at first to counterfeit another woman, returned his embrace, kissed him, and lavished endearments upon him, saying the while not a word, lest her speech should betray her. The darkness of the room, which was profound, was equally welcome to both, nor were they there long enough for their eyes to recover power. Ricciardo helped Catella on to the bed, where with no word said on either side, in a voice that might be recognized, they lay a long while, much more to the solace and satisfaction of the one than of the other party. Then Catella, deeming it high time to vent her harboured resentment, burst forth in a blaze of wrath on this wise: "Alas, how wretched is the lot of women, how misplaced of not a few the love they bear their husbands! Ah, woe is me! For 8 years I have loved thee more dearly than my life, and now I find that thou, base miscreant that thou art, dost naught but burn and languish for love of another woman. Here thou hast been, with whom, thinkest thou? Even with her whom thou hast long deluded with thy false blandishments, making pretence to love her, while thou art enamoured of another. 'Tis I, Catella, not the wife of Ricciardo, false traitor that thou art. List if thou knowest my voice, 'tis I indeed. Ah, would we were but in the light! It seems to me 1,000 years till then, that I might shame thee as thou deservest, vile pestilent dog that thou art. Alas, woe is me! Such love as I have borne so many years, to whom? To this faithless dog, that, thinking to have a strange woman in his embrace, has in the brief while that I have been with him here lavished upon me more caresses and endearments than during all the forepast time that I have been his. A lively spark indeed art thou to-day, renegade dog, that showest thyself so limp and enervate and impotent at home. But God be praised, thou hast tilled thine own plot, and not another's, as thou didst believe. No wonder that last night thou heldest aloof from me. Thou wast thinking of scattering thy seed elsewhere, and wast minded to show thyself a lusty knight when thou shouldst join battle. But praise be to God and my sagacity, the water has nevertheless taken its proper course. Where is thy answer, culprit? Hast thou naught to say? Have my words struck thee dumb? God's faith! I know not why I forbear to pluck thine eyes out with my fingers. Thou thoughtest to perpetrate this treason with no small secrecy, but, by God, one is as knowing as another, thy plot has failed. I had better hounds on thy trail than thou didst think for. Ricciardo, inly delighted by her words, made no answer, but embraced and kissed her more than ever, and overwhelmed her with his endearments. So she continued her reproaches, saying, Ay, thou thinkest to cajole me with thy feigned caresses, wearisome dog that thou art, and so to pacify and mollify me, but thou art mistaken. I shall never be mollified, until I have covered thee with infamy in the presence of all our kinsfolk and friends and neighbours. Am I not, miscreant, as fair as the wife of Ricciardo Munutolo? Am I not as good a lady as she? Why dost not answer, vile dog? Wherein has she the advantage of me? Away with thee, touch me not. Thou hast done feats of arms more than enough for to-day. Well I know that, now that thou knowest who I am, thou wilt wreak thy will on me by force. But by God's grace I will yet disappoint thee. I know not why I forbear to send for Ricciardo, who loved me more than himself, and yet was never able to boast that he had a single glance from me, nor know I why 'twere wrong to do so. Thou thoughtest to have his wife here, and 'tis no fault of thine that thou hadst her not. So if I had him, thou couldst not justly blame me. Enough had now been said. The lady's mortification was extreme, and as she ended, Ricciardo bethought him that, if he suffered her, thus deluded, to depart, much evil might ensue. He therefore resolved to make himself known, and disabuse her of her error. So, taking her in his arms, and clipping her so close that she could not get loose, he said, Sweet my soul, be not wroth. That which while artlessly I loved, I might not have, love has taught me to compass by guile. Know that I am thy Ricciardo. At these words, and the voice, which she recognized, Catella started, and would have sprung out of the bed, which being impossible, she essayed a cry, but Ricciardo laid a hand upon her mouth and closed it, saying, Madam, that which is done can never be undone, though you should cry out for the rest of your days, and should you in such or any other wise publish this matter to any, two consequences will ensue. In the first place, and this is a point which touches you very nearly, your honor and fair fame will be blasted, for however you may say that I lured you hither by guile, I shall deny it, and affirm, on the contrary, that I induced you to come hither by promises of money and gifts, and that 'tis but because you are vexed, that what I gave you did not altogether come up to your expectations, that you make such a cry and clamour. And you know that folk are more prone to believe evil than good, and therefore I am no less likely to believe than you. The further consequence will be mortal enmity between your husband and me, and the event were as like to be that I killed him as that he killed me, which if I did, you would never more know joy or peace. Wherefore, heart of my body, do not at one and the same time bring your dishonour upon yourself, and set your husband and me at strife and in jeopardy of our lives. You are not the first, nor will you be the last, to be beguiled, nor have I beguiled you to rob you of aught, but for excess of love that I bear, and shall ever bear you, being your most lowly vassal. And though it is now a great while that I, and what I have and can and am worth, are yours, yet I am minded that so it shall be henceforth more than ever before. Your discretion in other matters is not unknown to me, and I doubt not 'twill be equally manifest in this. Ricciardo's admonitions were received by Catella with many a bitter tear, but though she was very wroth and very sad at heart, yet Ricciardo's true words so far commanded the assent of her reason that she acknowledged that 'twas possible they might be verified by the event. Wherefore she made answer, Ricciardo, I know not how God will grant me patience to bear the villainy and knavery which thou hast practised upon me, And though in this place, to which simplicity and excess of jealousy guided my steps, I raise no cry, rest assured that I shall never be happy, until in one way or another I know myself avenged of that which thou hast done to me. Wherefore unhand me, let me go. Thou hast had the desire of me, and hast tormented me to thy heart's content. 'Tis time to release me, let me go, I pray thee. But Ricciardo, seeing that she was still much ruffled in spirit, was resolved not to let her go until he made his peace with her. So he addressed himself to soothe her, and by dint of most dulcet phrases, and entreaties and adjurations, he did at last prevail with her to give him her pardon. Nay, by joint consent they tarried there a great while, to the exceeding great delight of both. Indeed the lady, finding her lover's kisses smack much better than those of her husband, converted her asperity into sweetness, and from that day forth cherished a most tender love for Ricciardo, whereof, using all circumspection, they many a time had solace. God grant us solace of ours. End of Day 3, the 6th story.
Day 3, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 7th story. Tebaldo, being in disfavour with his lady, departs from Florence. He returns thither after a while in the guise of a pilgrim, has speech of his lady, and makes her sensible of her fault. Her husband, convicted of slaying him, he delivers from peril of death, reconciles him with his brothers, and thereafter discreetly enjoys his lady.
So ceased Fiammetta, and, when all had bestowed on her their meed of praise, the queen, to lose no time, forthwith bade Emilia resume the narration. So thus Emilia began.
I am minded to return to our city, whence my two last predecessors saw fit to depart, and to show you how one of our citizens recovered the lady he had lost. Know then that there was in Florence a young noble, his name Tebaldo Elisei, who, being beyond measure enamoured of a lady hight Monna Ermelina, wife of one Aldobrandino Palermini, and by reason of his admirable qualities richly deserving to have his desire, found fortune nevertheless adverse, as she is wont to be to the prosperous. Inasmuch as, for some reason or another, the lady, having shown herself gracious towards Tebaldo for a while, completely altered her mien, and not only showed him no further favour, but would not so much as receive a message from him, or suffer him to see her face, whereby he fell a prey to a grievous and distressful melancholy. But so well had he concealed his love, that the cause of his melancholy was surmised by none. He tried hard in divers ways to recover the love which he deemed himself to have lost for no fault of his, and finding all his efforts unavailing, he resolved to bid the world adieu, that he might not afford her who was the cause of his distress the satisfaction of seeing him languish. So he got together as much money as he might, and secretly, no word said to friend or kinsman except only a familiar gossip, who knew all, he took his departure for Ancona. Arrived there, he assumed the name of Filippo Santodecchio, and having foregathered with a rich merchant, entered his service. The merchant took him with him to Cyprus aboard one of his ships, and was so well pleased with his bearing and behaviour that he not only gave him a handsome salary, but made him in a sort his companion, and entrusted him with the management of no small part of his affairs, wherein he proved himself so apt and assiduous that in the course of a few years he was himself established in credit and wealth and great repute as a merchant. 7 years thus passed, during which, albeit his thoughts frequently reverted to his cruel mistress, and sorely love smote him, and much he yearned to see her again, yet such was his firmness that he came off conqueror, until one day in Cyprus it so befell that there was sung in his hearing a song that he had himself composed, and of which the theme was the mutual love that was between his lady and him, and the delight that he had of her. Which as he heard, he found it incredible that she should have forgotten him, and burned with such a desire to see her once more that, being able to hold out no longer, he made up his mind to return to Florence. So, having set all his affairs in order, he betook him, attended only by a single servant, to Ancona, whence he sent all his effects as they arrived forward to Florence, consigning them to a friend of his encontent partner, and followed with his servant in the disguise of a pilgrim returned from the Holy Sepulchre. Arrived at Florence, he put up at a little hostelry kept by two brothers hard by his lady's house, whither he forthwith hied him, hoping that, perchance, he might have sight of her from the street. But, finding all barred and bolted, doors, windows, and all else, he doubted much she must be dead, or have removed thence. So, with a very heavy heart, he returned to the house of the two brothers, and to his great surprise found his own four brothers standing in front of it, all in black. He knew that he was so changed from his former semblance, both in dress and in person, that he might not readily be recognized, and he had therefore no hesitation in going up to a shoemaker and asking him why these men were all dressed in black. The shoemaker answered, "'Tis because 'tis not 15 days since a brother of theirs, Tedaldo by name, that had been long abroad, was slain, and I understand that they have proved in court that one Aldobrandino Palermini, who is under arrest, did the deed, because Tedaldo, who loved his wife, was come back to Florence incognito to foregather with her." Tedaldo found it passing strange that there should be anyone so like him as to be mistaken for him, and deplored Aldobrandino's evil plight. He had learned, however, that the lady was alive and well. So, as 'twas now night, he hied him, much perplexed in mind, into the inn, and supped with his servant. The bedroom assigned him was almost at the top of the house, and the bed was none of the best. Thoughts many and disquieting haunted his mind, and his supper had been but light. Whereby it befell that midnight came and went, and Tedaldo was still awake. As thus he watched, he heard shortly after midnight a noise as of persons descending from the roof into the house, and then through the chinks of the door of his room he caught the flicker of an ascending light. Wherefore he stole softly to the door, and peeping through a chink to make out what was afoot, he saw a very fine young woman bearing a light, and 3 men making towards her, being evidently those that had descended from the roof. The men exchanged friendly greetings with the young woman, and then one said to her, "Now, God be praised, we may make our minds easy, for we are well assured that judgment for the death of Tedaldo Elisei is gotten by his brothers against Aldobrandino Palermini, and he has confessed, and the sentence is already drawn up. But still it behoves us to hold our peace, for, should it ever get abroad that we were guilty, we shall stand in the like jeopardy as Aldobrandino." So saying, they took leave of the woman, who seemed much cheered, and went to bed. What he had heard set Tedaldo musing on the number and variety of the errors to which men are liable. As first, how his brothers had mourned and interned a stranger in his stead, and then charged an innocent man upon false suspicion, and by false witness brought him into imminent peril of death, from which he passed to ponder the blind severity of laws and magistrates, who, from misguided zeal to elicit the truth, not unfrequently become ruthless, and, adjudging that which is false, forfeit the title which they claim of ministers of God and justice, and do but execute the mandates of iniquity and the evil one. And so he came at last to consider the possibility of saving Aldobrandino, and formed a plan for the purpose. Accordingly, on the morrow, when he was risen, he left his servant at the inn, and hied him alone, at what he deemed a convenient time, to his lady's house, where, finding by chance the door open, he entered and saw his lady sitting, all tears and lamentations, in a little parlour on the ground floor. Whereat he all but wept for sympathy, and drawing near her, he said, "Madam, be not troubled in spirit, your peace is nigh you." Whereupon the lady raised her head, and said between her sobs, "Good man, what dost thou, a pilgrim, if I mistake not, from distant parts, know either of my peace or of my affliction?" "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "I am of Constantinople, and am but now come hither at God's behest, that I may give you laughter for tears, and deliver your husband from death." "But," said the lady, "if thou art of Constantinople, and but now arrived, how is that thou knowest either who my husband is or who I am?" Whereupon the pilgrim gave her the whole narrative from the very beginning of Aldobrandino's sufferings. He also told her who she was, how long she had been married, and much besides that was known to him of her affairs. Whereat the lady was lost in wonder, and, taking him to be a prophet, threw herself on her knees at his feet, and besought him for God's sake, if he were come to save Aldobrandino, to lose no time, for the matter brooked no delay. Thus adjured, the pilgrim assumed an air of great sanctity as he said, "Arise, madam, weep not, but hearken diligently to what I shall say to you, and look to it that you impart it to none. I have it by revelation of God that the tribulation wherein you stand is come upon you in requital of a sin which you did once commit, of which God is minded that this suffering be a partial purgation, and that you make reparation in full if you would not find yourself in a far more grievous plight." "Sir," replied the lady, "many sins have I committed, nor know I how among them all to single out that whereof, more than another, God requires reparation at my hands. Wherefore, if you know it, tell it me, and what by way of reparation I may do, that will I do." "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "well wot I what it is, nor shall I question you thereof for my better instruction, but that the rehearsal may give you increase or remorse therefore. But pass we now to fact. Tell me, mind you ever to have had a lover?" Whereat the lady heaved a deep sigh. Then, marvelling not a little, for she had thought it was known to none, albeit on the day when the man was slain, who was afterwards buried as Tidaldo, there had been some buzz about it, occasioned by some indiscreet words dropped by Tidaldo's gossip and confidant, she made answer, "I see that there is naught that man keeps secret but God reveals it to you, wherefore I shall not endeavour to hide my secrets from you. True it is that in my youth I was beyond measure enamoured of the unfortunate young man whose death is imputed to my husband, whom I mourned with grief unfeigned, for, albeit I showed myself harsh and cruel towards him before his departure, yet neither thereby, nor by his long absence, nor yet by his calamitous death, was my heart estranged from him." Then said the pilgrim, "'Twas not the unfortunate young man now dead that you did love, but Tidaldo Elisei. But let that pass. Now tell me, wherefore lost he your good graces? Did he ever offend you?" "Nay, verily," answered the lady, "he never offended me at all. My harshness was prompted by an accursed friar, to whom I once confessed, and who, when I told him of the love I bore Tidaldo, and my intimacy with him, made my ears so tingle and sing that I still shudder to think of it, warning me that, if I gave it not up, I should fall into the jaws of the devil in the abyss of hell, and be cast into the avenging fire. Whereby I was so terrified that I quite made my mind up to discontinue my intimacy with him, and, to trench the matter, I would thenceforth have none of his letters or messages. And so I suppose he went away in despair. Though I doubt not, had he persevered a while longer, I should not have seen him wasting away like snow in sunshine, without relenting of my harsh resolve. For in sooth there was nothing in the world I would so gladly have done." Then said the pilgrim, "Madam, 'tis this sin, and this only, that has brought upon you your present tribulation. I know positively that Tidaldo did never put force upon you. 'Twas of your own free will, and for that he pleased you, that you became enamoured of him. Your constant visitor, your intimate friend he became, because you yourself would have it so. And in the course of your intimacy you showed him such favour by word and deed that, if he loved you first, you multiplied his love full 1,000-fold. And if so it was, and well yourself from him, you should have considered the whole matter before the die was cast, and not have entered upon it, if you deemed you might have cause to repent you of it as a sin. As soon as he became yours, you became his. Had he not been yours, you might have acted as you had thought fit, at your own unfettered discretion. But as you were his, 'twas robbery, 'twas conduct most disgraceful, to sever yourself from him against his will. Now you must know that I am a friar, and therefore all the ways of friars are familiar to me. Nor does it misbecome me, as it might another, to speak for your behoof somewhat freely of them, as I am minded to do that you may have better understanding of them in the future than you would seem to have had in the past. Time was when the friars were most holy and worthy men, but those who today take the name and claim the reputation of friars have naught of the friar save only the habit. Nay, they have not even that, for whereas their founders ordained that their habits should be straight, of a sorry sort, and of coarse stuff, apt symbols of a soul that in arraying the body in so mean a garb did despite to all things temporal, Our modern friars will have them full, and double, and resplendent, and of the finest stuff, and of a fashion goodly and pontifical, wherein without shame they flaunt it like peacocks in the church, in the piazza, even as do the laity in their robes. And as the fisherman casts his net into the stream with intent to take many fish at one throw, so it is the main solicitude and study, art and craft of these friars to embrace and entangle within the ample folds of their vast swelling skirts beguines, widows, and other foolish women, ay, and men likewise in great number. Wherefore, to speak with more exactitude, the friars of today have naught of the habit of the friar, save only the colour thereof. And whereas the friars of old time sought to win men to their salvation, those of today seek to win their women and their wealth. Wherefore they have made it and make it their sole concern by declamation and imagery to strike terror into the souls of fools, and to make believe that sins are purged by alms and masses, to the end that they, base wretches that have fled to friarage not to ensue holiness but to escape hardship, may receive from this man bread, from that man wine, and from the other man a donation for masses for the souls of his dead. True indeed it is that sins are purged by almsgiving and prayer, but did they who give the alms know, did they but understand to whom, or throw them to so many pigs? And, knowing that the fewer be they that share great riches, the greater their ease, 'tis the study of each how best by declamation and intimidation to oust others from that whereof he would fain be the sole owner. They censure a lust in men, that they turning therefrom, the sole use of their women may remain to the censors. They condemn usury and unlawful gains, that, being entrusted with the restitution thereof, they may be able to enlarge their habits, and to purchase bishoprics and other great preferments with the very money which they have made believe must bring its possessor to perdition. And when they are taxed with these and many other discreditable practices, they deem that there is no censure, however grave, of which they may not be quit by their glib formula, "Follow our precepts, not our practice," as if it were possible that the sheep should be of a more austere and rigid virtue than the shepherds. And how many of these, whom they put off with this formula, understand it not in the way in which they enunciate it, not a few of them know. The friars of today would have you follow their precepts, that is to say, they would have you fill their purses with coin, confide to them your secrets, practice continence, be long-suffering, forgive those that trespass against you, keep yourselves from evil speaking, all which things are good, seemly, holy. But to what end? To the end that they may be able to do that which, if the laity do it, they will not be able to do. Who knows not that idleness cannot subsist without money? Spend thy money on thy pleasures, and the friar will not be able to live in sloth in his order. Go after women, and there will be no place for the friar. Be not long-suffering, pardon not the wrongdoer, and the friar will not dare to cross thy threshold to corrupt thy family. But wherefore pursue I the topic through every detail? They accuse themselves as often as they so excuse themselves in the hearing of all that have understanding. Why seclude they not themselves, if they misdoubt their power to lead continent and holy lives? Or, if they must needs not live as recluses, why follow they not that other holy text of the gospel, Christ began to do and to teach? Let them practice first, and school us with their precepts afterwards. 1,000 such have I seen in my day, admirers, lovers, philanderers, not of ladies of the world alone, but of nuns, ay, and they too such as made the most noise in the pulpit. Is it such as they that we are to follow? He that does so pleases himself, but God knows if he do wisely. But assume that herein we must allow that your censor, the friar, spoke truth, to wit, that none may break the marriage vow without very grave sin. What then? To rob a man, to slay him, to make of him an exile and a wanderer on the face of the earth, are not these yet greater sins? None will deny that so they are. A woman that indulges herself in the intimate use with a man commits but a sin of nature, but if she rob him, or slay him, or drive him out into exile, her sin proceeds from depravity of spirit. That you did rob Tedaldo, I have already shown you, in that, having of your own free will become his, you reft you from him. I now go further and say that, so far as in you lay, you slew him, seeing that, showing yourself ever more and more cruel, you did your utmost to drive him to take his own life, and in the law's intent he that is the cause that wrong is done is as culpable as he that does it. Nor is it deniable that you were the cause that for 7 years he has been an exile and a wanderer upon the face of the earth. Wherefore upon each of the said 3 articles you are found guilty of a greater crime than you committed by your intimacy with him. But consider we the matter more closely. Perchance Tidaldo merited such treatment. Nay, but assuredly it was not so. You have yourself so confessed. Besides which, I know that he loves you more dearly than himself. He would laud, he would extol, he would magnify you above all other ladies, so as never was heard the like, wheresoever 'twas seemly for him to speak of you, and it might be done without exciting suspicion. All his bliss, all his honour, all his liberty he avowed was entirely in your disposal. Was he not of noble birth? And for beauty might he not compare with the rest of his townsfolk? Did he not excel in all the exercises and accomplishments proper to youth? Was he not beloved, held dear, well seen of all men? You will not deny it. How then could you, at the behest of a paltry friar, silly, brutish, and envious, bring yourself to deal with him in any harsh sort? I cannot estimate the error of those ladies who look askance on men and hold them cheap; whereas, bethinking them of what they are themselves, and what and how great is the nobility with which God has endowed man above all the other animals, they ought rather to glory in the love which men give them, and hold them most dear, and with all zeal study to please them, that so their love may never fail. In what sort you did so, instigated by the chatter of a friar, some broth-guzzling, pastry-gorging knave without a doubt, you know, and peradventure his purpose was but to install himself in the place whence he sought to oust another. This then is the sin which the divine justice, which, ever operative, suffers no perturbation of its even balance, or arrest of judgment, has decreed not to leave unpunished. Wherefore, as without due cause you devised how you might despoil Tidaldo of yourself, so, without due cause, your husband has been placed, and is in jeopardy of his life, on Tidaldo's account, and to your sore affliction. Wherefrom, if you would be delivered, there is that which you must promise, ay, and, much more, which you must perform. To wit, that, should it ever betide that Tidaldo return hither from his long exile, you will restore him your favour, your love, your tender regard, your intimacy, and reinstate him in the position which he held before you foolishly hearkened to the half-witted friar." Thus ended the pilgrim, and the lady, who had followed him with the closest attention, deeming all that he advanced very sound, and doubting not that her tribulation was, as he said, in requital of her sin, spoke thus: "Friend of God, well I wot that the matters which you discourse are true, and, thanks to your delineation, I now in great measure know what manner of men are the friars, whom I have hitherto regarded as all alike holy, nor doubt I that great was my fault in the course which I pursued towards Tidaldo. And gladly, were it in my power, would I make reparation in the manner which you have indicated. But how is this feasible? Tidaldo can never return to us. He is dead. Wherefore I know not why I must needs give you a promise which cannot be performed." "Madam," returned the pilgrim, "'tis revealed to me by God that Tidaldo is by no means dead, but alive and well and happy, so only he enjoyed your favour." "Nay, but," said the lady, "speak advisedly. I saw his body done to death by more than one knife wound. I folded it in these arms, and drenched the dead face with many a tear, whereby perchance I gave occasion for the bruit that has been made to my disadvantage." "Say what you may, madam," rejoined the pilgrim, "I assure you that Tidaldo lives, and if you will but give the promise, then, for its fulfilment, I have good hope that you will soon see him." Whereupon, "I give the promise," said the lady, "and right gladly will I make it good, nor is there aught that might happen that would yield me such delight as to see my husband free and scathless and Tidaldo alive." Tidaldo now deemed it wise to make himself known, and establish the lady in a more sure hope of her husband's safety. Wherefore he said, Madam, to set your mind at ease in regard of your husband, I must first impart to you his secret, which be mindful to disclose to none so long as you live." Then, for such was the confidence which the lady reposed in the pilgrim's apparent sanctity, that they were by themselves in a place remote from observation, Tebaldo drew forth a ring which he had guarded with the most jealous care, since it had been given him by the lady on the last night when they were together, and said as he showed it to her, "Madam, know you this?" The lady recognized it forthwith, and answered, "I do, sir. I gave it long ago to Tebaldo." Then the pilgrim, rising and throwing off his sclavine and hat, said with a Florentine accent, "And know you me?" The lady, recognizing forthwith the form and semblance of Tebaldo, was struck dumb with wonder and fear as of a corpse that is seen to go about as if alive, and was much rather disposed to turn and flee from Tebaldo returned from the tomb than to come forward and welcome Tebaldo arrived from Cyprus. But when Tebaldo said to her, "Fear not, madam, your Tebaldo am I, alive and well, nor was I ever dead, whatever you and my brothers may think," the lady, partly awed, partly reassured by his voice, regarded him with rather more attention, and inly affirming that 'twas in very truth Tebaldo, threw herself upon his neck and wept and kissed him, saying, "Sweet my Tebaldo, welcome home." "Madam," replied Tebaldo, after he had kissed and embraced her, "time serves not now for greetings more intimate. 'Tis for me to be up and doing, that Aldobrandino may be restored to you safe and sound; touching which matter you will, I trust, before tomorrow at even hear tidings that will gladden your heart. Indeed I expect to have good news tonight, and if so, will come and tell it you, when I shall be less straitened than I am at present." He then resumed his sclavine and hat, and having kissed the lady again, and bade her be of good cheer, took his leave, and hied him to the prison, where Aldobrandino lay more occupied with apprehension of imminent death than hope of deliverance to come. As ministrant of consolation he gained ready admittance of the warders, and, seating himself by Aldobrandino's side, he said, "Aldobrandino, in me thou seest a friend sent thee by God, who is touched with pity of thee by reason of thy innocence. Wherefore, if in reverent submission to him thou wilt grant me a slight favour that I shall ask of thee, without fail before tomorrow at even thou shalt, in lieu of the doom of death that thou awaitest, hear thy acquittal pronounced." "Worthy man," replied Aldobrandino, "I know thee not, nor mind I ever to have seen thee. Wherefore, as thou showest thyself solicitous for my safety, my friend indeed thou must needs be, even as thou sayest. And in sooth the crime for which they say I ought to be doomed to death I never committed, though others enough I have committed, which perchance have brought me to this extremity. However, if so be that God has now pity on me, this I tell thee in reverent submission to him, that, whereas 'tis but a little thing that thou cravest of me, there is naught, however great, but I would not only promise but gladly do it. Wherefore, even ask what thou wilt, and if so be that I escape, I will without fail keep my word to the letter." "Nay," returned the pilgrim, "I ask but this of thee, that thou pardon Tebaldo's 4 brothers, that in the belief that thou wast guilty of their brother's death they brought thee to this strait, and, so they ask thy forgiveness, account them as thy brothers and friends." "How sweet," replied Aldobrandino, "is the savour, how ardent the desire of vengeance, none knows but he that is wronged; but yet, so God may take thought for my deliverance, I will gladly pardon, nay, I do now pardon them, and if I go hence alive and free, I will thenceforth have them in such regard as shall content thee." Satisfied with this answer, the pilgrim, without further parley, heartily exhorted Aldobrandino to be of good cheer, assuring him that, before the next day was done, he should be certified beyond all manner of doubt of his deliverance. And so he left him. On quitting the prison, the pilgrim hied him forthwith to the signory, and being closeted with the knight that was in charge, thus spoke: "My lord, 'tis the duty of all, and most especially of those who hold your place, zealously to bestir themselves that the truth be brought to light, in order as well that those bear not the penalty who have not committed the crime, as that the guilty be punished. And that this may come to pass to your honour and the undoing of the delinquent, I am come hither to you. You wot that you have dealt rigorously with Aldobrandino Palermini, and have found, as you think, that 'twas he that slew Tebaldo Elisei, and you are about to condemn him, wherein you are most certainly in error, as I doubt not before midnight to prove to you, delivering the murderers into your hands." The worthy knight, who was not without pity for Aldobrandino, readily gave ear to the pilgrim's words. He conversed at large with him, and availing himself of his guidance, made an easy capture of the two brothers that kept the inn and their servant in their first sleep. He was about to put them to the torture to elicit the true state of the case, when, their courage failing, they confessed without the least reserve, severally at first and then jointly, that 'twas they that had slain Tebaldo Elisei, not knowing who he was. Asked for why, they answered that 'twas because he had sorely harassed the wife of one of them, and would have constrained her to do his pleasure while they were out of doors. Whereof the pilgrim was no sooner apprised than by leave of the knight he withdrew, and hied him privily to the house of Madonna Ermelina, whom, the rest of the household being gone to bed, he found awaiting him alone, and equally anxious for good news of her husband and a complete reconciliation with her Tebaldo. On entering, he blithely exclaimed, "Rejoice, dearest my lady, for thou mayst rest assured that tomorrow thou shalt have thy Aldobrandino back here safe and sound." And to confirm her faith in his words, he told her all that he had done. Greater joy was never woman's than hers of two such glad surprises, to wit, to have Tebaldo with her alive again, whom she had wailed for verily dead, and to know Aldobrandino, whom she had thought in no long time to wail for dead, now out of jeopardy. Wherefore, when she had affectionately embraced and kissed her Tebaldo, they hied them to bed together, and with hearty good will made gracious and gladsome consummation of their peace by interchange of sweet solace. With the approach of day, Tebaldo rose, and having first apprised the lady of his purpose and enjoined her, as before, to keep it most secret, resumed his pilgrim's habit and sallied forth of her house, to be ready, as occasion should serve, to act in Aldobrandino's interest. As soon as 'twas day, the Signory, deeming themselves amply conversant with the affair, set Aldobrandino at large, and a few days later they caused the malefactors to be beheaded in the place where they had done the murder. Great was Aldobrandino's joy to find himself free, nor less great was that of his lady and all his friends and kinsfolk, and as 'twas through the pilgrim that it had come about, they brought him to their house, there to reside as long as he cared to tarry in the city, nor could they do him honour and cheer enough, and most of all the lady, who knew her man. But after a while, seeing that his brothers were not only become a common laughing-stock by reason of Aldobrandino's acquittal, but had armed themselves for very fear, he felt that their reconciliation with him brooked no delay, and accordingly craved of him performance of his promise. Aldobrandino replied handsomely that it should be had at once. The pilgrim then bade him arrange for the following day a grand banquet, at which he and his kinsfolk and their ladies were to entertain the four brothers and their ladies, adding that he would himself go forthwith as Aldobrandino's envoy and bid them welcome to his peace and banquet. All which being approved by Aldobrandino, the pilgrim hied him with all speed to the four brothers, whom by ample, apt, and unanswerable argument he readily induced to reinstate themselves in Aldobrandino's friendship by suing for his forgiveness. Which done, he bade them and their ladies to breakfast with Aldobrandino on the morrow, and they, being assured of his good faith, were consenting to come. So on the morrow, at the breakfast hour, Tebaldo's four brothers, still wearing their black, came with certain of their friends to Aldobrandino's house, where he awaited them, and in presence of the company that had been bidden to meet them, laid down their arms and made surrender to Aldobrandino, asking his pardon of that which they had done against him. Aldobrandino received them compassionately, wept, kissed each on the mouth, and let few words suffice to remit each offence. After them came their sisters and their wives, all habited sadly, and were graciously received by Madonna Ermelina and the other ladies. The guests, men and women alike, found all things ordered at the banquet with magnificence, nor aught unmeet for commendation, save the restraint which the yet recent grief, betokened by the sombre garb of Tidaldo's kinsfolk, laid upon speech; wherein some had found matter to except against the banquet and the pilgrim for devising it, as he well knew. But, as he had premeditated, in due time he stood up, the others being occupied with their dessert, and spoke thus: "Nothing is wanting to complete the gaiety of this banquet except the presence of Tidaldo, whom, as you have been long time with him and have not known him, I will point out to you." So, having divested himself of his sclavine and whatever else in his garb denoted the pilgrim, he remained habited in a tunic of green taffeta, in which guise so great was the wonder with which all regarded him that, though they recognized him, 'twas long before any dared to believe that 'twas actually Tidaldo. Marking their surprise, Tidaldo told them not a little about themselves, their family connections, their recent history, and his own adventures. Whereat his brothers and the rest of the men, all weeping for joy, hasted to embrace him, followed by the women, as well those that were not, as those that were, of kin to him, save only Madonna Ermelina. Which Aldobrandino observing, said, "What is this, Ermelina? How comes it that, unlike the other ladies, thou alone dost Tidaldo no cheer?" "Cheer," replied the lady in the hearing of all, "would I gladly do him such as no other woman has done or could do, seeing that I am more beholden to him than any other woman, in that to him I owe it that I have thee with me again. 'Tis but the words spoken to my disadvantage, while we mourned him that we deemed Tidaldo, that give me pause." "Now out upon thee," said Aldobrandino. "Think'st thou that I heed the yelping of these curs? His zeal for my deliverance has abundantly disproved it, besides which I never believed it. Quick, get thee up, and go and embrace him." The lady, who desired nothing better, was in this not slow to obey her husband. She rose forthwith, and embraced Tidaldo as the other ladies had done, and did him gladsome cheer. Tidaldo's brothers and all the company, men and women alike, heartily approved Aldobrandino's handsomeness, and so whatever of despite the rumour had engendered in the minds of any was done away. And now that all had done him cheer, Tidaldo with his own hands rent his brothers' suits of black upon their backs, as also the sad-hued garments which his sisters and sisters-in-law wore, and bade bring other apparel. Which when they had donned, there was no lack of singing, dancing, and other sorts of merrymaking, whereby the banquet, for all its subdued beginning, had a sonorous close. Then, just as they were, in the blithest of spirits they hied them all to Tidaldo's house, where in the evening they supped, and in this manner they held festival for several days. 'Twas some time before the Florentines ceased to look on Tidaldo as a portent, as if he were risen from the dead, and the shadow of doubt whether he were really Tidaldo or no continued to lurk in the minds of not a few, including even his brothers. They had no assured belief, and in that frame had perchance long continued, but for a casual occurrence that showed them who the murdered man was. It so befell that one day some men at arms from Lunigiana passed by their house, and seeing Tidaldo, accosted him, saying, "Good morrow to thee, fagiolo." To whom Tidaldo, in the presence of his brothers, answered, "You take me for another." Whereat they were abashed, and asked his pardon, saying, "Sooth to tell, you are liker than we ever knew any man like to another, to a comrade of ours, Fasuolo da Pontremoli by name, who came hither a fortnight ago, or perhaps a little more, since when we have not been able to learn what became of him. Most true it is that your dress surprised us, because he, like ourselves, was a soldier." Whereupon Tidaldo's eldest brother came forward, and asked how their comrade had been accoutred. They told him, and 'twas found to have been exactly as they said, by which and other evidence 'twas established that 'twas Fasuolo that had been murdered, and not Tidaldo, of whom thenceforth no suspicion lurked in the minds of his brothers or any one else. So, then, Tidaldo returned home very rich, and remained constant in his love, nor did the lady again treat him harshly, but, using discretion, they long had mutual solace of their love. God grant us solace of ours. End of Day 3, the 7th story.
Day 3, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 3, the 8th story. Ferrando, having taken a certain powder, is interred for dead, is disinterred by the abbot, who enjoys his wife, is put in prison and taught to believe that he is in purgatory, is then resuscitated, and rears as his own a boy begotten by the abbot upon his wife.
Ended Emilia's long story, which to none was the less pleasing for its length, but was deemed of all the ladies brief in regard of the number and variety of the events therein recounted. A gesture of the queen's sufficed to convey her behest to Lauretta, and cause her thus to begin.
Dearest ladies, I have it in mind to tell you a true story, which wears far more of the aspect of a lie than of that which it really was. 'Tis brought to my recollection by that which we have heard of one being bewailed and buried in lieu of another. My story, then, is of one that, living, was buried for dead, and after believed with many others that he came out of the tomb, not as one that had not died, but as one risen from the dead, whereby he was venerated as a saint, who ought rather to have been condemned as a criminal. Know then that there was, and still is, in Tuscany, an abbey, situate, as we see not a few, in a somewhat solitary spot, wherein the office of abbot was held by a monk, who in all other matters ordered his life with great sanctity, save only in the commerce with women, and therein knew so well how to cloak his indulgence, that scarce any there were that so much as suspected, not to say detected it, so holy and just was he reputed in all matters. Now the abbot consorted much with a very wealthy contadino, Ferrando by name, a man coarse and gross beyond measure, whose friendship the abbot only cared for because of the opportunities which it afforded of deriving amusement from his simplicity; and during their intercourse the abbot discovered that Ferrando had a most beautiful wife, of whom he became so hotly enamoured that he could think of naught else either by day or by night. But learning that, however simple and inept in all other matters, Ferrando showed excellent good sense in cherishing and watching over this wife of his, he almost despaired. However, being very astute, he prevailed so far with Ferrando that he would sometimes bring his wife with him to take a little recreation in the abbey garden, where he discoursed to them with all lowliness of the blessedness of life eternal, and the most pious works of many men and women of times past, insomuch that the lady conceived a desire to confess to him, and craved and had Ferrando's leave therefore. So, to the abbot's boundless delight, the lady came and seated herself at his feet to make her confession, whereto she prefixed the following exordium: "If God, sir, had given me a husband, or had not permitted me to have one, perchance 'twould be easy for me under your guidance to enter the way of which you have spoken, that leads to life eternal. But considering what manner of man Ferrando is, and his stupidity, I may call myself a widow while yet I am married, in that so long as he lives I may have no other husband, and he, fool that he is without the least cause so inordinately jealous of me, that 'tis not possible but that my life with him be one of perpetual tribulation and woe. Wherefore, before I address myself to make further confession, I in all humility beseech you to be pleased to give me some counsel of this matter, for here or nowhere is to be found the source of the amelioration of my life, and if it be not found, neither confession nor any other good work will be of any avail." The abbot was overjoyed to hear her thus speak, deeming that fortune had opened a way to the fulfilment of his heart's desire. Wherefore he said, "My daughter, I doubt not that 'tis a great affliction to a lady, fair and delicate as you are, to have a fool for a husband, and still more so that he should be jealous; and as your husband is both the one and the other, I readily credit what you say of your tribulation. But, to come to the point, I see no resource or remedy in this case, save only this, that Ferrando be cured of his jealousy. The medicine that shall cure him I know very well how to devise, but it behoves you to keep secret what I am about to tell you." "Doubt not of it, my father," said the lady, "for I had rather suffer death than tell any aught that you forbade me to tell. But the medicine, how is it to be devised?" "If we would have him cured," replied the abbot, "it can only be by his going to purgatory." "And how may that be?" returned the lady. "Can he go thither while he yet lives?" "He must die," answered the abbot, "and so he will go thither; and when he has suffered pain enough to be cured of his jealousy, we have certain prayers with which we will supplicate God to restore him to life, and he will do so." "Then," said the lady, "am I to remain a widow?" "Yes," replied the abbot, "for a certain time, during which you must be very careful not to let yourself be married to another, because 'twould offend God, and when Ferrando was restored to life, you would have to go back to him, and he would be more jealous than ever." "Be it so then," said the lady, "if he be but cured of his jealousy, and so I be not doomed to pass the rest of my days in prison, I shall be content. Do as ye think best." "And so will I," said the abbot. "But what reward shall I have for such a service?" "My father," said the lady, "what you please, so only it be in my power. But what may the like of me do that may be acceptable to a man such as you?" "Madam," replied the abbot, "'tis in your power to do no less for me than I am about to do for you. As that which I am minded to do will ensure your comfort and consolation, so there is that which you may do which will be the deliverance and salvation of my life." "If it be so," said the lady, "I shall not be found wanting." "In that case," said the abbot, "you will give me your love, and gratify my passion for you, with which I am all afire, and wasting away." Whereto the lady, all consternation, replied, "Alas! my father, what is this you crave? I took you for a holy man. Now does it beseem holy men to make such overtures to ladies that come to them for counsel?" "Marvel not, fair my soul," returned the abbot. "Hereby is my holiness in no wise diminished, for holiness resides in the soul, and this which I ask of you is but a sin of the flesh. But, however it may be, such is the might of your bewitching beauty, that love constrains me thus to act. And let me tell you, good cause have you to vaunt you of your beauty more than other women, in that it delights the saints, who are used to contemplate celestial beauties. Whereto I may add, that, albeit I am an abbot, yet I am a man, even as others, and, as you see, not yet old. Nor need this matter seem formidable to you, but rather to be anticipated with pleasure. For while Ferrando is in purgatory, I shall be your nightly companion, and will give you such solace as he should have given you. Nor will it ever be discovered by any, for all think of me, even as you did a while ago, or even more so. Reject not the grace that God accords you, for 'tis in your power to have, and, if you are wise and follow my advice, you shall have that which women not a few desire in vain to have. And moreover I have jewels fair and rare, which I am minded shall be yours and none others. Wherefore, sweet my hope, deny me not due guerdon of the service which I gladly render you." The lady, her eyes still downcast, knew not how to deny him, and yet scrupled to gratify him. Wherefore the abbot, seeing that she had hearkened and hesitated to answer, deemed that she was already half won, and, following up what he had said with much more to the like effect, did not rest until he had persuaded her that she would do well to comply; and so with some confusion she told him that she was ready to obey his every behest, but it might not be until Ferrando was in purgatory. The abbot, well content, replied, "And we will send him thither forthwith. Do but arrange that he come hither to stay with me tomorrow or the day after." Which said, he slipped a most beautiful ring on her finger, and dismissed her. Pleased with the gift, and expecting more to come, the lady rejoined her attendants, with whom she forthwith fell a talking marvellous things of the abbot's sanctity, and so went home with them. Some few days after, Ferrando being come to the abbey, the abbot no sooner saw him than he resolved to send him to purgatory. So he selected from among his drugs a powder of marvellous virtue, which he had gotten in the Levant from a great prince who averred that 'twas wont to be used by the old man of the mountain, when he would send any one to or bring him from his paradise; and that, without doing the recipient any harm, 'twould induce in him, according to the quantity of the dose, a sleep of such duration and quality, that while the efficacy of the powder lasted, none would deem him to be alive. Whereof he took enough to cause a 3 days' sleep, and gave it to Ferrando in his cell, in a beaker that had still some wine in it, so that he drank it unwittingly. After which he took Ferrando to the cloister, and there with some of his monks fell to making merry with him and his ineptitudes. In no long time, however, the powder so wrought that Ferrando was seized in the head with a fit of somnolence so sudden and violent, that he slept as he stood, and sleeping fell to the ground. The abbot put on an agitated air, caused him to be untrussed, sent for cold water and had it sprinkled on his face, and applied such other remedies as if he would fain call back life and sense banished by vapours of the stomach or some other intrusive force. But as, for all that he and his monks did, Ferrando did not revive, they, after feeling his pulse and finding there no sign of life, one and all pronounced him certainly dead. Wherefore they sent word to his wife and kinsfolk, who came forthwith and mourned a while; after which Ferrando in his clothes was by the abbot's order laid in a tomb. The lady went home, saying that nothing should ever part her from a little son that she had borne Ferrando, and so she occupied herself with the care of her son and Ferrando's estate. At night the abbot rose noiselessly, and with the help of a Bolognese monk, in whom he reposed much trust, and who was that very day arrived from Bologna, got Ferrando out of the tomb, and bore him to a vault which admitted no light, having been made to serve as a prison for delinquent monks; and having stripped him of his clothes, and habited him as a monk, they laid him on a truss of straw, and left him there until he should revive. Expecting which event, and instructed by the abbot how he was then to act, the Bolognese monk, none else knowing aught of what was afoot, kept watch by the tomb. The day after, the abbot with some of his monks paid a pastoral visit to the lady's house, where he found her in mourning weeds and sad at heart, and after administering a little consolation, he gently asked her to redeem her promise. Free as she now felt herself, and hampered neither by Ferrando nor by any other, the lady, who had noticed another beautiful ring on the abbot's finger, promised immediate compliance, and arranged with the abbot that he should visit her the very next night. So at nightfall the abbot donned Ferrando's clothes, and, attended by his monk, paid his visit, and lay with her until matins, to his immense delight and solace, and so returned to the abbey. And many visits he paid her on the same errand, whereby some that met him, coming or going that way, supposed that 'twas Ferrando perambulating those parts by way of penance, and fables not a few passed from mouth to mouth of the foolish rustics, and sometimes reached the ears of the lady, who was at no loss to account for them. As for Ferrando, when he revived, 'twas only to find himself he knew not where, while the Bolognese monk entered the tomb, gibbering horribly, and armed with a rod, wherewith, having laid hold of Ferrando, he gave him a severe thrashing. Blubbering and bellowing for pain, Ferrando could only ejaculate, "Where am I?" "In purgatory," replied the monk. "How?" returned Ferrando. "Am I dead, then?" And the monk assuring him that 'twas even so, he fell a bewailing his own and his lady's and his son's fate after the most ridiculous fashion in the world. The monk brought him somewhat to eat and drink, of which when Ferrando caught sight, "Oh," said he, "dead folk eat, then, do they?" "They do," replied the monk, "and this which I bring thee is what the lady that was thy wife sent this morning to the church by way of alms for masses for thy soul, and God is minded that it be assigned to thee." "Now, God grant her a happy year," said Ferrando. Dearly I loved her while I yet lived, and would hold her all night long in my arms, and cease not to kiss her, ay, and would do yet more to her when I was so minded. Whereupon he fell to eating and drinking with great avidity, and finding the wine not much to his taste, he said, Now, God do her a mischief! Why gave she not the priest of the wine that is in the cask by the wall? When he had done eating, the monk laid hold of him again, and gave him another sound thrashing with the rod. Ferrando bellowed mightily, and then cried out, Alas! why servest thou me so? God, answered the monk, has decreed that thou be so served twice a day. For why? said Ferrando. Because, returned the monk, thou wast jealous, notwithstanding thou hadst to wife a woman that has not her peer in thy countryside. Alas, said Ferrando, she was indeed all that thou sayest. Ay, and the sweetest creature too, no comfort so honeyed. But I knew not that God took it amiss that a man should be jealous, or I had not been so. Of that, replied the monk, thou shouldst have bethought thee while thou wast there, and have amended thy ways, and should it fall to thy lot ever to return thither, be sure that thou so lay to heart the lesson that I now give thee, that thou be no more jealous. Oh, said Ferrando, dead folk sometimes return to earth, do they? They do, replied the monk, if God so will. Oh, said Ferrando, if I ever return, I will be the best husband in the world. Never will I beat her or scold her, save for the wine that she has sent me this morning, and also for sending me never a candle, so that I have had perforce to eat in the dark. Nay, said the monk, she sent them, but they were burned at the masses. Oh, said Ferrando, I doubt not you say true, and of a surety, if I ever return, I will let her do just as she likes. But tell me, who art thou that entreatest me thus? Late of Sardinia, I, answered the monk, dead too, and for that I gave my lord much countenance in his jealousy, doomed by God for my proper penance to entreat thee thus with food and drink and thrashings, until such time as he may ordain otherwise, touching thee and me. And are we two the only folk here? inquired Ferrando. Nay, there are thousands beside, answered the monk, but thou canst neither see nor hear them, nor they thee. And how far, said Ferrando, may we be from our country? Oh-ho, returned the monk, why, 'tis some miles clean out of shit range. Faith, said Ferrando, that is far indeed. Methinks we must be out of the world. In such a course, alternately beaten, fed, and amused with idle tales, was Ferrando kept for 10 months, while the abbot, to his great felicity, paid many a visit to the fair lady, and had the jolliest time in the world with her. But, as misfortunes will happen, the lady conceived, which fact, as soon as she was aware of it, she imparted to the abbot, whereupon both agreed that Ferrando must without delay be brought back from purgatory to earth and her, and be given to understand that she was with child of him. So the very next night the abbot went to the prison, and in a disguised voice pronounced Ferrando's name, and said to him, Ferrando, be of good cheer, for God is minded that thou return to earth, and on thy return thou shalt have a son by thy lady, and thou shalt call him Benedetto, because 'tis in answer to the prayers of thy holy abbot and thy lady, and for love of Saint Benedict, that God accords thee this grace. Whereat Ferrando was overjoyed, and said, It likes me well. God give a good year to Master Lord God, and the abbot, and St. Benedict, and my cheese-powdered honey-sweet wife. Then, In the wine that he sent him, the abbot administered enough of the powder to cause him to sleep for 4 hours, and so, with the aid of the monk, having first habited him in his proper clothes, he privily conveyed him back to the tomb in which he had been buried. On the morrow at daybreak Ferrando revived, and perceiving through a chink in the tomb a glimmer of light, to which he had been a stranger for full 10 months, he knew that he was alive, and began to bellow, "Let me out! Let me out!" Then, setting his head to the lid of the tomb, he heaved amain, whereby the lid, being insecure, started, and he was already thrusting it aside, when the monks, matins being now ended, ran to the spot, and recognized Ferrando's voice, and saw him issue from the tomb; by which unwonted event they were all so affrighted that they took to flight, and hied them to the abbot, who, rising as if from prayer, said, "Sons, be not afraid. Take the cross and the holy water, and follow me, and let us see what sign of his might God will vouchsafe us." And so he led the way to the tomb, beside which they found Ferrando standing, deathly pale by reason of his long estrangement from the light. On sight of the abbot he ran and threw himself at his feet, saying, "My father, it has been revealed to me that 'tis to your prayers, and those of St. Benedict and my lady, that I owe my release from purgatorial pain, and restoration to life. Wherefore 'tis my prayer that God give you a good year and good calends to-day and all days." "Laud we the power of God," said the abbot. "Go then, son, as God has restored thee to earth, comfort thy wife, who, since thou didst depart this life, has been ever in tears, and mayst thou live henceforth in the love and service of God." "Sir," answered Ferrando, "'tis well said, and, for the doing, trust me that as soon as I find her, I shall kiss her, such is the love I bear her." So saying, he went his way, and the abbot, left alone with his monks, made as if he marvelled greatly at the affair, and caused devoutly chant the Miserere. So Ferrando returned to his hamlet, where all that saw him fleeing, as folk are wont to flee from spectacles of horror, he called them back, asseverating that he was risen from the tomb. His wife at first was no less timorous, but as folk began to take heart of grace, perceiving that he was alive, they plied him with many questions, all which he answered as one that had returned with ripe experience, and gave them tidings of the souls of their kinsfolk, and told of his own invention the prettiest fables of the purgatorial state, and in full folk moot recounted the revelation vouchsafed him by the mouth of Ragnolo Brachiello before his resuscitation. Thus was Ferrando reinstated in his property, and reunited to his wife, who, being pregnant, as he thought, by himself, chanced by the time of her delivery to countenance the vulgar error that the woman must bear the infant in the womb for exactly 9 months, and gave birth to a male child, who was named Benedetto Ferrondi. Ferrando's return from purgatory, and the report he brought thence, immeasurably enhanced the fame of the abbot's holiness. So Ferrando, cured of his jealousy by the thrashings which he had gotten for it, verified the abbot's prediction, and never offended the lady again in that sort. Wherefore she lived with him, as before, in all outward seemliness, albeit she failed not, as occasion served, to foregather with the holy abbot, who had so well and sedulously served her in her especial need. End of Day 3, the 8th story.
Day 3, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the 9th story. Gilette of Narbonne cures the King of France of a fistula, craves for spouse Bertrand Roussillon, who marries her against his will, and hies him in despite to Florence, where, as he courts a young woman, Gilette lies with him in her stead, and has 2 sons by him; for which cause he afterwards takes her into favour, and entreats her as his wife.
Lauretta's story being ended, and the queen being minded not to break her engagement with Dioneo, it was now her turn to speak; wherefore, without awaiting the call of her subjects, thus with mien most gracious she began.
Now that we have heard Lauretta's story, who shall tell any to compare with it for beauty? Lucky indeed was it that she was not the first, for few that followed would have pleased, and so, I misdoubt me, 'twill fare ill with those that remain to complete the day's narration. However, for what it may be worth, I will tell you a story which seems to me germane to our theme. Know then that in the realm of France there was a gentleman, Isnard, Comte de Roussillon by name, who being in ill health, kept ever in attendance on him a physician, one Master Gérard of Narbonne. The said Count had an only son, named Bertrand, a very fine and winsome little lad, with whom were brought up other children of his own age, among them the said physician's little daughter Gillette, who with a love boundless and ardent out of all keeping with her tender years, became enamoured of this Bertrand. And so when the Count died, and his son, being left a ward of the king, must needs go to Paris, the girl remained beside herself with grief, and, her father dying soon after, would gladly have gone to Paris to see Bertrand, might she but have found a fair excuse. But no decent pretext could she come by, being left a great and sole heiress, and very closely guarded. So, being come of marriageable age, still cherishing Bertrand's memory, she rejected not a few suitors, to whom her kinsfolk would fain have married her, without assigning any reason. Now, her passion waxing ever more ardent for Bertrand, as she learned that he was grown a most goodly gallant, tidings reached her that the King of France, in consequence of a tumour which he had had in the breast, and which had been ill tended, was now troubled with a fistula, which occasioned him extreme distress and suffering. Nor had he as yet come by a physician that was able, though many had essayed, to cure him, but had rather grown worse under their hands. Wherefore, in despair, he was minded no more to have recourse to any for counsel or aid. Whereat the damsel was overjoyed, deeming not only that she might find therein lawful occasion to go to Paris, but that if the disease was what she took it to be, it might well betide that she should be wedded to Bertrand. So, for not a little knowledge had she gotten from her father, she prepared a powder from certain herbs serviceable in the treatment of the supposed disease, and straightway took horse and hied her to Paris. Arrived there, she made it her first concern to have sight of Bertrand, and then, having obtained access to the king, she besought him of his grace to show her his disease. The king knew not how to refuse so young, fair, and winsome a damsel, and let her see the place. Whereupon, no longer doubting that she should cure him, she said, "Sire, so please you, I hope in God to cure you of this malady within 8 days, without causing you the least distress or discomfort." The king only scoffed at her words, saying to himself, "How should a damsel have come by a knowledge and skill that the greatest physicians in the world do not possess?" He therefore graciously acknowledged her good intention, and answered that he had resolved no more to follow advice of physician. "Sire," said the damsel, "you disdain my art because I am young and a woman. But I bid you bear in mind that I rely not on my own skill, but on the help of God and the skill of Master Gérard of Narbonne, my father, and a famous physician in his day." Whereupon the king said to himself, "Perchance she is sent me by God. Why put I not her skill to the proof, seeing that she says she can cure me in a short time, and cause me no distress?" And being minded to make the experiment, he said, "Damsel, and if, having caused me to cancel my resolve, you should fail to cure me, what are you content should ensue?" "Sire," answered the damsel, "set a guard upon me, and if within 8 days I cure you not, have me burned. But if I cure you, what shall be my guerdon?" "You seem," said the king, "to be yet unmarried. If you shall effect the cure, we will marry you well and in high place." "Sire," returned the damsel, "well content indeed am I that you should marry me, so it be to such a husband as I shall ask of you, save that I may not ask any of your sons, or any other member of the royal house." Whereto the king forthwith consented, and the damsel, thereupon applying her treatment, restored him to health before the period assigned. Wherefore, as soon as the king knew that he was cured, "Damsel," said he, "well have you won your husband." She answered, "In that case, sire, I have won Bertrand de Roussillon, of whom, while yet a child, I was enamoured, and whom I have ever since most ardently loved." To give her Bertrand seemed to the king no small matter, but having pledged his word, he would not break it. So he sent for Bertrand and said to him, "Bertrand, you are now come to man's estate, and fully equipped to enter on it. 'Tis therefore our will that you go back and assume the governance of your county, and that you take with you a damsel whom we have given you to wife." "And who is the damsel, sire?" said Bertrand. "She it is," answered the king, "that has restored us to health by her physic." Now Bertrand, knowing Gilette, and that her lineage was not such as matched his nobility, albeit seeing her he had found her very fair, was overcome with disdain, and answered, "So, sire, you would fain give me a she doctor to wife. Now God forbid that I should ever marry any such woman." "Then," said the king, "you would have us fail of the faith which we pledged to the damsel, who asked you in marriage by way of guerdon for our restoration to health." "Sire," said Bertrand, "you may take from me all that I possess, and give me as your man to whomsoever you may be minded, but rest assured that I shall never be satisfied with such a match." "Nay, but you will," replied the king, "for the damsel is fair and discreet, and loves you well; wherefore we anticipate that you will live far more happily with her than with a dame of much higher lineage." Bertrand was silent, and the king made great preparations for the celebration of the nuptials. The appointed day came, and Bertrand, albeit reluctantly, nevertheless complied, and in the presence of the king was wedded to the damsel who loved him more dearly than herself. Which done, Bertrand, who had already taken his resolution, said that he was minded to go down to his county, there to consummate the marriage. And so, having craved and had leave of absence of the king, he took horse, but instead of returning to his county, he hied him to Tuscany, where, finding the Florentines at war with the Siennese, he determined to take service with the Florentines, and being made heartily and honourably welcome, was appointed to the command of part of their forces at a liberal stipend, and so remained in their service for a long while. Distressed by this turn of fortune, and hoping by her wise management to bring Bertrand back to his county, the bride hied her to Roussillon, where she was received by all the tenants as their liege lady. She found that during the long absence of the lord everything had fallen into decay and disorder, which, being a capable woman, she rectified with great and sedulous care, to the great joy of the tenants, who held her in great esteem and love, and severely censured the count that he was not satisfied with her. When the lady had duly ordered all things in the county, she dispatched 2 knights to the count with the intelligence, praying him that, if 'twas on her account that he came not home, he would so inform her, in which case she would gratify him by departing. To whom with all harshness he replied, "She may even please herself in the matter. For my part, I will go home and live with her when she has this ring on her finger, and a son gotten of me upon her arm." The ring was one which he greatly prized, and never removed from his finger, by reason of a virtue which he had been given to understand that it possessed. The knights appreciated the harshness of a condition which contained 2 articles, both of which were all but impossible, and seeing that by no words of theirs could they alter his resolve, they returned to the lady and delivered his message. Sorely distressed, the lady, after long pondering, determined to try how and where the 2 conditions might be satisfied, that so her husband might be hers again. Having formed her plan, she assembled certain of the more considerable and notable men of the county, to whom she gave a consecutive and most touching narrative of all that she had done for love of the Count, with the result; concluding by saying that she was not minded to tarry there to the Count's perpetual exile, but to pass the rest of her days in pilgrimages and pious works for the good of her soul. Wherefore she prayed them to undertake the defence and governance of the county, and to inform the Count that she had made entire and absolute cession of it to him, and was gone away with the intention of never more returning to Roussillon. As she spoke, tears not a few coursed down the cheeks of the honest men, and again they besought her to change her mind and stay. All in vain, however. She commended them to God, and, accompanied only by one of her male cousins and a chambermaid, all 3 habited as pilgrims, and amply provided with money and precious jewels, she took the road, nor tarried until she was arrived at Florence. There she lodged in a little inn kept by a good woman that was a widow, bearing herself lowly as a poor pilgrim, and eagerly expectant of news of her lord. Now it so befell that the very next day she saw Bertrand pass in front of the inn on horseback, at the head of his company; and though she knew him very well, nevertheless she asked the good woman of the inn who he was. The hostess replied, "'Tis a foreign gentleman, Count Bertrand they call him, a very pleasant gentleman, and courteous, and much beloved in this city. And he is in the last degree enamoured of one of our neighbours here, who is a gentlewoman, but in poor circumstances. A very virtuous damsel she is too, and being as yet unmarried by reason of her poverty, she lives with her mother, who is an excellent and most discreet lady, but for whom, perchance, she would before now have yielded and gratified the Count's desire." No word of this was lost on the lady. She pondered and meditated every detail with the closest attention, and having laid it all to heart, took her resolution. She ascertained the names and abode of the lady and her daughter that the Count loved, and hied her one day privily, wearing her pilgrim's weeds, to their house, where she found the lady and her daughter in very evident poverty, and, after greeting them, told the lady that, if it were agreeable to her, she would speak with her. The gentlewoman rose and signified her willingness to listen to what she had to say. So they went into a room by themselves and sat down. And then the Countess began thus: "Madam, methinks you are, as I am, under Fortune's frown; but perchance you have it in your power, if you are so minded, to afford solace to both of us." The lady answered that, so she might honourably find it, solace indeed was what she craved most of all things in the world. Whereupon the Countess continued, "I must first be assured of your faith, wherein if I confide and am deceived, the interests of both of us will suffer." "Have no fear," said the gentlewoman. "Speak your whole mind without reserve, for you will find that there is no deceit in me." So the Countess told who she was, and the whole course of her love affair, from its commencement to that hour, on such wise that the gentlewoman, believing her story the more readily that she had already heard it in part from others, was touched with compassion for her. The narrative of her woes complete, the Countess added, "Now that you have heard my misfortunes, you know the 2 conditions that I must fulfil, if I would come by my husband. nor know I any other person than you that may enable me to fulfil them. But so you may, if this which I hear is true, to wit, that my husband is in the last degree enamoured of your daughter." "Madam," replied the gentlewoman, "I know not if the Count loves my daughter, but true it is that he makes great show of loving her. But how may this enable me to do aught for you in the matter that you have at heart?" "The how, madam," returned the Countess, "I will shortly explain to you. But you shall first hear what I intend shall ensue, if you serve me. Your daughter, I see, is fair, and of marriageable age; and by what I have learned, and may well understand, 'tis because you have not the wherewith to marry her that you keep her at home. Now, in recompense of the service that you shall do me, I mean to provide her forthwith from my own moneys with such a dowry as you yourself shall deem adequate for her marriage." The lady was too needy not to be gratified by the proposal, but nevertheless, with the true spirit of the gentlewoman, she answered, "Nay, but, madam, tell me that which I may do for you, and if it shall be such as I may honourably do, gladly will I do it, and then you shall do as you may be minded." Said then the Countess, "I require of you that through some one in whom you trust, you send word to the Count, my husband, that your daughter is ready to yield herself entirely to his will, so she may be sure that he loves her, even as he professes; whereof she will never be convinced until he send her the ring which he wears on his finger, and which, she understands, he prizes so much; which being sent you shall give to me, and shall then send him word that your daughter is ready to do his pleasure. And having brought him hither secretly, you shall contrive that I lie by his side instead of your daughter. Perchance by God's grace I shall conceive, and so, having his ring on my finger, and a son gotten of him on my arm, shall have him for my own again, and live with him even as a wife should live with her husband, and owe it all to you." The lady felt that 'twas not a little that the Countess craved of her, for she feared lest it should bring reproach upon her daughter. But she reflected that to aid the good lady to recover her husband was an honourable enterprise, and that in undertaking it she would be subserving a like end; and so, trusting in the good and virtuous disposition of the Countess, she not only promised to do as she was required, but in no long time, proceeding with caution and secrecy as she had been bidden, she both had the ring from the Count, loath though he was to part with it, and cunningly contrived that the Countess should lie with him in place of her daughter; in which first commingling so ardently sought by the Count, it so pleased God that the lady was gotten, as in due time her delivery made manifest, with 2 sons. Nor once only, but many times did the lady gratify the Countess with the embraces of her husband, using such secrecy that no word thereof ever got wind, the Count all the while supposing that he lay, not with his wife, but with her that he loved, and being wont to give her, as he left her in the morning, some fair and rare jewel, which she jealously guarded. When she perceived that she was with child, the Countess, being minded no more to burden the lady with such service, said to her, "Madam, thanks be to God and to you, I now have that which I desired, and therefore 'tis time that I make you grateful requital, and take my leave of you." The lady answered that she was glad if the Countess had gotten aught that gave her joy, but that 'twas not as hoping to have guerdon thereof that she had done her part, but simply because she deemed it meet and her duty so to do. "Well said, madam," returned the Countess, "and in like manner, that which you shall ask of me I shall not give you by way of guerdon, but because I deem it meet and my duty to give it." Whereupon the lady, yielding to necessity and abashed beyond measure, asked of her £100 wherewith to marry her daughter. The Countess, marking her embarrassment and the modesty of her request, gave her £500, besides jewels fair and rare, worth perhaps no less. And having thus much more than contented her, and received her superabundant thanks, she took leave of her, and returned to the inn. The lady, to render purposeless further visits or messages on Bertrand's part, withdrew with her daughter to the house of her kinsfolk in the country. Nor was it long before Bertrand, on the urgent entreaty of his vassals and intelligence of the departure of his wife, quitted Florence and returned home. Greatly elated by this intelligence, the Countess tarried a while in Florence, and was there delivered of 2 sons, as like as possible to their father, whom she nurtured with sedulous care. But by and by she saw fit to take the road, and being come unrecognised by any to Montpellier, rested there a few days. And being on the alert for news of the Count and where he was, she learned that on All Saints' Day he was to hold a great reception of ladies and gentlemen at Roussillon, whither, retaining her now wonted pilgrim's weeds, she hied her, and finding that the ladies and gentlemen were all gathered in the Count's palace, and on the point of going to table, she tarried not to change her dress, but went up into the hall, bearing her little ones in her arms, and threading her way through the throng to the place where she saw the Count stand, she threw herself at his feet, and sobbing said to him, "My lord, thy hapless bride am I, who to ensure thy home-coming and abidance in peace have long time been a wanderer, and now demand of thee observance of the condition whereof word was brought me by the 2 knights whom I sent to thee. Lo, in my arms not 1 son only, but 2, gotten of thee, and on my finger thy ring. 'Tis time then that I be received of thee as thy wife, according to thy word." Whereat the Count was all dumbfounded, recognising the ring and his own lineaments in the children, so like were they to him, but saying to himself, nevertheless, "How can it have come about?" So the Countess, while the Count and all that were present marvelled exceedingly, told what had happened, and the manner of it, in precise detail. Wherefore the Count, perceiving that she spoke truth, and having regard to her perseverance and address, and her 2 fine boys, and the wishes of all his vassals and the ladies, who with one accord besought him to own and honour her thenceforth as his lawful bride, laid aside his harsh obduracy, and raised the Countess to her feet, and embraced and kissed her, and acknowledged her for his lawful wife, and the children for his own. Then, having caused her to be rearrayed in garments befitting her rank, he, to the boundless delight of as many as were there, and of all other his vassals, gave up that day, and some that followed, to feasting and merry-making, and did ever thenceforth honour, love, and most tenderly cherish her as his bride and wife. End of Day 3, the 9th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 3, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 3, the 10th story. Alibech turns hermit, and is taught by Rustico, a monk, how the devil is put in hell. She is afterwards conveyed thence, and becomes the wife of Niebali.
Dioneo, observing that the queen's story, which he had followed with the closest attention, was now ended, and that it only remained for him to speak, waited not to be bidden, but smilingly thus began.
Gracious ladies, perchance you have not yet heard how the devil is put in hell. Wherefore, without deviating far from the topic of which you have discoursed throughout the day, I will tell you how 'tis done. It may be that the lesson will prove inspiring. Besides which, you may learn therefrom that, albeit love prefers the gay palace and the dainty chamber to the rude cabin, yet for all that he may at times manifest his might in wilds matted with forests, rugged with Alps, and desolate with caverns, whereby it may be understood that all things are subject to his sway. But to come to my story, I say that in the city of Capsa in Barbary there was once a very rich man, who, with other children, had a fair and dainty little daughter, Alibek by name. Now Alibek, not being a Christian, and hearing many Christians that were in the city speak much in praise of the Christian faith and the service of God, did one day inquire of one of them after what fashion it were possible to serve God with as few impediments as might be, and was informed that they served God best who most completely renounced the world and its affairs, like those who had fixed their abode in the wilds of the Thebaid desert. Whereupon, actuated by no sober predilection, but by childish impulse, the girl, who was very simple and about 14 years of age, said never a word more of the matter, but stole away on the morrow, and quite alone set out to walk to the Thebaid desert, and by force of resolution, albeit with no small suffering, she after some days reached those wilds, where, espying a cabin a great way off, she hied her thither, and found a holy man by the door, who, marvelling to see her there, asked her what she came there to seek. She answered that, guided by the Spirit of God, she was come thither seeking if haply she might serve him, and also find some one that might teach her how he ought to be served. Marking her youth and great beauty, the worthy man, fearing lest if he suffered her to remain with him he should be ensnared by the devil, commended her good intention, set before her a frugal repast of roots of herbs, crab apples, and dates, with a little water to wash them down, and said to her, "My daughter, there is a holy man not far from here, who is much better able to teach thee that of which thou art in quest than I am. Go to him, therefore." And he showed her the way. But when she was come whither she was directed, she met with the same answer as before, and so, setting forth again, she came at length to the cell of a young hermit, a worthy man, and very devout, his name Rustico, whom she interrogated as she had the others. Rustico, being minded to make severe trial of his constancy, did not send her away as the others had done, but kept her with him in his cell, and when night came, made her a little bed of palm leaves, whereupon he bade her compose herself to sleep. Hardly had she done so before the solicitations of the flesh joined battle with the powers of Rustico's spirit, and he, finding himself left in the lurch by the latter, endured not many assaults before he beat a retreat and surrendered at discretion, wherefore he bade adieu to holy meditation and prayer and discipline, and fell a musing on the youth and beauty of his companion, and also how he might so order his conversation with her that without seeming to her to be a libertine he might yet compass that which he craved of her. So, probing her by certain questions, he discovered that she was as yet entirely without cognizance of man, and as simple as she seemed. Wherefore he excogitated a plan for bringing her to pleasure him under colour of serving God. He began by giving her a long lecture on the great enmity that subsists between God and the devil, after which he gave her to understand that, God having condemned the devil to hell, to put him there was of all services the most acceptable to God. The girl, asking him how it might be done, Rustico answered, "Thou shalt know it in a trice. Thou hast but to do that which thou seest me do." Then, having divested himself of his scanty clothing, he threw himself stark naked on his knees, as if he would pray, whereby he caused the girl, who followed his example, to confront him in the same posture. The following are untranslated.
E così stando, essendo Rustico più che mai nel suo desidero acceso per lo vederla così bella, venne la resurrezione della carne, la quale, riguardando Alibec e maravigliatasi, disse: Rustico, quella che cos'è che io ti veggio, che così si pigna in fuori, e non lo io? Oh, figliuola mia, disse Rustico, questo è il diavolo di che io t'ho parlato, e vedi tu, ora egli mi dà grandissima molestia, tanto che io appena la posso sofferire. Allora disse la giovane: oh, lodato sia Iddio, che io veggio che io sto meglio che non stai tu, che io non ho cotesto diavolo io. Disse Rustico: tu di vero, ma tu hai un'altra cosa che non la ho io, e haila in iscambio di questo. Disse Alibec: o che? A cui Rustico disse: hai l'inferno, e dicoti che io mi credo che Iddio t'abbia qui mandata per la salute della anima mia, perciò che se questo diavolo pur mi darà questa noia, ove tu vogli aver di me tanta pietà e sofferire che io in inferno il rimetta, tu mi darai grandissima consolazione e a Dio farai grandissimo piacere e servigio, se tu per quello fare in queste parti venuta a sé. Che tu di? La giovane di buona fede rispose: o padre mio, poscia che io il ninferno sia pure quando vi piacerà. Disse allora Rustico: figliola mia, benedetta sia tu. Andiamo dunque e rimettiamolovi sì che egli poscia mi lasci stare. E così detto, menata la giovane sopra uno dei loro letticelli, le insegnò come star si dovesse a dovere incarcerare quel maledetto da Dio. La giovane, che mai più non aveva in inferno messo diavolo alcuno, per la prima volta sentì un poco di noia, perché ella disse a Rustico: per certo, padre mio, mala cosa dee essere questo diavolo, è veramente nemico di Dio, che ancora all'inferno, non che altrui, duole quando egli vi dentro rimesso. Disse Rustico: figliola, egli non avverrà sempre così. E per fare che questo non avvenisse, da 6 volte, anzi che di su il lieticel si movessero, ve l'immisero tanto che per quella volta gli trasser sì la superbia del capo, che egli si stette volentieri in pace. Ma ritornatagli poi nel seguente tempo più volte, e la giovane ubbidiente sempre a trargliele si disponesse, avvenne che il giuoco le cominciò a piacere, e cominciò a dire a Rustico: ben veggio che il ver dicevano che valentuomini in capsa, che il servire a Dio era così dolce cosa, e per certo io non mi ricordo che mai alcuna altra ne facessi, che di tanto diletto e piacer mi fosse, quanto è il rimettere il diavolo in inferno. E perciò io giudico ogni altra persona che ad altro che a servire a Dio attende essere una bestia. Per la qual cosa essa spesse volte andava a Rustico e gli dicea: padre mio, io son qui venuta per servire a Dio e non per istare oziosa, andiamo a rimettere il diavolo in inferno. La qual cosa facendo diceva ella alcuna volta: Rustico, io non so perché il diavolo si sfuga dell'inferno, che se egli vi stesse così volentieri come l'inferno il riceve e tiene, egli non se ne uscirebbe mai. Così adunque, invitando spesso la giovane, Rustico era al servigio di Dio, confortandolo, sì la bambaggia del farsetto tratta gli avea, che egli a talora sentiva freddo che un altro sarebbe sudato. E perciò egli incominciò a dire alla giovane che il diavolo non era da castigare né da rimettere in inferno, se non quando egli per superbia levasse il capo. E noi, per grazia di Dio, l'abbiamo sì sgannato, che egli priega il Dio di starsi in pace. e così alquanto impose di silenzio alla giovane, la qual poi che vide Rustico non la richiedeva a dover il diavolo rimettere in inferno, gli disse un giorno: Rustico, se il diavolo tuo è gastigato e più non ti dà noia, me il mio inferno non lascia stare, perché tu farai bene che tu col tuo diavolo aiuti a tuttare la rabbia al mio inferno, come io col mio inferno ho aiutato a trarre la superbia del tuo diavolo. Rustico, che di radici d'erba ed acqua viveva, poteva male rispondere alle poste, e dissele che troppi diavoli vorrebbero essere a potere all'inferno attutare, ma che egli ne farebbe ciò che per lui si potesse, e così alcuna volta le soddisfaceva, ma sì era di rado che altro non era che gittare una fava in bocca al leone, di che la giovane, non parendole tanto servire a Dio quanto voleva, mormorava anziché no.
However, the case standing thus, deficiency of power against superfluity of desire between Rustico's devil and Alibec's hell, it chanced that a fire broke out in Capsa, whereby the house of Alibec's father was burned, and he and all his sons and the rest of his household perished, so that Alibec was left sole heiress of all his estate. And a young gallant, Nerbali by name, who by reckless munificence had wasted all his substance, having discovered that she was alive, addressed himself to the pursuit of her, and having found her in time to prevent the confiscation of her father's estate as an esciat for failure of heirs, took her, much to Rustico's relief and against her own will, back to Capsa, and made her his wife, and shared with her her vast patrimony. But before he had lain with her, she was questioned by the ladies of the manner in which she had served God in the desert, whereto she answered that she had been wont to serve him by putting the devil in hell, and that Nerbali had committed a great sin when he took her out of such service. The ladies, being curious to know how the devil was put in hell, the girls satisfied them, partly by words, partly by signs, whereat they laughed exorbitantly, and still laugh, and said to her, "Be not downhearted, daughter, 'tis done here too. Nerbali will know well how to serve God with you in that way." And so, the story passing from mouth to mouth throughout the city, it came at last to be a common proverb, that the most acceptable service that can be rendered to God is to put the devil in hell, which proverb, having travelled hither across the sea, is still current. Wherefore, young ladies, you that have need of the grace of God, see to it that you learn how to put devil in hell, because 'tis mightily pleasing to God, and of great solace to both the parties, and much good may thereby be engendered and ensue. End of Day 3, the 10th story.
Day 3. The conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by H.M. Rigg. Day the 3rd. The conclusion. 1,000 times or more had Dioneo's story brought the laugh to the lips of the honorable ladies, so quaint and curiously entertaining found they the fashion of it. And now at its close the queen, seeing the term of her sovereignty come, took the laurel wreath from her head, and with mien most debonair set it on the brow of Philostrato, saying, "We shall soon see whether the wolf will know better how to guide the sheep than the sheep have yet succeeded in guiding the wolves." Whereat Philostrato said with a laugh, "Had I been hearkened to, the wolves would have taught the sheep to put the devil in hell, even as Rustico taught Alibec. Wherefore, call us not wolves, seeing that you have not shown yourselves sheep. However, as best I may be able, I will govern the kingdom committed to my charge." Whereupon Nephila took him up. "Hark ye, Philostrato," she said, "while you thought to teach us, you might have learnt a lesson from us, as did Masetto da Lamporecchio from the nuns, and have recovered your speech when the bones had learned to whistle without a master." Philostrato, perceiving that there was a scythe for each of his arrows, gave up jesting, and addressed himself to the governance of his kingdom. He called the seneschal and held him strictly to account in every particular. He then judiciously ordered all matters as he deemed would be best, and most to the satisfaction of the company, while his sovereignty should last. And having so done, he turned to the ladies and said, "Loving ladies, as my ill luck would have it, since I have had wit to tell good from evil, the charms of one or other of you have kept me ever a slave to love, and for all I shewed myself humble and obedient and conformable, so far as I knew how, to all his ways. My fate has been still the same, to be discarded for another, and go ever from bad to worse, and so I suppose it will be with me to the hour of my death. Wherefore I am minded that tomorrow our discourse be of no other topic than that which is most german to my condition, to wit, of those whose loves had a disastrous close, because mine, I expect, will in the long run be most disastrous; nor for other cause was the name by which you address me given me by one that well knew its signification." Which said, he arose and dismissed them all until supper time. So fair and delightsome was the garden that none saw fit to quit it and seek diversion elsewhere; rather, for the sun now shone with a temper radiance that caused no discomfort, some of the ladies gave chase to the kids and conies and other creatures that haunted it, and scampering to and fro among them as they sat, had caused them 100 times or so some slight embarrassment. Dioneo and Fiammetta fell a singing of Messer Guglielmo and the Lady of Vergio. Philomela and Pamphilo sat them down to a game of chess, and as thus they pursued each their several diversions, time sped so swiftly that the supper hour stole upon them almost unawares, whereupon they ranged the tables round the beautiful fountain, and supped with all glad and festal cheer. When the tables were removed, Philostrato, being minded to follow in the footsteps of his fair predecessors in sway, bade Lauretta lead a dance and sing a song. She answered, "My lord, songs of others know I none, nor does my memory furnish me with any of mine own that seems meet for so gay a company; but if you will be content with what I have, gladly will I give you thereof." "Naught of thine," returned the king, "could be other than goodly and delectable. Wherefore give us even what thou hast." So encouraged, Lauretta, with dulcet voice, but manner somewhat languishing, raised the ensuing strain, to which the other ladies responded:
What dame disconsolate may so lament as I, that vainly sigh, to love still dedicate? He that the heaven and every orb doth move form'd me for his delight, fair, debonair, and gracious, apt for love, that here on earth each soaring spirit might have foretaste how above that beauty shows that standeth in his sight. Ah, but dull wit and slight, for that it judgeth ill, liketh me not, nay, doth me vilely rate. There was who loved me, and my maiden grace did fondly clip and strain, as in his arms, so in his soul's embrace, and from mine eyes love's fire did drink amain, and time that glides apace in naught but courting me to spend was fain, whom courteous I did deign even as my peer to entreat, but am of him bereft. Ah, dolorous fate! Came to me next a gallant swollen with pride, brave in his own conceit, and no less noble eke, whom woe betide that he me took, and holds in all unmeet suspicion jealous-eyed. And I, who wot that me the world should greet as the predestined sweet of many men, well nigh despair to be to one thus subjugate. Ah, woe is me! Cursed be the luckless day when, a new gown to wear, I said the fatal I. For blithe and gay in that plain gown I lived, no whit less fair, while in this rich array a sad and far less honour'd life I bear. Would I had died, or e'er sounded those notes of joy, ah, dolorous cheer, my woe to celebrate! So, list my supplication, lover dear, of whom such joyance I as ne'er another had. Thou that in clear light of the Maker's presence art, deny not pity to thy fear, who thee may ne'er forget, but let one sigh breathe tidings that on high thou burnest still for me, and sue of God that he me there translate.
So ended Lauretta her song, to which all hearkened attentively, though not all interpreted it alike. Some were inclined to give it a moral after the Milanese fashion, to wit, that a good porker was better than pretty quean. Others construed it in a higher, better, and truer sense, which 'tis not to the present purpose to unfold. Some more songs followed by command of the king, who caused torches not a few to be lighted and ranged about the flowery mead, and so the night was prolonged until the last star that had risen had begun to set. Then, bethinking him that 'twas time for slumber, the king bade all good night, and dismissed them to their several chambers. End of Day 3. The conclusion.
Day 4. The introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by H. M. Rigg. Day the 4th. The introduction. In this here, the 3rd day of the Decameron, beginneth the 4th, in which, under the rule of Philostrato, discourse is had of those whose loves had a disastrous close. Dearest ladies, as well from what I heard in converse with the wise, as from matters that not seldom fell within my own observation and reading, I formed the opinion that the vehement and scorching blast of envy was apt to vent itself only upon lofty towers or the highest tree tops. But therein I find that I misjudged; for, whereas I ever thought and studied how best to elude the buffetings of that furious hurricane, and to that end kept a course not merely on the plain, but by preference in the depth of the valley, I should be abundantly clear to whose looks at these little stories, written as they are not only in the vulgar Florentine, and in prose, and without dedicatory flourish, but also in as homely and simple a style as may be. Nevertheless, all this has not stood me in such stead, but that I have been shrewdly shaken, nay, all but uprooted by the blast, and altogether lacerated by the bite of this same envy. Whereby I may very well understand that it's true, what the sages aver, that only misery is exempt from envy in the present life. Know then, discreet ladies, that some there are, who, reading these little stories, have alleged that I am too fond of you, and that it is not a seemly thing that I should take so much pleasure in ministering to your gratification and solace, and some have found more fault with me for praising you as I do. Others, affecting to deliver a more considered judgment, have said that it ill befits my time of life to eschew such matters, to wit, the discoursing of women, or endeavouring to pleasure them. And not a few, feigning a mighty tender regard to my fame, aver that I should do more wisely to keep ever with the Muses on Parnassus, than to foregather with you in such vain dalliance. Those again there are, who, evincing less wisdom than despite, have told me that I should shew sounder sense, if I bethought me how to get my daily bread, than going after these idle toys, to nourish myself upon the wind, while certain others, in disparagement of my work, strive might and main to make it appear that the matters which I relate fell out otherwise than as I set them forth. Such, then, noble ladies, are the blasts, such the sharp and cruel fangs, by which, while I champion your cause, I am assailed, harassed, and well nigh pierced through and through; which censures I hear and mark, God knows, with equal mind; and though to you belongs all my defence, yet I mean not to be niggard of my own powers, but rather, without dealing out to them the castigation they deserve, to give them such slight answer as may secure my ears some respite of their clamour, and that without delay. Seeing that if already, though I have not completed the third part of my work, they are not a few and very presumptuous, I deem it possible that before I have reached the end, should they receive no check, they may have grown so numerous that it would scarce tax their powers to sink me, and that your forces, great though they be, would not suffice to withstand them. However, I am minded to answer none of them until I have related in my behoof, not indeed an entire story, for I would not seem to foist my stories in among those of so honourable a company as that with which I have made you acquainted, but a part of one that is very incompleteness may show that it is not one of them. Wherefore, addressing my assailants, I say, that in our city there was in old time a citizen named Filippo Balducci, a man of quite low origin, but of good substance and well versed and expert in matters belonging to his condition, who had a wife that he most dearly loved, as did she him, so that their life passed in peace and concord, nor there was aught they studied so much as how to please each other perfectly. Now it came to pass, as it does to every one, that the good lady departed this life, leaving Filippo none of hers, but an only son, that she had had by him, and who was then about 2 years old. His wife's death left Filippo as disconsolate as ever was any man for the loss of a loved one, and sorely missing the companionship that was most dear to him, he resolved to have done with the world, and devote himself and his little son to the service of God. Wherefore, having dedicated all his goods to charitable uses, he forthwith betook him to the summit of Monte Assinaio, where he installed himself with his son in a little cell, and living on alms passed his days in fasting and prayer, being careful above all things to say nothing to the boy of any temporal matters, nor to let him see aught of the kind, lest they should distract his mind from his religious exercises, but discoursing with him continually of the glory of the life eternal, and of God and the saints, and teaching him naught else but holy orisons, in which way of life he kept him not a few years, never suffering him to quit the cell or see aught but himself. From time to time the worthy man would go to Florence, where divers of the faithful would afford him relief according to his needs, and so he would return to his cell. And thus it fell out that one day Filippo, now an aged man, being asked by the boy, who was about 18 years old, whither he went, told him. Whereupon, "Father," said the boy, "you are now old, and scarce able to support fatigue. Why take you me not with you for once to Florence, and give me to know devout friends of God, and you, so that I, who am young and fitter for such exertion than you, may thereafter go to Florence for our supplies at your pleasure, and you remain here?" The worthy man, bethinking him that his son was now grown up, and so habituated to the service of God as hardly to be seduced by the things of the world, said to himself, "He says tell." And so, as he must needs go to Florence, he took the boy with him, where, seeing the palaces, the houses, the churches, and all matters else with which the city abounds, and of which he had no more recollection than if he had never seen them, the boy found all passing strange, and questioned his father of not a few of them, what they were and how they were named, his curiosity being no sooner satisfied in one particular than he plied his father with a further question; and so it befell that, while son and father were thus occupied in asking and answering questions, they encountered a bevy of damsels, fair and richly arrayed, being on their return from a wedding, whom the young man no sooner saw than he asked his father what they might be. My son, answered the father, fix thy gaze on the ground, regard them not at all, for naughty things are they. Oh, said the son, and what is their name? The father, fearing to awaken some mischievous craving of concupiscence in the young man, would not denote them truly, to wit as women, but said, They are called goslings. Whereupon, wonderful to tell, the lad, who had never before set eyes of any woman, thought no more of the palaces, the oxen, the horses, the asses, the money, or aught else that he had seen, but exclaimed, Prithee, father, let me have one of those goslings. Alas, my son, replied the father, speak not of them, they are naughty things. Oh, questioned the son, but are naughty things made like that? Ay, returned the father. Whereupon the son, I know not, he said, what you say, nor why they should be naughty things. For my part I have as yet seen naught that seemed to me so fair and delectable. They are fairer than the painted angels that you have so often shown me. Oh, if you love me, do but let us take one of these goslings up there, and I will see that she have whereon to bill. Nay, said the father, that will not I. Thou knowest not whereon they bill. And straightway, being ware that nature was more potent than his art, he repented him that he had brought the boy to Florence. But enough of this story. 'Tis time for me to cut it short, and return for those for whose instruction it is told. They say then, some of these my censors, that I am too fond of you, young ladies, and am at too great pains to pleasure you. Now that I am fond of you, and am at pains to pleasure you, I do most frankly and fully confess, and I ask them whether, considering only all that it means to have had, and to have continually before one's eyes your debonair demeanour, your bewitching beauty and exquisite grace, and therewithal your modest womanliness, not to speak of having known the amorous kisses, the caressing embraces, the voluptuous comminglings, whereof our intercourse with you, ladies most sweet, not seldom is productive, they do verily marvel that I am fond of you, seeing that one who was nurtured, reared, and brought up on a savage and solitary mountain, within the narrow circuit of a cell, without other companion than his father, had no sooner seen you than it was you alone that he desired, that he demanded, that he sought with ardour. Will they tear, will they lacerate me with their censures, if I, whose body heaven fashioned all apt for love, whose soul from very boyhood was dedicate to you, am not insensible to the power of the light of your eyes, to the sweetness of your honeyed words, to the flame that is kindled by your gentle sighs, but am fond of you, and sedulous to pleasure you. You, again, I bid them remember, in whom I hermit, a rude witless lad, liker to an animal than a human being, found more to delight him than in aught else that he saw. Of a truth who taxes me thus, must be one that, feeling, knowing naught of the pleasure and power of natural affection, loves you not, nor craves your love, and such an one I hold in light esteem. And as for those that go about to find ground of exception in my age, they do but show that they ill understand that the leek, albeit its head in white, has a green tail. But jesting apart, thus I answer them, that never to the end of my life shall I deem it shameful to me to pleasure those to whom Guido Cavalcanti and Dante Alighieri in their old age, and Messer Signo da Pistoia in extreme old age, accounted it an honour and found it a delight to minister gratification. And but that it were a deviation from the use and wont of discourse, I would call history to my aid, and show it to abound with stories of noble men of old time, who in their ripest age studied above all things else to pleasure the ladies, whereof if they be ignorant, go they and get them to school. To keep with the muses on Parnassus is counsel I approve, but tarry with them always we cannot, nor they with us, nor is a man blameworthy, if, when he happen to part from them, he find his delight in those that resemble them. The Muses are ladies, and albeit ladies are not the peers of the Muses, yet they have their outward semblance, for which cause, if not for other, it's reasonable that I should be fond of them. Besides which, ladies have been to me the occasion of composing some 1,000 verses, but of never a verse that I made were the Muses the occasion. Howbeit it was with their aid, it was under their influence that I composed those 1,000 verses, and perchance they have sometimes visited me to encourage me in my present task, humble indeed though it be, doing honour and paying, as it were, tribute to the likeness which the ladies have to them. Wherefore, while I weave these stories, I stray not so far from Mount Parnassus and the Muses, as not a few perchance suppose. But what shall we say to those, in whom my hunger excites such commiseration that they bid me get me bread? Verily I know not, save this. Suppose that in my need I were to beg bread of them, what would be their answer? I doubt not they would say, Go seek it among the fables. And in sooth the poets have found more bread among their fables than many rich men among their treasures. And many that have gone after fables have crowned their days with splendour, while, on the other hand, not a few, in the endeavour to get them more bread than they needed, have perished miserably. But why waste more words on them? Let them send me packing, when I ask bread of them, not that, thank God, I have yet need of it, and should I ever come to be in need of it, I know, like the Apostle, how to abound and to be in want, and so I am minded to be beholden to none but myself. As for those who say that these matters fell out otherwise than as I relate them, I should account it no small favour if they would produce the originals, and should what I write not accord with them, I would acknowledge the justice of their censure, and study to amend my ways. But, until better evidence is forthcoming than their words, I shall adhere to my own opinion, without seeking to deprive them of theirs, and give them tit for tat. And being minded that for this while this answer suffice, I say that with God and you, in whom I trust, most gentle ladies, to aid and protect me, and patience for my stay, I shall go forward with my work, turning my back on this tempest, however it may rage. For I see not that I can fare worse than the fine dust, which the blast of the whirlwind either leaves where it lies, or bears aloft, not seldom over the heads of men, over the crowns of kings, of emperors, and sometimes suffers to settle on the roofs of lofty palaces, and the summits of the tallest towers, whence if it fall, it cannot sink lower than the level from which it was raised. And if I ever devoted myself and all my powers to minister in any wise to your gratification, I am now minded more than ever so to do, because I know that there is naught that any can justly say in regard thereof, but that I, and others who love you, follow the promptings of nature, whose laws whoso would withstand has need of powers preeminent, and even so will ofttimes labour not merely in vain, but to his own most grievous disadvantage. Such powers I own that I neither have, nor to such end desire to have, and had I them, I would rather leave them to another than use them myself. Wherefore let my detractors hold their peace, and if they cannot get heat, why, let them shiver their life away, and, while they remain addicted to their delights, or rather corrupt tastes, let them leave me to follow my own bent during the brief life that is accorded us. But this had been a long digression, fair ladies, and it is time to retrace our steps to the point where we deviated, and continue in the course on which we started. The sun had chased every star from the sky, and lifted the dank murk of night from the earth, when, Philostrato being risen, and having roused all his company, they hied them to the fair garden, and there fell to disporting themselves. The time for breakfast being come, they took it where they had supped on the preceding evening, and after they had slept they rose, when the sun was in his zenith, and seated themselves in their wonted manner by the beautiful fountain, where Fiammetta, being bidden by Philostrato to lead off the story-telling, awaited no second command, but debonairly thus began. End of introduction of Day 4th.
Day 4, the first story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the first story. Tancred, Prince of Salerno, slays his daughter's lover, and sends her his heart in a golden cup. She pours upon it a poisonous distillation, which she drinks and dies. A direful theme has our king allotted us for today's discourse, seeing that, whereas we are here met for our common delectation, needs must we now tell of others' tears, whereby, whether telling or hearing, we cannot but be moved to pity. Perchance 'twas to temper in some degree the gaiety of the past days that he so ordained, but whatever may have been his intent, his will must be to me immutable law. Wherefore I will narrate to you a matter that befell piteously, nay, woefully, and so as you may well weep thereat. Tancred, Prince of Salerno, a lord most humane and kind of heart, but that in his old age he embrued his hands in the blood of a lover, had in the whole course of his life but one daughter, and had he not had her, he had been more fortunate. Never was a daughter more tenderly beloved of a father than she of the prince, who for that cause, not knowing how to part with her, kept her unmarried for many a year after she had come of marriageable age, but then at last he gave her to a son of the Duke of Capua, with whom she had lived but a short while when he died and she returned to her father. Most lovely was she of form and feature, never woman more so, and young and light of heart, and more knowing, perchance, than beseemed a woman. Dwelling thus with her loving father, as a great lady in no small luxury, nor feeling to see that the prince, for the great love he bore her, was at no pains to provide her with another husband, and deeming it unseemly on her part to ask one of him, she cast about how she might come by a gallant to be her secret lover. And seeing at her father's court not a few men, both gentle and simple, that resorted thither, as we know men used to frequent courts, and closely scanning their mien and manners, she preferred before all others the prince's page, Guiscardo by name, a man of very humble origin, but preeminent for native worth and noble bearing, of whom, seeing him frequently, she became hotly enamoured, hourly extolling his qualities more and more highly. The young man, who for all his youth by no means lacked shrewdness, read her heart, and gave her his own on such wise that his love for her engrossed his mind to the exclusion of almost everything else. While thus they burned in secret for one another, the lady, desiring of all things a meeting with Guiscardo, but being shy of making any her confidant, hit upon a novel expedient to concert the affair with him. She wrote him a letter containing her commands for the ensuing day, and thrust it into a cane in the space between two of the knots, which cane she gave to Guiscardo, saying, "Thou canst let thy servant have it for a bellows to blow thy fire up to-night." Guiscardo took it, and feeling sure that 'twas not unadvisedly that she made him such a present, accompanied with such words, hied him straight home, where, carefully examining the cane, he observed that it was cleft, and opening it, found the letter. which he had no sooner read and learned what he was to do, than, pleased as ne'er another, he fell to devising how to set all in order that he might not fail to meet the lady on the following day, after the manner she had prescribed. Now hard by the prince's palace was a grotto, hewn in days of old in the solid rock, and now long disused, so that an artificial orifice by which it received a little light was all but choked with brambles and plants that grew about and overspread it. From one of the ground-floor rooms of the palace, which room was part of the lady's suite, a secret stair led to the grotto, though the entrance was barred by a very strong door. This stair, having been from time immemorial disused, had passed out of mind so completely that there was scarce any that remembered it was there, but love, whose eyes nothing, however secret, may escape, had brought it to the mind of the enamoured lady. For many a day, using all secrecy, that none should discover her, she had wrought with her tools until she had succeeded in opening the door, which done, she had gone down into the grotto alone, and having observed the orifice, had by her letter apprised Guiscardo of its apparent height above the floor of the grotto, and bidden him contrive some means of descending thereby. Eager to carry the affair through, Guiscardo lost no time in digging up a ladder of ropes, whereby he might ascend and descend, and having put on a suit of leather to protect him from the brambles, he hied him the following night, keeping the affair close from all, to the orifice, made the ladder fast by one of its ends to a massive trunk that was rooted in the mouth of the orifice, climbed down the ladder, and awaited the lady. On the morrow, making as if she would fain sleep, the lady dismissed her damsels, and locked herself into her room. She then opened the door of the grotto, hied her down, and met Guiscardo, to their marvellous mutual satisfaction. The lovers then repaired to her room, where in exceeding great joyance they spent no small part of the day. Nor were they neglectful of the precautions needful to prevent discovery of their amour, but in due time Guiscardo returned to the grotto, whereupon the lady locked the door and rejoined her damsels. At nightfall Guiscardo reascended his ladder, and issuing forth of the orifice, hied him home, nor, knowing now the way, did he fail to revisit the grotto many a time thereafter. But fortune, noting with envious eyes a happiness of such degree and duration, gave to events a dolorous turn, whereby the joy of the two lovers was converted into bitter lamentation. 'Twas Tancred's custom to come from time to time quite alone to his daughter's room, and tarry talking with her a while. Whereby it so befell that he came down there one day after breakfast, while Gismonda, such was the lady's name, was in her garden with her damsels, so that none saw or heard him enter, nor would he call his daughter, for he was minded that she should not forego her pleasure. But finding the windows closed and the bed curtains drawn down, he seated himself on a divan that stood at one end of the corners of the bed, rested his head on the bed, drew the curtain over him, and thus, hidden as if of set purpose, fell asleep. As he slept, Gismonda, who, as it happened, had caused Guiscardo to come that day, left her damsels in the garden, softly entered the room, and having locked herself in, unwitting that there was another in the room, opened the door to Guiscardo, who was waiting. Straightway they got them to bed, as was their wont, and while they there solaced and disported them together, so it befell that Tancred awoke, and heard and saw what they did, whereat he was troubled beyond measure, and at first was minded to upbraid them, but on second thoughts he deemed it best to hold his peace, and avoid discovery, if so he might with greater stealth and less dishonour carry out the design which was already in his mind. The two lovers continued long together, as they were wont, all unwitting of Tancred, but at length they saw fit to go out of bed, when Guiscardo went back to the grotto, and the lady hied her forth of the room. Whereupon Tancred, old though he was, got out at one of the windows, clambered down into the garden, and, seen by none, returned sorely troubled to his room. By his command 2 men took Guiscardo early that same night, as he issued forth of the orifice accoutred in his suit of leather, and brought him privily to Tancred, who, as he saw him, all but wept, and said, Guiscardo, my kindness to thee is ill requited by the outrage and dishonour which thou hast done me in the person of my daughter, as today I have seen with my own eyes. To which Guiscardo could answer naught but, Love is more potent than either you or I. Tancred then gave order to keep him privily under watch and ward in a room within the palace, and so it was done. Next day, while Gismonde wotted naught of these matters, Tancred, after pondering divers novel expedients, hied him after breakfast, according to his wont, to his daughter's room, where, having called her to him and locked himself in with her, he began, not without tears, to speak on this wise. Gismonde, conceiving that I knew thy virtue and honour, never, though it had been reported to me, would I have credited, had I not seen with my own eyes, that thou wouldst so much as in idea, not to say fact, have ever yielded thyself to any man but thy husband. Wherefore, for the brief residue of life that my age has in store for me, the memory of thy fall will ever be grievous to me. And would to God, as thou must needs demean thyself to such dishonour, thou hadst taken a man that matched thy nobility, but of all the men that frequent my court, thou must needs choose Guiscardo, a young man of the lowest condition, a fellow whom we brought up in charity from his tender years, for whose sake thou hast plunged me into the abyss of mental tribulation, insomuch that I know not what course to take in regard of thee. As to Guiscardo, whom I caused to be arrested last night as he issued from the orifice, and kept in durance, my course is already taken. But how am I to deal with thee, God knows I know not. I am distraught between the love which I have ever borne thee, love such as no father ever bare to daughter, and the most just indignation evoked in me by thy signal folly. My love prompts me to pardon thee, my indignation bids me harden my heart against thee, though I do violence to my nature. But before I decide upon my course, I would fain hear what thou hast to say to this. So saying, he bent his head, and wept as bitterly as any child that had been soundly thrashed. Her father's words, and the tidings they conveyed, that not only was her secret passion discovered, but Guiscardo taken, caused Gismonde immeasurable grief, which she was again and again on the point of evincing, as most women do, by cries and tears, but her high spirit triumphed over this weakness. By a prodigious effort she composed her countenance, and, taking it for granted that her Guiscardo was no more, she inly devoted herself to death rather than a single prayer for herself should escape her lips. Wherefore, not as a woman stricken with grief or chidden for a fault, but unconcerned and unabashed, with tearless eyes, and frank and utterly dauntless mien, thus answered she her father. Tancred, your accusation I shall not deny, neither will I cry you mercy, for naught should I gain by denial, nor aught would I gain by supplication. Nay more, there is naught I will do to conciliate thy humanity and love. My only care is to confess the truth, to defend my honour by words of sound reason, and then by deeds most resolute to give effect to the promptings of my high soul. True it is that I have loved and loved Guiscardo, and during the brief while I have yet to live shall love him. Nor after death, so there be then love, shall I cease to love him. But that I love him is not imputable to my womanly frailty so much as to the little zeal thou showedst me for my bestowal in marriage, and to Guiscardo's own worth. It should not have escaped thee, Tancred, creature of flesh and blood as thou art, that thy daughter was also a creature of flesh and blood, and not of stone or iron. It was, and is, thy duty to bear in mind, old though thou art, the nature and the might of the laws to which youth is subject, and though thou hast spent part of thy best years in martial exercises, thou shouldst nevertheless have not been ignorant how potent is the influence even upon the aged, to say nothing of the young, of ease and luxury. And not only am I, as being your daughter, a creature of flesh and blood, but my life is not so far spent, but I am still young, and thus doubly fraught with fleshly appetite, the vehemence whereof is marvellously enhanced by reason that, having been married, I have known the pleasure that ensues upon the satisfaction of such desire. Which forces being powerless to withstand, I did but act as was natural in a young woman, when I gave way to them, and yielded myself to love. Nor in sooth did I fail to the utmost of my power so to order the indulgence of my natural propensity that my sin should bring shame neither upon thee nor upon me. To which end love in his pity and fortune in a friendly mood found and discovered me a secret way whereby non-witting I attained my desire. This from whomsoever thou hast learned it, howsoever thou comest to know it, I deny not. 'Twas not at random, as many women do, that I loved Guiscardo, but by deliberate choice I preferred him before all other men, and of determinate forethought I lured him to my love, whereof through his and my discretion and constancy I have long had joyance. Wherein 'twould seem that thou, following rather the opinion of the vulgar than the dictates of truth, find cause to chide me more severely than in my sinful love. For as if thou wouldst not have been vexed, had my choice fallen on a nobleman, thou complainest that I have foregathered with a man of low condition, and dost not see that therein thou censurest not my fault but that of fortune, which not seldom raises the unworthy of high place and leaves the worthiest in low estate. But leave we this. Consider a little the principle of things. Thou seest that in regard of our flesh we are all moulded of the same substance, and that all souls are endowed by one and the same Creator with equal faculties, equal powers, equal virtues. 'Twas merit that made the first distinction between us, born as we were, nay, as we are, all equal. And those whose merits were and were approved in act the greatest were called noble, and the rest were not so denoted. Which law, albeit overlaid by the contrary usage of after times, is not yet abrogated, nor so impaired that it is still traceable in nature and good manners. For which cause whoso with merit acts does plainly show himself a gentleman, and if any denote him otherwise, the default is his own, and not his whom he so denotes. Pass in review all thy nobles, weigh their merits, their manners and bearing, and then compare Guiscardo's qualities with theirs. If thou wilt judge without prejudice, thou wilt pronounce him noble in the highest degree, and thy nobles one and all churls. As to Guiscardo's merits and worth, I did but trust the verdict which thou thyself didst utter in words, and which mine own eyes confirmed. Of whom had he such commendation as of thee for all those excellences whereby a good man and true merits commendation? And in sooth thou didst him but justice, for unless mine eyes have played me false, there was naught for which thou didst commend him but I had seen him practise it, and that more admirably than words of thine might express. And had I been at all deceived in this matter, 'twould have been by thee. Wilt thou say, then, that I have foregathered with a man of low condition? If so, thou wilt not say true. Didst thou say with a poor man, the impeachment might be allowed to thy shame, that thou so ill hast known how to requite a good man and true that is thy servant. But poverty, though it take away all else, deprives no man of gentilesse. Many kings, many great princes were once poor, and many a ditcher or herdsman has been and is very wealthy. As for thy last perpended doubt, to wit, how thou shouldst deal with me, banish it utterly from thy thoughts. If in the extreme old age thou art minded to manifest a harshness unwonted in thy youth, wreak thy harshness on me, resolved as I am to cry thee no mercy, prime cause as I am that this sin, if sin it be, has been committed. For of this I warrant thee, that as thou mayst have done or shalt do to Guiscardo, if to me thou do not the like, I with my own hands will do it. Now get thee gone to shed thy tears with the women, and when thy melting mood is over, ruthlessly destroy Guiscardo and me, if such thou deem our merited doom, by one and the same blow. The loftiness of his daughter's spirit was not unknown to the prince, but still he did not credit her with a resolve quite as firmly fixed as her words implied, to carry their purport into effect. So, parting from her without the least intention of using harshness towards her in her own person, he determined to quench the heat of her love by wreaking his vengeance on her lover, and bade the two men that had charge of Guiscardo to strangle him noiselessly that same night, take the heart out of the body, and send it to him. The men did his bidding, and on the morrow the prince had a large and beautiful cup of gold brought to him, and having put Guiscardo's heart therein, sent it by the hand of one of his most trusted servants to his daughter, charging the servant to say, as he gave it to her, "Thy father sends you this, to give thee joy of that which thou lovest best, even as thou hast given him joy of that which he loved best." Now when her father had left her, Gismonda, wavering not a joint in her stern resolve, had sent for poisonous herbs and roots, and therefrom had distilled a water to have it ready for use, if that which she apprehended should come to pass. And when the servant appeared with the prince's present and message, she took the cup unblenchingly, and having lifted the lid, and seen the heart, and apprehended the meaning of the words, and that the heart was beyond a doubt Guiscardo's, she raised her head, and looking straight at the servant, said, "Sepulture less honourable than of gold had ill befitted heart such as this. Herein has my father done wisely." Which said, she raised it to her lips and kissed it, saying, "In all things and at all times, even to the last hour of my life, have I found my father most tender in his love, but now more so than ever before. Wherefore I now render him the last thanks which will ever be due from me to him for his goodly present." So she spoke, and straining the cup to her, bowed her head over it, and gazing at the heart, said, "O sojourn most sweetly of all my joys, accursed be he by whose ruthless act I see thee with the bodily eye. 'Twas enough that to my mind's eye thou wert hourly present. Thou hast run thy course, thou hast closed the span that fortune allotted thee, thou hast reached the goal of all. Thou hast left behind thee the woes and weariness of the world, and thy enemy has himself granted thee sepulture, and accordant with thy deserts. Now circumstance was wanting to duly celebrate thy obsequies, save the tears of her whom, while thou liv'dst, thou didst so dearly love; which that thou shouldst not lack, my remorseless father was prompted of God to send thee to me, and albeit my resolve was fixed to die with eyes unmoistened, and front all unperturbed by fear, yet will I accord thee my tears, which done, my care shall be forthwith by thy means to join my soul to that most precious soul which thou didst once enshrine. And is there other company than hers, in which more of joy and peace I might fare to the abodes unknown? She is yet here within, I doubt not, contemplating the abodes of her and my delights, and, for sure I am that she loves me, awaiting my soul that loves her before all else." Having thus spoken, she bowed herself low over the cup, and, while no womanish cry escaped her, 'twas as if a fountain of water were unloosed within her head, so wondrous a flood of tears gushed from her eyes, while times without number she kissed the dead heart. Her damsels that stood around her knew not whose the heart might be, or what her words might mean, but melting in sympathy they all wept, and compassionately, as vainly, inquired the cause of her lamentation, and in many other ways sought to comfort her to the best of their understanding and power. When she had wept her fill, she raised her head and dried her eyes. Then, "O heart," said she, "much cherished heart, discharged is my every duty towards thee. Naught now remains for me to do but to come and unite my soul with thine." So saying, she sent for the vase that held the water which the day before she had distilled, and emptied it into the cup where lay the heart bathed in her tears. Then, nowise afraid, she set her mouth to the cup and drained it dry, and so with the cup in her hand she got her upon her bed, and having there disposed her person in guise as seemly as she might, laid her dead lover's heart upon her own, and silently awaited death. Meanwhile the damsels, seeing and hearing what passed, but knowing not what the water was that she had drunk, had sent word of each particular to Tancred, who, apprehensive of that which came to pass, came down with all haste to his daughter's room, where he arrived just as she got her upon her bed, and, now too late, addressed himself to comfort her with soft words, and seeing in what plight she was, burst into a flood of bitter tears. To whom the lady, "Reserve thy tears, Tancred, till fortune send thee hap less longed for this. Waste them not on me, who care not for them. Whoever yet saw any but thee bewail the consummation of his desire? But if of the love thou once didst bear me any spark still lives in thee, be it thy parting grace to me, that as thou brookedst not that I should live with Guiscardo in privity and seclusion, so wherever thou mayst have caused Guiscardo's body to be cast, mine may be united with it in the common view of all." The prince replied not, for excess of grief, and the lady, feeling that her end was come, strained the dead heart to her bosom, saying, "Fare ye well, I take my leave of you." And with eyelids drooped and every sense evanished, departed this life of woe. Such was the lamentable end of the loves of Guiscardo and Gismonda, whom Tancred, tardily repentant of his harshness, mourned not a little, as did also all the folk of Salerno, and had honourably interred side by side in the same tomb. End of Day 4, the first story.
Day 4, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the second story. Fra Alberto gives a lady to understand that she is beloved of the angel Gabriel, in whose shape he lies with her sundry times. Afterward, for fear of her kinsman, he flings himself forth of her house, and finds shelter in the house of a poor man, who on the morrow leads him in the guise of a wild man into the piazza, where, being recognized, he is apprehended by his brethren and imprisoned.
More than once had Fiammetta's story brought tears to the eyes of her fair companions, but now that it was ended, the king said with an austere air, "I should esteem my life but a paltry price to pay for half the delight that Gismonda had with Guiscardo, whereat no lady of you all should marvel, seeing that each hour that I live I die 1,000 deaths. Nor is there so much as a particle of compensating joy allotted me. But a truce to my own concerns, I ordain that Pompineia do next ensue our direful argument, wherewith the tenor of my life in part accords, and if she follows in Fiammetta's footsteps, I doubt not I shall presently feel some drops of dew distil upon my fire." Pompineia received the king's command in a spirit more accordant with what, from her own bent, she divined to be the wishes of her fair gossips, than with the king's words; wherefore, being minded rather to afford them some diversion than, save as in duty bound, to satisfy the king, she made choice of the story which, without deviating from the prescribed theme, should move a laugh, and thus began.
'Tis a proverb current among the vulgar, that whoso being wicked is righteous reputed, may sin as he will, and 'twill never be imputed. Which proverb furnishes me with abundant matter of discourse, germane to our theme, besides occasion to exhibit the quality and degree of the hypocrisy of the religious, who flaunt it in ample flowing robes, and, with faces made pallid by art, with voices low and gentle to beg alms, most loud and haughty to reprove in others their own sins, would make believe that their way of salvation lies in taking from us, and ours in giving to them. Nay, more, as if they had not, like us, paradise to win, but were already its lords and masters, assign therein to each that dies a place more or less exalted according to the amount of money that he has bequeathed to them, which, if they believe, 'tis by dint of self-delusion, and to the effect of deluding all that put faith in their words. Of whose guile were it lawful for me to make as full exposure as were fitting, not a few simple folk should soon be enlightened as to what they cloak within the folds of their voluminous habits. But would to God all might have the like reward of their lies as a certain friar minor, no novice, but one that was reputed among the greatest at Venice, whose story, rather than aught else, I am minded to tell you, if so I may, perchance, by laughter and jollity, relieve in some degree your souls that are heavy laden with pity for the death of Gismonda. Know then, noble ladies, that there was in Imola a man of evil and corrupt life, Berto della Mazza by name, whose pestilent practices came at length to be so well known to the good folk of Imola that 'twas all one whether he lied or spoke the truth, for there was not a soul in Imola that believed a word he said. Wherefore, seeing that his tricks would pass no longer there, he removed, as in despair, to Venice, that common sink of all abominations, thinking there to find other means than he had found elsewhere to the prosecution of his nefarious designs. And, as if conscience-stricken for his past misdeeds, he assumed an air of the deepest humility, turned the best Catholic of them all, and went and made himself a friar minor, taking the name of Fra Alberto di Imola. With his habit he put on a show of austerity, highly commending penitence and abstinence, and eating or drinking no sort of meat or wine, but such as was to his taste. And scarce a soul was there that wist that the thief, the pimp, the cheat, the assassin, had not been suddenly converted into a great preacher without continuing in the practice of the said iniquities, whensoever the same was privily possible. And withal, having got himself made priest, as often as he celebrated at the altar, he would weep over the passion of our Lord, so there were folk in plenty to see, for tears cost him little enough, when he had a mind to shed them. In short, what with his sermons and his tears, he duped the folk of Venice to such a tune that scarce a will was there made but he was its executor and depositary, Nay, not a few made him trustee of their moneys, and most, or well nigh most, men and women alike, their confessor and counsellor. In short, he had put off the wolf and put on the shepherd, and the fame of his holiness was such in those parts that St. Francis himself had never the like at Assisi. Now, it so befell that among the ladies that came to confess to this holy friar was one Mona Lisetta of Calquirino, the young, silly, empty-headed wife of a great merchant, who was gone with the galleys to Flanders. Like a Venetian, for unstable are they all, though she placed herself at his feet, she told him but a part of her sins, and when Fra Alberto asked her whether she had a lover, she replied with black looks, "How now, Master Friar? Have you not eyes in your head? See you no difference between my charms and those of other women? Lovers in plenty might I have, so I would, but charms such as mine must not be cheapened. 'Tis not every man that might presume to love me. How many ladies have you seen whose beauty is comparable to mine? I should adorn paradise itself." Whereto she added so much more in praise of her beauty that the friar could scarce hear with patience. Howbeit, discerning at a glance that she was none too well furnished with sense, he deemed the soil meet for his plough, and fell forthwith inordinately in love with her, though he deferred his blandishments to a more convenient season, and by way of supporting his character for holiness began instead to chide her, telling her, among other novelties, that this was vainglory. Whereto the lady retorted that he was a blockhead, and could not distinguish one degree of beauty from another. Wherefore Fra Alberto, lest he should occasion her too much chagrin, cut short the confession and suffered her to depart with the other ladies. Some days later, accompanied by a single trusty friend, he hied him to Mona Lisetta's house, and having withdrawn with her alone into a saloon, where they were safe from observation, he fell on his knees at her feet and said, "Madam, for the love of God, I crave your pardon of that which I said to you on Sunday, when you spoke to me of your beauty, for so grievously was I chastised therefore that very night, that 'tis but to-day that I have been able to quit my bed." "And by whom," quoth my lady, Battledore, "were you so chastised?" "I will tell you," returned Fra Alberto. "That night I was, as is ever my wont, at my orisons, when suddenly a great light shone in my cell, and before I could turn me to see what it was, I saw standing over me a right goodly youth with a stout cudgel in his hand, who seized me by the habit and threw me at his feet and belaboured me till I was bruised from head to foot. And when I asked him why he used me thus, he answered, "'Tis because thou didst to-day presume to speak slightingly of the celestial charms of Mona Lisetta, whom I love next to God himself." Whereupon I asked, "And who are you?" And he made answer that he was the angel Gabriel. Then said I, "O my lord, I pray your pardon me." Whereto he answered, "I pardon thee on condition that thou go to her, with what speed thou mayest, and obtain her pardon, which if she accord thee not, I shall come back hither and give thee belabourings enough with my cudgel to make thee a sad man for the rest of thy days." What more he said, I dare not tell you until you first pardon me. Whereat our flimsy, pumpkin-pated Lady Lackbrain was overjoyed, taking all the friar's words for gospel. So after a while she said, "And did I not tell you, Fra Alberto, that my charms were celestial? But so help me God, I am moved to pity of you. And forthwith I pardon you, lest worse should befall you. So only you can tell me what more the angel said." "So will I gladly, madam," returned Fra Alberto, "now that I have your pardon. This only I bid you bear in mind, that you have a care that never a soul in the world hear from you a single word of what I shall say to you. If you would not spoil your good fortune, wherein there is not today in the whole world a lady that may compare with you, know then that the angel Gabriel bade me to tell you stands so high in his favour that again and again he would have come to pass the night with you, but that he doubted he should affright you. So now he sends you word through me that he would fain come one night and stay a while with you. And seeing that, being an angel, if he should come visit you in his angelic shape, he might not be touched by you. He would, to pleasure you, present himself in human shape, and so he bids you send him word when you would have him come, and in whose shape, and he will come. For which cause you may deem yourself more blessed than any other lady that lives." My Lady Vanity then said that she was highly flattered to be beloved of the angel Gabriel, whom she herself loved so well that she had never grudged 4 soldi to burn a candle before his picture, whenever she saw it, and that he was welcome to visit her as often as he liked, and would always find her alone in her room, on the understanding, however, that he should not desert her for the Virgin Mary, whom she had heard he did mightily affect, and indeed 'twould so appear, for wherever she saw him he was always on his knees at her feet. For the rest, he might even come in what shape he pleased, so that it was not such as to terrify her. Then said Fra Alberto, "Madam, 'tis wisely spoken, and I will arrange it all with him just as you say. But 'tis in your power to do me a great favour, which will cost you nothing, and this favour is that you will be consenting that he visit you in my shape. Now, here wherein you will confer this favour, thus it will be, he will disembody my soul, and set it in paradise, entering himself into my body. And, as long as he shall be with you, my soul will be in paradise. Whereto my Lady Slender Wit, so be it, she said. I am well pleased that you have this solace to salve the bruises he gives you on my account. Good, said Fra Alberto, then you will see to it that tonight he find when he comes your outer door unlatched, that he may have ingress, for coming as he will in human shape, he will not be able to enter save by the door. It shall be done, replied the lady. Whereupon Fra Alberto took his leave, and the lady remained in such a state of exultation that her nether and knew not her chemise, and it seemed to her 1,000 years until the angel Gabriel should come to visit her. Fra Alberto, bethinking him that 'twas not as an angel but as a cavalier that he must acquit himself that night, fell to fortifying himself with comfits and other dainties, that he might not lose his saddle for a slight cause. Then, leave of absence gotten, he betook him at nightfall with a single companion to the house of a woman that was his friend, which house had served on former occasions as his base when he went chasing the fillies, and having there disguised himself, he hied him, when he deemed 'twas time, to the lady of the house, where, donning the gewgaws he had brought with him, he transformed himself into an angel, and going up, entered the lady's chamber. No sooner saw she this dazzling apparition than she fell on her knees before the angel, who gave her his blessing, raised her to her feet, and motioned her to go to bed. She, nothing loath, obeyed forthwith, and the angel lay down beside his devotee. Now, Fra Alberto was a stout, handsome fellow, whose legs bore themselves right bravely, and being bedded with Mona Lisetta, who was lusty and delicate, he covered her after another fashion. Then her husband had been wont, and took many a flight that night without wings, so that she heartily cried him content. And not a little therewith did he tell her of the glory celestial. Then, towards daybreak, all being ready for his return, he hied him forth, and repaired, caparisoned as he was, to his friend, whom, lest he should be affrighted, sleeping alone, the good woman of the house had solaced with her company. The lady, so soon as she had breakfasted, betook her to Fra Alberto, and reported the angel Gabriel's visit, and what he had told her of the glory of the life eternal, describing his appearance, not without some added marvels of her own invention. Whereto Fra Alberto replied, "Madam, I know not how you fared with him, but this I know, that last night he came to me, and for that I had done his errand with you. He suddenly transported my soul among such a multitude of flowers and roses as was never seen here before, and my soul, what become of my body I know not, tarried in one of the most delightful places that ever was from that hour until matins." "As for your body," said the lady, "do I not tell you whose it was? It lay all night long with the angel Gabriel in my arms. And if you believe me not, you have but to look under your left pap, where I gave the angel a mighty kiss, of which the mark will last for some days." "Why then," said Fra Alberto, "I will even to-day, what 'tis long since I did, to wit, undress, that I might see if you say sooth." So they fooled it a long while, and then the lady went home, where Fra Alberto afterwards paid her many a visit without any let. However, one day it so befell that while Mona Lisetta was with one of her gossips canvassing beauties, being minded to exalt her own charms above all others, and having, as we know, none too much wit in her pumpion pat, observed, "Did you but know by whom my charms are prized, then, for sure, you would have naught to say of the rest." Her gossip, all agog to hear, for well she knew her foible, answered, "Madam, it may be as you say, but still, while one knows not who he may be, one cannot alter one's mind so rapidly." Whereupon my Lady Featherbrain, "Gossip," said she, "'tis not for common talk, but he that I wot of is the angel Gabriel, who loves me more dearly than himself. For that I am, so he tells me, the fairest lady in all the world, aye, and in the Maremma to boot." Whereat her gossip would fain have laughed, but held herself in, being minded to hear more from her. Wherefore she said, "God's faith, madam, if 'tis the angel Gabriel, and he tells you so, why, so of course it must needs be. But I wist not the angels meddled with such matters." "There you erred, gossip," said the lady. Zounds, he does have it better than my husband, and he tells me they do it above there too. But as he rates my charms above any that are in heaven, he is enamoured of me, and not seldom visits me. So now, dost see? So away went the gossip, so agog to tell the story, that it seemed to her 1,000 years till she was where it might be done. And being met for recreation with a great company of ladies, she narrated it all in detail, whereby it passed to the ladies' husbands, and to other ladies, and from them to yet other ladies, so that in less than 2 days all Venice was full of it. But among others, whose ears it reached, were Monna Lisetta's brothers-in-law, who, keeping their own counsel, refused to find this angel and make out whether he knew how to fly, to which end they kept watch for some nights, whereof no hint, as it happened, reached Fra Alberto's ears. And so, one night, when he was come to enjoy the lady once more, he was scarce undressed, when her brothers-in-law, who had seen him come, were at the door of the room, and already opening it, when Fra Alberto, hearing the noise and apprehending the danger, started up, and having no other resource, threw open a window that looked on to the Grand Canal, and plunged into the water. The depth was great, and he was an expert swimmer, so that he took no hurt, but, having reached the other bank, found a house open, and forthwith entered it, praying the good man that was within, for God's sake, to save his life, and trumping up a story to account for his being there at so late an hour, and stripped to the skin. The good man took pity on him, and having occasion to go out, he put him in his own bed, bidding him stay there until his return, and so, having locked himself in, he went about his business. Now, when the lady's brothers-in-law entered the room, and found that the angel Gabriel had taken flight, leaving his wings behind him, being balked of their prey, they roundly rated the lady, and then, leaving her disconsolate, betook themselves home with the angel's spoils. Whereby it befell that, when 'twas broad day, the good man, being on the Rialto, heard tell how the angel Gabriel had come to pass the night with Monna Lisetta, and, being surprised by her brothers-in-law, had taken fright, and thrown himself into the canal, and none knew what was become of him. The good man guessed in a trice that the said angel was no other than the man he had at home, whom on his return he recognized, and, after much chaffering, brought him to promise him 50 ducats, that he might not be given to the lady's brothers-in-law. The bargain struck, Fra Alberto signified a desire to be going. Whereupon, "There is no way," said the good man, "but one, if you are minded to take it. To-day we hold a revel, wherein folk lead others about in various disguises. As one man will present a bear, another a wild man, and so forth. And then, in the piazza of San Marco, there is a hunt, which done, the revel is ended, and then away they hie him, whither they will, each with the man he has led about. If you are willing to be led by me in one or another of these disguises, before it can get wind that you are here, I can bring you whither you would go. Otherwise, I see not how you are to quit this place without being known, and the lady's brothers-in-law, reckoning that you must be lurking somewhere in this quarter, have set guards all about to take you." Loath indeed was Fra Alberto to go in such a guise, but such was his fear of the lady's relations that he consented, and told the good man whither he desired to be taken, and that he was content to leave the choice of the disguise to him. The good man then smeared him all over with honey, and covered him with down, set a chain on his neck and a vizard on his face, gave him a stout cudgel to carry in one hand, and 2 huge dogs which he had brought from the shambles to lead with the other, and sent a man to the Rialto to announce that whoso would see the angel Gabriel should hie him to the piazza of San Marco, in by the chain behind, and through a great throng that clamoured, "What manner of thing is this? What manner of thing is this?" He brought him to the piazza, where, what with those that followed them, and those that had come from the Rialto on hearing the announcement, there were folk without end. Arrived at the piazza, he fastened his wild man to a column in a high and exposed place, making as if he were minded to wait till the hunt should begin, whereby the flies and gadflies, attracted by the honey with which he was smeared, caused him most grievous distress. However, the good man waited only until the piazza was thronged, and then, making as if he would unchain his wild man, he tore the vizard from Fra Alberto's face, saying, "Gentlemen, as the boar comes not to the hunt, and the hunt does not take place, that it be not for nothing that you are come hither. I am minded to give you a view of the angel Gabriel, who comes down from heavens to earth by night to solace the ladies of Venice." The vizard was no sooner withdrawn than all recognized Fra Alberto, and greeted him with hootings, rating him in language as offensive and opprobrious as ever rogue was abused withal, and pelting him in the face with every sort of filth that came to hand. In which plight they kept him an exceedingly great while, until by chance the brute thereof reached his brethren, of whom some 6 thereupon put themselves in motion, and, arrived at the piazza, clapped a habit on his back and unchained him, and amid an immense uproar led him off to their convent, where, after languishing a while in prison, 'tis believed that he died. So this man, by reason that, being reputed righteous, he did evil, and 'twas not imputed to him, presumed to counterfeit the angel Gabriel, and, being transformed into a wild man, was in the end put to shame as he deserved, and vainly bewailed his misdeeds. God grant that so it may betide all his likes. End of Day 4, the second story. Recording by Miette of Miette's Bedtime Story Podcast.
Day 4, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the third story. 3 young men love 3 sisters and flee with them to Crete. The eldest of the sisters slays her lover for jealousy. The second saves the life of the first by yielding herself to the Duke of Crete. Her lover slays her and makes off with the first. The third sister and her lover are charged with murder, are arrested and confess the crime. They escape death by bribing the guards, flee destitute to Rhodes, and there in destitution die.
Pompinea's story ended, Philostrato mused awhile, and then said to her, "A little good matter there was that pleased me at the close of your story, but, before it was reached, there was far too much to laugh at, which I could have wished had not been there." Then, turning to Lauretta, he said, "Madame, give us something better to follow, if so it may be." Lauretta replied with a laugh, Harsh beyond measure are you to the lovers, to desire that their end be always evil. But, as in duty bound, I will tell a story of three, who all alike came to a bad end, having had little joyance of their loves. And so saying, she began.
Well may ye wot, young ladies, for 'tis abundantly manifest, that there is no vice but most grievous disaster may ensue thereon to him that practises it, and not seldom to others. And of all vices, that which hurries us into peril with loosest rein is, methinks, anger, which is naught but a rash and hasty impulse, prompted by a feeling of pain, which banishes reason, shrouds the eyes of the mind in thick darkness, and sets the soul ablaze with a fierce frenzy. Which, though it not seldom befall men, and one rather than another, has nevertheless been observed to be fraught in women with more disastrous consequences, inasmuch as in them the flame is both more readily kindled, and burns more brightly, and with less impediment to its vehemence. Wherein is no cause to marvel, for if we consider it, we shall see that 'tis of the nature of fire to lay hold more readily of things light and delicate than of matters of firmer and more solid substance. And sure it is that we, without offence to the men be it spoken, are more delicate than they, and much more mobile. Wherefore, seeing how prone we are thereto by nature, and considering also our gentleness and tenderness, how soothing and consolatory they are to the men with whom we consort, and that thus this madness of wrath is fraught with grievous annoy and peril. Therefore, that with stouter heart we may defend ourselves against it, I purpose by my story to show you how the loves of 3 young men and as many ladies, as I said before, were by the anger of one of the ladies changed from a happy to a most woeful complexion. Marseilles, as you know, is situate on the coast of Provence, a city ancient and most famous, and in old time the seat of many more rich men and great merchants than are to be seen there today, among whom was one Narnald Cloada by name, a man of the lowest origin, but a merchant of unsullied probity and integrity, and boundless wealth in lands and goods and money, who had by his lady several children, 3 of them being daughters, older each of them than the other children, who were sons. 2 of the daughters, who were twins, were, when my story begins, 15 years old, and the 3rd was but a year younger, so that in order to their marriage their kinsfolk awaited nothing but the return of Narnald from Spain, whither he was gone with his merchandise. One of the twins was called Ninette, the other Madeleine, the 3rd daughter's name was Bertelle. A young man, Restagnon by name, who, though poor, was of gentle blood, was in the last degree enamoured of Ninette, and she of him, and so discreetly had they managed the affair, that never another soul in the world witting aught of it, they had had joyance of their love, and that for a good while, when it so befell that 2 young friends of theirs, the one Foulque, the other Hugues by name, whom their fathers, recently dead, had left very wealthy, fell in love, the one with Madeleine, the other with Bertelle. Whereof Restagnon, being apprised by Ninette, bethought him that in their love he might find a means to the relief of his necessities. He accordingly consorted freely and familiarly with them, accompanying now one, now the other, and sometimes both of them, when they went to visit their ladies and his. And when he judged that he had made his footing as friendly and familiar as need was, he bade them one day to his house, and said, "Comrades most dear, our friendship, perchance, may not have left you without assurance of the great love I bear you, and that for you I would do even as much as for myself. Wherefore, loving you thus much, I purpose to impart to you that which is in my mind, that in regard thereof you and I together may then resolve in such sort as to you shall seem the best. You, if I may trust your words, as also what I seem to have gathered from your demeanour, by day and night burn with an exceeding great love for the 2 ladies whom you affect, as I for their sister. For the assuagement whereof, I have good hope that, if you will unite with me, I shall find means most sweet and delightsome, to wit, on this wise. You possess, as I do not, great wealth. Now, if you are willing to make of your wealth a common stock with me as 3rd partner therein, and to choose some part of the world where we may live in careless ease upon our substance, without any manner of doubt, I trust so to prevail, that the three sisters, with great part of their father's substance, shall come to live with us, wherever we shall see fit to go; whereby each with his own lady we shall live as three brethren, the happiest men in the world. 'Tis now for you to determine whether you will embrace this proffered solace, or let it slip from you." The two young men, whose love was beyond all measure fervent, spared themselves the trouble of deliberation. 'Twas enough that they heard that they were to have their ladies; wherefore they answered, that, so this should ensue, they were ready to do as he proposed. Having thus their answer, Restagnon, a few days later, was closeted with Ninette, to whom 'twas a matter of no small difficulty for him to get access; nor had he been long with her before he adverted to what had passed between him and the young men, and sought to commend the project to her, for reasons not a few. Little need, however, had he to urge her, for to live their life openly together was the very thing she desired, far more than he; wherefore she frankly answered that she would have it so, that her sisters would do, more especially in this matter, just as she wished, and that he should lose no time in making all the needful arrangements. So Restagnon returned to the two young men, who were most urgent that it should be done even as he said, and told them that on the part of the ladies the matter was concluded. And so, having fixed upon Crete for their destination, and sold some estates that they had, giving out that they were minded to go a trading with the proceeds, they converted all else that they possessed into money, and bought a brigantine, which with all secrecy they handsomely equipped, anxiously expecting the time of their departure; while Ninette, on her part, knowing well how her sisters were affected, did so by sweet converse foment their desire, that till it should be accomplished they accounted their life as naught. The night of their embarkation being come, the three sisters opened a great chest that belonged to their father, and took out therefrom a vast quantity of money and jewels, with which they all three issued forth of the house in dead silence, as they had been charged, and found their three lovers awaiting them, who, having forthwith brought them aboard the brigantine, bade the rowers give way, and tarrying nowhere, arrived the next evening at Genoa, where the new lovers had for the first time joyance and solace of their love. Having taken what they needed of refreshment, they resumed their course, touching at this port and that, and in less than 8 days, speeding without impediment, were come to Crete. There they bought them domains both beautiful and broad, whereon, hard by Candia, they built them mansions most goodly and delightsome, wherein they lived as barons, keeping a crowd of retainers, with dogs, hawks, and horses, and speeding the time with their ladies in feasting and revelling and merrymaking, none so light-hearted as they. Such being the tenor of their life, it so befell that, as 'tis matter of daily experience, that however delightful a thing may be, superabundance thereof will breed disgust, Restagnon, much as he had loved Ninette, being now able to have his joyance of her without stint or restraint, began to weary of her, and by consequence to abate somewhat of his love for her. And being mightily pleased with a fair gentlewoman of the country, whom he met at a merrymaking, he set his heart upon her, and began to show himself marvellously courteous and gallant towards her; which Ninette perceiving, grew so jealous, that he might not go a step but she knew of it, and resented it to his torment and her own with high words. But as, while superfluity engenders disgust, appetite is but whetted when fruit is forbidden, so Ninette's wrath added fuel to the flame of Restagnon's new love; and whichever was the event, whether in course of time Restagnon had the lady's favour or had it not, Ninette, whoever may have brought her the tidings, firmly believed that he had it; whereby from the depths of distress she passed into a towering passion, and thus was transported into such a frenzy of rage, that all the love she bore to Restagnon was converted into bitter hatred, and, blinded by her wrath, she made up her mind to avenge by Restagnon's death the dishonour which she deemed that he had done her. So she had recourse to an old Greek woman that was very skilful in compounding poisons, whom by promises and gifts she induced to distil a deadly water, which, keeping her own counsel, she herself gave Restagnon to drink one evening, when he was somewhat heated and quite off his guard; whereby, Such was the efficacy of the water. She dispatched Restagnon before matins. On learning of his death, Fulk and Hugues and their ladies, who knew not that he had been poisoned, united their bitter with Ninette's feigned lamentations, and gave him honourable sepulture. But so it befell that not many days after, the old woman that had compounded the poison for Ninette was taken for another crime, and, being put to the torture, confessed the compounding of the poison among other of her misdeeds, and fully declared what had thereby come to pass. Wherefore the Duke of Crete, breathing no word of his intent, came privily by night, and set a guard around Fulk's palace, where Ninette then was, and quietly and quite unopposed took and carried her off, and, without putting her to torture, learned from her in a trice all that he sought to know touching the death of Restagnon. Fulk and Hugues had learned privily of the Duke, and their ladies of them, for what cause Ninette was taken, and being mightily distressed thereby, bestirred themselves with all zeal to save Ninette from the fire to which they apprehended she would be condemned, as having indeed richly deserved it. But all their endeavours seemed to avail nothing, for the Duke was unwaveringly resolved that justice should be done. Madeleine, Fulk's fair wife, who had long been courted by the Duke, but had never deigned to show him the least favour, thinking that by yielding herself to his will she might redeem her sister from the fire, dispatched a trusty envoy to him with the intimation that she was entirely at his disposal, upon the twofold condition, that in the first place her sister should be restored to her free and scatheless, and in the second place the affair should be kept secret. Albeit gratified by this overture, the Duke was long in doubt whether he should accept it. In the end, however, he made up his mind to do so, and signified his approval to the envoy. Then, with the lady's consent, he put Fulk and Hugues under arrest for a night, as if he were minded to examine them of the affair, and meanwhile quartered himself privily with Madeleine. Ninette, who, he had made believe, had been set in a sack and was to be sunk in the sea that same night, he took with him, and presented her to her sister in requital of the night's joyance, which, as he parted from her on the morrow, he prayed her might not be the last, as it was the first fruit of their love, at the same time enjoining her to send the guilty lady away, that she might not bring reproach upon him, nor he be compelled to deal rigorously with her again. Released the same morning, and told that Ninette had been cast into the sea, Fulk and Hugues, fully believing that so it was, came home, thinking how they should console their ladies for the death of their sister. But, though Madeleine was at great pains to conceal Ninette, Fulk, nevertheless, to his no small amazement, discovered that she was there, which at once excited his suspicion, for he knew that the Duke had been enamoured of Madeleine, and he asked her how it was that Ninette was there. Madeleine made up a long story by way of explanation, to which his sagacity gave little credit, and in the end, after long parley, he constrained her to tell the truth. Whereupon, overcome with grief and transported with rage, he drew his sword, and, deaf to her appeals for mercy, slew her. Then, fearing the vengeful justice of the Duke, he left the dead body in the room, and hied him to Ninette, and with a counterfeit gladsome mien said to her, "Go we without delay whither thy sister has appointed that I escort thee, that thou fall not again into the hands of the Duke." Ninette believed him, and being fain to go for very fear, she forwent further leave taking of her sister, more particularly as it was now night, and set out with Fulk, who took with him such little money as he could lay his hands upon, and so they made their way to the coast, where they got aboard a bark, but none ever knew where their voyage ended. Madeleine's dead body being discovered next day, certain evil-disposed folk, that bore a grudge to Hugues, forthwith apprised the Duke of the fact, which brought the Duke, for much he loved Madeleine, in hot haste to the house, where he arrested Hugues and his lady, who as yet knew nothing of the departure of Fulk and Ninette, and extorted from them a confession that they and Fulk were jointly answerable for Madeleine's death. For which cause, being justly apprehensive of death, they with great address corrupted the guards that had charge of them, giving them a sum of money which they kept concealed in their house against occasions of need, and, together with the guards, fled with all speed, leaving all that they possessed behind them, and took ship by night for Rhodes, where, being arrived, they lived in great poverty and misery no long time. Such then was the issue to which Restagnon by his foolish love, and Ninette by her wrath, brought themselves and others. End of Day 4, the third story.
Day 4, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the fourth story. Gerbino, in breach of the plighted faith of his grandfather, King Guglielmo, attacks a ship of the King of Tunis to defend his daughter. She being slain by those aboard the ship, he slays them, and afterwards he is beheaded.
Lauretta, her story ended, kept silence, and the king brooded as in deep thought, while one or another of the company deplored the sad fate of this or the other of the lovers, or censured Ninette's wrath, or made some other comment. At length, however, the king roused himself, and raising his head, made sign to Elisa that was now for her to speak. So modestly Elisa thus began.
Gracious ladies, not a few there are that believe that love loses no shafts save when he is kindled by the eyes, contemning their opinion that hold that passion may be engendered by words, whose error will be abundantly manifest in a story which I purpose to tell you, wherein you may see how mere rumor not only wrought mutual love in those that had never seen one another, but also brought both to a miserable death. Guglielmo the second, as the Sicilians compute, king of Sicily, had 2 children, a son named Ruggeri and a daughter named Costanza. Ruggeri died before his father, and left a son named Gerbino, who, being carefully trained by his grandfather, grew up a most goodly gallant, and of great renown in court and camp, and that not only within the borders of Sicily, but in divers other parts of the world, among them Barbary, then tributary to the king of Sicily. And among others, to whose ears was wafted the bruit of Gerbino's magnificent prowess and courtesy, was a daughter of the king of Tunis, who, by averment of all that had seen her, was a creature as fair and debonair, and of as great and noble a spirit as nature ever formed. To hear tell of brave men was her delight, and what she heard, now from one, now from another, of the brave deeds of Gerbino, she treasured him in her mind so sedulously, and pondered them with such pleasure, rehearsing them to herself in imagination, that she became hotly enamored of him, and there was none of whom she talked, or heard others talk, so gladly. Nor, on the other hand, had the fame of her incomparable beauty and other excellences failed to travel, as to other lands, so also to Sicily, where, falling on Gerbino's ears, it gave him no small delight, to such effect that he burned for the lady no less vehemently than she for him. Wherefore, until such time as he might, upon some worthy occasion, have his grandfather's leave to go to Tunis, yearning beyond measure to see her, he charged every friend of his that went thither to give her to know, as best he might, his great and secret love for her, and to bring him tidings of her; which office one of the said friends discharged with no small address, for, having obtained access to her, after the manner of merchants, by bringing jewels for her to look at, he fully apprised her of Gerbino's passion, and placed him and all that he possessed entirely at her disposal. The lady received both messenger and message with gladsome mien, made answer that she loved with equal ardour, and in token thereof sent Zerbino one of her most precious jewels. Zerbino received the jewel with extreme delight, and sent her many a letter and many a most precious gift by the hand of the same messenger, and 'twas well understood between them that, should fortune accord him opportunity, he should see and know her. Of this footing the affair remained somewhat longer than was expedient, and so, while Zerbino and the lady burned with mutual love, it befell that the king of Tunis gave her in marriage to the king of Granada, whereat she was wroth beyond measure, for that she was not only going into a country remote from her lover, but, as she deemed, was severed from him altogether. And so this might not come to pass, gladly, could she but have seen how, would she have left her father and fled to Zerbino. In like manner Zerbino, on learning of the marriage, was vexed beyond measure, and was ofttimes minded, could he but find means to win to her husband by sea, to wrest her from him by force. Some rumour of Zerbino's love and of his intent reached the king of Tunis, who, knowing his prowess and power, took alarm, and as the time drew nigh for conveying the lady to Granada, sent word of his purpose to King Guglielmo, and craved his assurance that it might be carried into effect without let or hindrance on the part of Zerbino or anyone else. The old king had heard nothing of Zerbino's love affair, and never dreaming that 'twas on such account that the assurance was craved, granted it without demur, and in pledge thereof sent the king of Tunis his glove. Which received, the king made ready a great and goodly ship in the port of Carthage, and equipped her with all things meet for those that were to man her, and with all appointments apt and seemingly for the reception of his daughter, and awaited only fair weather to send her therein to Granada. All which the young lady seeing and marking, sent one of her servants privily to Palermo, bidding him greet the illustrious Zerbino on her part, and tell him that a few days would see her on her way to Granada, wherefore 'twould now appear whether or no he were really as doughty a man as he was reputed, and loved her as much as he had so often protested. The servant did not fail to deliver her message exactly, and returned to Tunis, leaving Zerbino, who knew that his grandfather King Guglielmo had given the king of Tunis the desired assurance, at a loss how to act. But prompted by love, and goaded by the lady's words, and loath to seem a craven, he hied him to Messina, and having there armed 2 light galleys, and manned them with good men and true, he put to sea and stood for Sardinia, deeming that the lady's ship must pass that way. Nor was he far out in his reckoning, for he had not been there many days, when the ship sped by a light breeze, hove in sight not far from the place where he lay in wait for her. Whereupon Zerbino said to his comrades, "Gentlemen, if you be as good men and true as I deem you, there is none of you but must have felt, if he feel not now, the might of love. For without love I deem no mortal capable of true worth or aught that is good. And if you are or have been in love, 'twill be easy for you to understand that which I desire. I love, and 'tis because I love that I have laid this travail upon you, and that which I love is in the ship that you see before you, which is fraught not only with my beloved, but with immense treasures, which, if you are good men and true, we, so we but play the man in fight, may with little trouble make our own. Nor for my share of the spoils of the victory demand I aught but a lady, whose love it is that prompts me to take arms. All else I freely cede to you from this very hour. Forward then! Attack we this ship, success should be ours, for God favors our enterprise, nor lends her wind to evade us." Fewer words might have sufficed the illustrious Gerbino, for the rapacious Messenices that were with him were already bent heart and soul upon that to which by his harangue he sought to animate them. So when he was done, they raised a mighty shout, so that 'twas as if trumpets did blare, and cut up their arms, and smiting the water with their oars, overhauled the ship. The advancing galleys were observed while they were yet a great way off by the ship's crew, who, not being able to avoid the combat, put themselves in a posture of defense. Arrived at close quarters, the illustrious Gerbino bade send the ship's masters aboard the galleys, unless they were minded to do battle. Certified of the challenge, and who they were that made it, the Saracens answered that 'twas in breach of the faith plighted to them by their assailant's king that they were thus attacked, and in token thereof displayed King Guglielmo's glove, averring in set terms that there should be no surrender either of themselves or of aught that was aboard the ship without battle. Gerbino, who had observed the lady standing on the ship's poop, and seen that she was far more beautiful than he had imagined, burned with a yet fiercer flame than before, and to the display of the glove made answer that, as he had no falcons there just then, the glove booted him not; wherefore, so they were not minded to surrender the lady, let them prepare to receive battle. Whereupon, without further delay, the battle began on both sides with a furious discharge of arrows and stones, on which wise it was long protracted to their common loss, until at last Gerbino, seeing that he gained little advantage, took a light bark which they had brought from Sardinia, and having fired her, bore down with her, and both the galleys, upon the ship. Whereupon the Saracens, seeing that they must perforce surrender their ship or die, caused the king's daughter, who lay beneath the deck weeping, to come up on deck, and led her to the prow, and shouting to Gerbino, while the lady shrieked alternately mercy and succor, opened her veins before his eyes, and cast her into the sea, saying, "Take her, we give her to thee on such wise as we can, and as thy faith has merited." Maddened to witness this deed of barbarism, Gerbino, as if courting death, recked no more of the arrows and the stones, but drew alongside the ship, and, despite the resistance of her crew, boarded her, and as a famished lion ravens amongst a herd of oxen, and tearing and rending, now one, now another, gluts his wrath before he appears his hunger, so Gerbino, sword in hand, hacking and hewing on all sides among the Saracens, did ruthlessly slaughter not a few of them, till, as the burning ship began to blaze more fiercely, he bade the seamen take thereout all that they might by way of guerdon, which done, he quitted her, having gained but a rueful victory over his adversaries. His next care was to recover from the sea the body of the fair lady, whom long and with many a tear he mourned. And so he returned to Sicily, and gave the body honorable sepulture in Ustica, an islet that faces, as it were, Trapani, and went home the saddest man alive. When these tidings reached the king of Tunis, he sent to King Guglielmo ambassadors, habited in black, who made complaint of the breach of faith, and recited the manner of its occurrence, which caused King Guglielmo no small chagrin, and seeing not how he might refuse the justice they demanded, he had Gerbino arrested, and he himself, none of his barons being able by any entreaty to turn him from his purpose, sentenced him to forfeit his head, and had it severed from his body in his presence, preferring to suffer the loss of his only grandson than to gain the reputation of a faithless king. And so miserably, within the compass of a few brief days, died the two lovers by woeful deaths, as I have told you, and without having known any joyance of their love. End of Day 4, the 4th story.
Day 4, the fifth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.C. Guan. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the fifth story. Lisabetta's brothers slay her lover. He appears to her in a dream, and shows her where he is buried. She privately disinters the head, and sets it in a pot of basil, whereupon she daily weeps a great while. The pot being taken from her by her brothers, she dies not long after.
Elisa's story ended, the king bestowed a few words of praise upon it, and then laid the burden of discourse upon Philomela, who, full of compassion for the woes of Gerbino and his lady, heaved a piteous sigh, and thus began.
My story, gracious ladies, will not be of folk of so high a rank as those of whom Elisa has told us, but perchance 'twill not be less touching. 'Tis brought to my mind by the recent mention of Messina, where the matter befell. Know then that there were at Messina 3 young men, that were brothers and merchants, who were left very rich on the death of their father, who was of San Gimignano, and they had a sister, Lisabetta by name, a girl fair enough and no less debonair, but whom, for some reason or another, they had not as yet bestowed in marriage. The 3 brothers had also in their shop a young paysan, Lorenzo by name, who managed all their affairs, and who was so goodly of person and gallant that Lisabetta bestowed many a glance upon him, and began to regard him with extraordinary favour, which Lorenzo, marking from time to time, gave up all his other amours, and in like manner began to affect her, and so, their loves being equal, 'twas not long before they took heart of grace, and did that which each most desired, wherein, continuing to their no small mutual solace and delight, they neglected to order it with due secrecy, whereby one night, as Lisabetta was going to Lorenzo's room, she, all unwittingly, was observed by the eldest of the brothers, who, albeit much distressed by what he had learned, yet, being a young man of discretion, was swayed by considerations more seemly, and, allowing no word to escape, spent the night in turning the affair over in his mind in divers ways. On the morning he told his brothers that which, touching Lisabetta and Lorenzo, he had observed in the night, which, that no shame might thence ensue either to them or to their sister, they after long consultation determined to pass over in silence, making as if they had seen or heard naught thereof, until such time as they in a safe and convenient manner might banish this disgrace from their sight before it could go further. Adhering to which purpose, they jested and laughed with Lorenzo, as they had been wont, and after a while, pretending that they were all 3 going forth of the city on pleasure, they took Lorenzo with them, and being come to a remote and very lonely spot, seeing that 'twas apt for their design, they took Lorenzo, who was completely off his guard, and slew him, and buried him on such wise that none was ware of it. On their return to Messina, they gave out that they had sent him away on business, which was readily believed, because 'twas what they had been frequently used to do. But as Lorenzo did not return, and Lisabetta questioned the brothers about him with great frequency and urgency, being sorely grieved by his long absence, it so befell that one day, when she was very pressing in their enquiries, one of the brothers said, "What means this? What means this? What hast thou to do with Lorenzo, that thou shouldst ask about him so often? Ask us no more, or we will give thee such answer as thou deservest." So the girl, sick at heart and sorrowful, fearing she knew not what, asked no questions, but many a time at night she called piteously to him, and besought him to come to her, and bewailed his long tarrying with many a tear, and ever yearning for his return, languished in total dejection. But so it was, that one night, when, after long weeping that her Lorenzo came not back, she had at last fallen asleep, Lorenzo appeared to her in a dream, wan and in utter disarray, his clothes torn to shreds and sodden, and thus, as she thought, he spoke: "Lisabetta, thou dost not but call me, and vex thyself for my long tarrying, and bitterly upbraid me with thy tears, wherefore be it known to thee that return to thee I may not, because the last day that thou didst see me, thy brother slew me." After which he described the place where they had buried him, told her to call and expect him no more, and vanished. The girl then awoke, and doubting not that the vision was true, wept bitterly, and when morning came, and she was risen, not daring to say aught to her brothers, she resolved to go to the place indicated in the vision, and see if what she had dreamed were even as it appeared to her. So, having leave to go a little way out of the city for recreation in company of a maid that had at one time lived with them and knew all that she did, she hied her thither with all speed, and having removed the dry leaves that were strewn about the place, she began to dig where the earth seemed least hard. Nor had she dug long before she found the body of her hapless lover, whereon as yet there was no trace of corruption or decay, and thus she saw without any manner of doubt that her vision was true. And so, saddest of women, knowing that she might not bewail him there, she would gladly, if she could, have carried away the body and given it more honourable sepulture elsewhere. But as she might not do so, she took a knife, and, as best she could, severed the head from the trunk, and wrapped it in a napkin, and laid it in the lap of her maid, and having covered the rest of the corpse with earth, she left the spot, having been seen by none, and went home. There she shut herself up in her room with the head, and kissed it 1,000 times in every part, and wept long and bitterly over it, till she had bathed it in her tears. She then wrapped it in a piece of fine cloth, and set it in a large and beautiful pot of the sort in which marjoram or basil is planted, and covered it with earth, and therein planted some roots of the goodliest basil of Salerno, and drenched them only with her tears, or water perfumed with roses or orange blossoms. And 'twas her wont ever to sit beside this pot, and all her soul one yearning, to pour upon it, as that which enshrined her Lorenzo, and when long time she had so done, she would bend over it, and weep a great while, until the basil was quite bathed in her tears. Fostered with such constant unremitting care, and nourished by the richness given to the soil by the decaying head that lay therein, the basil burgeoned out in exceeding great beauty and fragrance. And the girl persevering ever in this way of life, the neighbours from time to time took note of it, and when her brothers marvelled to see her beauty ruined, and her eyes as it were evanished from her head, they told them of it, saying, "We have observed that such is her daily wont." Whereupon the brothers, marking her behaviour, tried her therefore once or twice, and as she heeded them not, caused the pot to be taken privily from her, which, so soon as she missed it, she demanded with the utmost instance and insistence, and, as they gave it not back to her, ceased not to wail and weep, insomuch as she fell sick, nor in her sickness craved she aught but the pot of basil. Whereat the young men, marvelling mightily, resolved to see what the pot might contain, and having removed the earth they espied the cloth, and therein the head, which was not yet so decayed, but that by the curled locks they knew it for Lorenzo's head. Passing strange they found it, and fearing lest it should be bruited abroad, they buried the head, and, with as little said as might be, took order of their privy departure from Messina, and hied them thence to Naples. The girl ceased not to weep and crave her pot, and so weeping died. Such was the end of her disastrous love, but not a few in course of time coming to know the truth of the affair, there was one that made the song that is still sung, to wit: "A thief he was, I swear, a sorry Christian he, that took my basil of Salerno fair," etc. End of Day 4, the 5th story.
Day 4, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 6th story. Andreula loves Gabriotto. She tells him a dream that she has had. He tells her a dream of his own, and dies suddenly in her arms. While she and her Maya are carrying his corpse to his house, they are taken by the Signory. She tells how the matter stands, is threatened with violence by the Podestà, but will not brook it. Her father hears how she is bested, and her innocence being established, causes her to be set at large. But she, being minded to tarry no longer in the world, becomes a nun.
Glad indeed were the ladies to have heard Philomena's story, for that, often though they had heard the song sung, they had never yet, for all their inquiries, been able to learn the occasion upon which it was made. Where it was ended, Pamphilo received the king's command to follow suit, and thus spoke.
By the dream told in the foregoing story, I am prompted to relate one in which two dreams are told, dreams of that which was to come, as Lisabetta's was of that which had been, and which were both fulfilled almost as soon as they were told by those that had dreamed them. Wherefore, loving ladies, you must know that 'tis the common experience of mankind to have diverse visions during sleep, and albeit the sleeper, while he sleeps, deems all alike most true, but being awake, judges some of them to be true, others to be probable, and others again to be quite devoid of truth. Yet not a few are found to have come to pass. For which cause many are as sure of every dream as of aught that they see in their waking hours, and so, as their dreams engender in them fear or hope, are sorrowful or joyous. And on the other hand, there are those that credit no dream, until they see themselves fallen into the very peril whereof they were forewarned. Of whom I approve neither sort, for in sooth neither are all dreams true, nor all alike false. That they are not all true, there is none of us but may many a time have proved, and that they are not all alike false has already been shown in Philomena's story, and shall also, as I said before, be shown in mine. Wherefore I deem that in a virtuous course of life and conduct there is no need to fear aught by reason of any dream that is contrary thereto, or on that account to give up any just design. And as for crooked and sinister enterprises, however dreams may seem to favour them, and flatter the hopes of the dreamer with auspicious omens, none should trust them. Rather should all give full credence to such as run counter thereto. But come we to the story. In the city of Brescia there lived of yore a gentleman named Messer Negro da Ponte Carraro, who, with other children, had a very fair daughter, Andreola by name, who, being unmarried, chanced to fall in love with a neighbour, one Gabriotto, a man of low degree, but goodly of person and debonair, and endowed with all admirable qualities. And, aided and abetted by the housemaid, the girl not only brought it to pass that Gabriotto knew that he was beloved of her, but that many a time, to their mutual delight, he came to see her in a fair garden belonging to her father, and that naught but death might avail to sever them from this their gladsome love, they became privily man and wife. And while thus they continued their clandestine intercourse, it happened that one night, while the girl slept, she saw herself in a dream in her garden with Gabriotto, who, to the exceeding great delight of both, held her in his arms. And while thus they lay, she saw issue from his body, somewhat dark and frightful, the shape whereof she might not discern, which, as she thought, laid hold of Gabriotto, and in her despite with prodigious force reft him from her embrace, and bore him with it underground, so that both were lost to her sight for evermore. Whereby stricken with sore and inexpressible grief, she awoke, and albeit she was overjoyed to find that 'twas not as she had dreamed, yet a haunting dread of what she had seen in her vision entered her soul. Wherefore, Gabriotto being minded to visit her on the ensuing night, she did her best endeavour to dissuade him from coming, but seeing that he was bent upon it, lest he should suspect somewhat, she received him in her garden, where, having culled roses many, white and red, for 'twas summer, she sat herself down with him at the base of a most fair and lucent fountain. There long and joyously they dallied, and then Gabriotto asked her wherefore she had that day forbade his coming. Whereupon the lady told him her dream of the night before, and the doubt and fear which it had engendered in her mind. Whereat Gabriotto laughed, and said that 'twas the height of folly to put any faith in dreams, for that they were occasioned by too much or too little food, and were daily seen to be, one and all, things of naught. Adding, "Were I minded to give heed to dreams, I should not be here now, for I too had a dream last night, which was on this wise. Methought I was in a fair and pleasant wood, and there, a-hunting, caught a she-goat as beautiful and lovable as any that ever was seen, and, as it seemed to me, whiter than snow, which in a little while grew so tame and friendly that she never stirred from my side. All the same, so jealous was I lest she should leave me, that, meseemed, I had set a collar of gold around her neck, and held her by a golden chain. And presently meseemed that, while the she-goat lay at rest with her head in my lap, there came forth, I know not whence, a greyhound bitch, black as coal, famished, and most fearsome to look upon, which made straight for me, and for, meseemed, I offered no resistance, set her muzzle to my breast on the left side, and gnawed through to the heart, which, meseemed, she tore out to carry away with her. Whereupon ensued so sore a pain that it brake my sleep, and as I awoke, I laid my hand to my side to feel if aught were amiss there. But finding nothing, I laughed at myself that I had searched. But what signifies it all? Visions of the like sort, ay, and far more appalling, have I had plenty, and naught whatever, great or small, has come of any of them. So let it pass, and think we how we may speed the time merrily." What she heard immensely enhanced the already great dread which her own dream had inspired in the girl, but, not to vex Gabriotto, she dissembled her terror as best she might. But though she made great cheer, embracing and kissing him, and receiving his embraces and kisses, yet she felt a doubt, she knew not why, and many a time, more than her wont, she would gaze upon his face, and ever and anon her glance would stray through the garden to see if any black creature were coming from any quarter. While thus they passed the time, of a sudden Gabriotto heaved a great sigh, and embracing her said, "Alas, my soul, thy succour, for I die." And so saying, he fell down upon the grassy mead. Whereupon the girl drew him to her, and laid him on her lap, and all but wept, and said, "O sweet my lord, what is it that ails thee?" But Gabriotto was silent, and gasping sore for breath, and bathed in sweat, in no long time departed this life. How grievous was the distress of the girl who loved him more than herself, you, my ladies, may well imagine. With many a tear she mourned him, and many times she vainly called him by his name, but when, having felt his body all over, and found it cold in every part, she could no longer doubt that he was dead. Knowing not what to say or do, she went, tearful and woebegone, to call the maid to whom she had confided her love, and showed her the woeful calamity that had befallen her. Piteously awhile they wept together over the dead face of Gabriotto, and then the girl said to the maid, "Now that God has reft him from me, I have no mind to linger in this life, but before I slay myself, I would we might find apt means to preserve my honour and the secret of our love, and to bury the body from which the sweet soul has fled." "My daughter," said the maid, "speak not of slaying thyself, for so wouldst thou lose in the other world also him that thou hast lost here, seeing that thou wouldst go to hell, whither, sure I am, his soul is not gone, for a good youth he was. Far better were it to put on a cheerful courage, and bethink thee to succour his soul with thy prayers or pious works, if perchance he have need thereof by reason of any sin that he may have committed. We can bury him readily enough in this garden, nor will anyone ever know, for none knows that we ever came hither, and if thou wilt not have it so, we can bear him forth of the garden, and leave him there, and on the morrow he will be found, and carried home, and buried by his kinsfolk." The girl, heavy laden though she was with anguish, and still weeping, yet gave ear to the counsels of her maid, and rejecting the former alternative, made answer to the latter on this wise: "Now God forbid that a youth so dear, whom I have so loved and made my husband, should with my consent be buried like a dog, or left out there in the street. He has had my tears, and so far as I may avail, he shall have the tears of his kinsfolk, and already wot I what we must do." And forthwith she sent the maid for a piece of silken cloth, which she had in one of her boxes, and when the maid returned with it, they spread it on the ground, and laid Gabriotto's body thereon, resting the head upon a pillow. She then closed the eyes and mouth, shedding the while many a tear, wove for him a wreath of roses, and strewed upon him all the roses that he and she had gathered. Which done, she said to the maid, "'Tis but a short way hence to the door of his house, so thither we will bear him, thou and I, thus as we might have dight him, and will lay him at the door. Day will soon dawn, and they will take him up, and, though 'twill be no consolation to them, I, in whose arms he died, shall be glad of it." So saying, she burst once more into a torrent of tears, and fell with her face upon the face of the dead, and so long time she wept. Then, yielding at last to the urgency of her maid, for day was drawing nigh, she arose, drew from her finger the ring with which she had been wedded to Gabriotto, and set it on his finger, saying with tears, "Dear my lord, if thy soul be witness of my tears, or if, when the spirit is fled, aught of intelligence or sense shall lurk in the body, graciously receive the last gift of her whom in life thou didst so dearly love." Which said, she swooned, and fell upon the corpse. But, coming after a while to herself, she arose, and then she and her maid took the cloth whereon the body lay, and so burying it, quitted the garden, and bent their steps towards the dead man's house. As thus they went, it chanced that certain of the Podesta's guard, that for some reason or other were abroad at that hour, met them, and arrested them with the corpse. Andriola, to whom death was more welcome than life, no sooner knew them for the officers of the Signory, and she frankly said, "I know you, who you are, and that flight would avail me nothing. I am ready to come with you before the Signory, and to tell all there is to tell. But let none of you presume to touch me, so long as I obey you, or to take away aught that is on this body, if he would not that I accuse him." And so, none venturing to lay hand upon either her person or the corpse, she entered the palace. As soon as the Podestà was apprised of the affair, he arose, had her brought into his room, and there made himself conversant with the circumstances. and certain physicians being charged to inquire whether the good man had met his death by poison or otherwise, all with one accord averred that 'twas not by poison, but that he was choked by the bursting of an imposthume near the heart. Which, when the podesta heard, perceiving that the girl's guilt could be but slight, he sought to make a pretence of giving what it was not lawful for him to sell her, and told her that he would set her at liberty, so she were consenting to pleasure him. But finding that he did but waste his words, he cast aside all decency, and would have used force. Whereupon Andreola, kindling with scorn, waxed exceeding brave, and defended herself with a virile energy, and with high and contumelious words drove him from her. When 'twas broad day, the affair reached the ears of Messer Negro, who, half dead with grief, hied him with not a few of his friends to the palace, where, having heard all that Podesta had to say, he required him peremptorily to give him back his daughter. The Podesta, being minded rather to be his own accuser, than that he should be accused by the girl of the violence that he had meditated towards her, began by praising her and her constancy, and in proof thereof went on to tell what he had done. He ended by saying that, marking her admirable firmness, he had fallen mightily in love with her, and so, notwithstanding she had been wedded to a man of low degree, he would, if 'twere agreeable to her and to her father, Messer Negro, gladly make her his wife. While they thus spoke, Andreola made her appearance, and, weeping, threw herself at her father's feet, saying, "My father, I wot I need not tell you the story of my presumption and the calamity that has befallen me, for sure I am that you have heard it and know it. Wherefore, with all possible humility, I crave your pardon of my fault, to wit, that without your knowledge I took for my husband him that pleased me best. And this I crave, not that my life may be spared, but that I may die as your daughter, and not as your enemy." And so, weeping, she fell at his feet. Messer Negro, now an old man, and naturally kindly and affectionate, heard her not without tears, and weeping, raised her tenderly to her feet, saying, "Daughter mine, I had much liefer had it that thou hadst had a husband that I deemed a match for thee, and in that thou hadst taken one that pleased thee, I too had been pleased. But thy concealing thy choice from me is grievous to me, by reason of my distrust of me, and yet more so, seeing that thou hast lost him before I have known him. But as 'tis even so, to his remains be paid the honour which, while he lived for thy contentment, I had gladly done him as my son-in-law." Then, turning to his sons and kinsmen, he bade them order Gabriotto's obsequies with all pomp and honourable circumstance. Meanwhile, the young man's kinsmen and kinswomen, having heard the news, had flocked thither, bringing with them almost all the rest of the folk, men and women alike, that were in the city. And so his body, resting on Andreola's cloth, and covered with her roses, was laid out in the middle of the courtyard, and there was mourned, not by her and his kinfolk alone, but publicly, by well nigh all the women of the city, and not a few men, and shouldered by some of the noblest of the citizens, as it had been the remains of no plebeian but of a noble, was borne from the public yard to the tomb with exceeding great pomp. Some days afterwards, as the podesta continued to urge his suit, Messer Negro would have discussed the matter with his daughter, but, as she would hear none of it, and he was minded in this matter to defer to her wishes, she and her maid entered a religious house of great repute for sanctity, where in just esteem they lived long time thereafter. End of Day 4, the 6th story.
Day 4, the 7th story of the Decameron, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 7th story. Simone loves Pasquino. They are together in a garden. Pasquino rubs a leaf of sage against his teeth and dies. Simone is arrested, and, with intent to show the judge how Pasquino died, rubs one of the leaves of the same plant against her teeth, and likewise dies.
When Pamphilo had done with his story, the king, betraying no compassion for Androla, glancing at Emilia, signified to her his desire that she should now continue the sequence of narration. Emilia made no demur, and thus began.
Dear gossips, Pamphilo's story puts me upon telling you another, in no wise like thereto, save in this, that as Andriola lost her lover in a garden, so also did she of whom I am to speak, and, being arrested like Andriola, did also deliver herself from the court, albeit 'twas not by any vigour or firmness of mind, but by a sudden death. And as 'twas said among us a while ago, albeit love affects the mansions of the noble, he does not, therefore, disdain the dominion of the dwellings of the poor, nay, does there at times give proof of his might no less signal than when he makes him feared of the wealthiest as a most potent lord. Which, though not fully, will in some degree appear in my story, wherewith I am minded to return to our city, from which today's discourse, roving from matter to matter, and one part of the world to another, has carried us so far. Know then that no great while ago there dwelt in Florence a maid most fair, and for her rank debonair, she was but a poor man's daughter, whose name was Simone, and though she must needs win with her own hands the bread she ate, and maintain herself by spinning wool, yet was she not therefore of so poor a spirit but that she dared to give harbourage in her mind to Love, who for some time had sought to gain entrance there by means of the gracious deeds and words of a young man of her own order that went about distributing wool to spin for his master, a woolmonger. Love being thus, with a pleasant image of her beloved Pasquino, admitted into her soul, mightily did she yearn, albeit she hazarded no advance, and heaved 1,000 sighs fiercer than fire with every skein of yarn that she wound upon her spindle, while she called to mind who he was that had given her that wool to spin. Pasquino on his part became, meanwhile, very anxious that his master's wool should be well spun, and most particularly about that which Simone span, as if, indeed, it and it alone was to furnish forth the whole of the cloth. And so, what with the anxiety which the one evinced, and the gratification that it afforded to the other, it befell that, the one waxing unusually bold, and the other casting off not a little of her wonted shyness and reserve, they came to an understanding for their mutual solace, which proved so delightful to both that neither waited to be bidden by the other, but was rather which should be the first to make the overture. While thus they spent their days in an even tenor of delight, and ever grew more ardently enamoured of one another, Pasquino chanced to say to Simone that he wished of all things she would contrive how she might betake her to a garden, whither he would bring her, that there they might be more at their ease, and in greater security. Simone said that she was agreeable, and, having given her father to understand that she was minded to go to San Gallo for the pardoning, she hied her with one of her gossips, Lagina by name, to the garden of which Pasquino had told her. Here she found Pasquino awaiting her with a friend, one Puccino, otherwise Stramba; and Stramba and Lagina falling at once to love-making, Pasquino and Simone left a part of the garden to them, and withdrew to another part for their own solace. Now there was in their part of the garden a very fine and lovely sage-bush, at foot of which they sat them down and made merry together a great while, and talked much of a junketing they meant to have in the garden quite at their ease. By and by Pasquino, turning to the great sage-bush, plucked therefrom a leaf, and fell to rubbing his teeth and gums therewith, saying that sage was an excellent detergent of aught that remained upon them after a meal. Having done so, he returned to the topic of the junketing of which he had spoken before. But he had not pursued it far before his countenance entirely changed, and forthwith he lost sight and speech, and shortly after died. Whereupon Simona fell a-weeping and shrieking, and calling Stramba and Lagina, who, notwithstanding they came up with all speed, found Pasquino not only dead, but already swollen from head to foot, and covered with black spots both on the face and on the body. Whereupon Stramba broke forth with, "Ah, wicked woman, thou hast poisoned him!" and made such a din that was heard by not a few that dwelt hard by the garden, who also hasted to the spot, and seeing Pasquino dead and swollen, and hearing Stramba bewail himself and accuse Simona of having maliciously poisoned him, while she, all but beside herself for grief to be thus suddenly bereft of her lover, knew not how to defend herself, did all with one accord surmise that 'twas even as Stramba said. Wherefore they laid hands on her, and brought her, still weeping bitterly, to the palace of the Podesta, where at the instant suit of Stramba, backed by Aticciato and Malaghevole, two other newly arrived friends of Pasquino, a judge forthwith addressed himself to question her of the matter, and being unable to discover that she had used any wicked practice, or was guilty, he resolved to take her with him and go see the corpse, and the place, and the manner of the death, as she had recounted it to him, for by her words he could not well understand it. So, taking care that there should be no disturbance, he had her brought to the place where Pasquino's corpse lay swollen like a tun, whither he himself presently came, and marvelling as he examined the corpse, asked her how the death had come about. Whereupon, standing by the sage bush, she told him all that had happened, and that he might perfectly apprehend the occasion of the death, she did as Pasquino had done, plucked one of the leaves from the bush, and rubbed her teeth with it. Whereupon Stramba and Aticciato, and the rest of the friends and comrades of Pasquino, making in the presence of the judge open mock of what she said, as an idle and vain thing, and being more than ever instant to affirm her guilt, and to demand the fire as the sole condign penalty, the poor creature that, between grief for her lost lover and dread of the doom demanded by Stramba, stood mute and helpless, was stricken no less suddenly, and in the same manner, and for the same cause, to wit, that she had rubbed her teeth with the sage leaf, as Pasquino, to the no small amazement of all that were present. O happy souls for whom one and the same day was the term of ardent love and earthly life! Happier still, if to the same bourne ye fared. Ay, and even yet more happy, if love there be in the other world, and there, even as here, ye love. But happiest of all Simona, so far as we, whom she has left behind, may judge, in that fortune brooked not that the witness of Stramba, Aticciato, and Malaghevole, carders, perchance, or yet viler fellows, should bear down her innocence, but found a more seemly issue, and appointing her a like lot with her lover, gave her at once to clear herself from their foul accusation, and to follow whither the soul that she so loved of her Pasquino had preceded her. The judge, and all else that witnessed the event, remained long time in a sort of stupefaction, knowing not what to say of it. But at length recovering his wits, the judge said, "'Twould seem that this sage is poisonous, which the sage is not used to be. Let it be cut down to the roots and burned, lest another suffer by it in like sort." Which the gardener, proceeding to do in the judge's presence, no sooner had he brought the great bush down, than the cause of the death of the two lovers plainly appeared. For underneath it was a toad of prodigious dimensions, from whose venomous breath, as they conjectured, the whole of the bush had contracted a poisonous quality. Around which toad, none venturing to approach it, they set a stout ring fence of faggots, and burned it together with the sage. So ended Master Judge's inquest on the death of hapless Pasquino, who, with his Simona, swollen as they were buried by Stramba, Aticciato, Guccio Umbratta, and Malaghevole in the church of San Paulo, of which, as it so happened, they were parishioners. End of Day 4, the 7th story.
Day 4, the 8th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 8th story. Girolamo loves Salvestra. Yielding to his mother's prayers, he goes to Paris. He returns to find Salvestra married. He enters her house by stealth, lays himself by her side, and dies. He is borne to the church, where Salvestra lays herself by his side, and dies.
When Emilius' story was done, ne file at a word from the king, thus began.
Some there are, noble ladies, who, methinks, deem themselves to be wiser than the rest of the world, and are, in fact, less so, and by consequence presume to measure their wit against not only the counsels of men, but the nature of things; which presumption has from time to time been the occasion of most grievous mishaps, but nought of good was ever seen to betide thereof. And as there is nought in nature that brooks to be schooled or thwarted so ill as love, the quality of which is such that it is more likely to die out of its own accord than to be done away of set purpose, I am minded to tell you a story of a lady, who, while she sought to be more wise than became her, and than she was, and indeed than the nature of the matter wherein she studied to show her wisdom allowed, thinking to unseat love from the heart that he had occupied, and wherein perchance the stars had established him, did in the end banish at one and the same time love and life from the frame of her son. Know then that, as 'tis related by them of old time, there was once in our city a very great and wealthy merchant, Leonardo Sigieri by name, who had by his lady a son named Girolamo, after whose birth he departed this life, leaving his affairs in meet and due order. And well and faithfully were they afterwards administered in the interest of the boy by his mother and guardians. As he grew up, consorting more frequently with the neighbours' children than any others of the quarter, he made friends with a girl of his own age that was the daughter of a tailor, and in course of time this friendship ripened into a love so great and vehement that Girolamo was ever ill at ease when he saw her not. Nor was her love for him a whit less strong than his for her, which his mother perceiving would not seldom chide him therefore, and chastise him, and as Girolamo could not give it up, she confided her distress to his guardians, speaking, for by reason of her boy's great wealth she thought to make, as it were, an orange tree out of a bramble, on this wise: This boy of ours, who is now scarce 14 years old, is so in love with a daughter of one of our neighbours, a tailor, Salvestra is the girl's name, that if we part them not, he will peradventure, none else witting, take her to wife some day, and I shall never be happy again. Or if he see her married to another, he will pine away. To prevent which, methinks you could do well to send him away to distant parts on the affairs of the shop. For so, being out of sight, she will come at length to be out of mind, and then we can give him some well-born girl to wife. Whereto the guardians answered that 'twas well said, and that it should be so done to the best of their power. So they called the boy into the shop, and one of them began talking to him very affectionately on this wise: My son, thou art now almost grown up. 'Twere well thou shouldst now begin to learn something for thyself of thy own affairs. Wherefore we should be very well pleased if thou wert to go stay at Paris a while, where thou wilt see how we trade with not a little of thy wealth, besides which thou wilt there become a much better, finer, and more complete gentleman than thou couldst here. And when thou hast seen the lords and barons and seigneurs that there are in plenty, and hast acquired their manners, thou canst return hither. The boy listened attentively, and then answered shortly that he would have none of it, for he supposed he might remain at Florence as well as another. Whereupon the worthy men plied him with fresh argument, but were unable to elicit other answer from him, and told his mother so. Whereat she was mightily incensed, and gave him a great scolding, not for his refusing to go to Paris, but for his love. which done, she plied him with soft wheedling words, and endearing expressions, and gentle entreaties, that he would be pleased to do as his guardians would have him. Whereby at length she prevailed so far that he consented to go to Paris for a year and no more, and so 'twas arranged. To Paris accordingly our ardent lover went, and there under one pretext or another was kept for 2 years. He returned more in love than ever, to find his Salvestra married to a good youth that was a tent maker, whereat his mortification knew no bounds. But seeing that what must be, he sought to compose his mind, and having got to know where she lived, he took to crossing her path, according to the wont of young men in love, thinking that she could no more have forgotten him than he her. 'Twas otherwise, however. She remembered him no more than if she had never seen him, or if she had any recollection of him she dissembled it, whereof the young man was very soon ware to his extreme sorrow. Nevertheless he did all that he could to recall himself to her mind, but as thereby he seemed to be nothing advantaged, he made up his mind, though he should die for it, to speak to her himself. So, being instructed as to her house by a neighbour, he entered it privily one evening, when she and her husband were gone to spend the earlier hours with some neighbours, and hid himself in her room behind some tent cloths that were stretched there, and waited till they were come back and gone to bed, and he knew the husband to be asleep. Whereupon he got him to the place where he had seen Salvestra lie down, and said, as he gently laid his hand upon her bosom, "O my soul, art thou yet asleep?" The girl was awake, and was on the point of uttering a cry, when he forestalled her, saying, "Hush, for God's sake, I am thy Girolamo." Whereupon she, trembling in every limb, "Nay, but for God's sake, Girolamo, be gone. 'Tis past the time of our childhood, when our love was excusable. Thou seest I am married, wherefore 'tis no longer seemly that I should care for any other man than my husband. And so by the one God I pray thee be gone, for if my husband were to know that thou art here, the least evil that could ensue would be that I should never more be able to live with him in peace or comfort, whereas, having his love, I now pass my days with him in tranquil happiness." Which speech caused the young man grievous distress, but 'twas in vain that he reminded her of the past, and of his love that distance had not impaired, and therewith mingled many a prayer and the mightiest protestations. Wherefore, yearning for death, he besought her at last that she would suffer him to lie a while beside her, till he got some heat, for he was chilled through and through, waiting for her, and promised her that he would say never a word to her, nor touch her, and that as soon as he was a little warmed he would go away. On which terms Salvestra, being not without pity for him, granted his request. So the young man lay down beside her, and touched her not, but gathering up into one thought the love he had so long borne her, the harshness with which she now requited it, and his ruined hopes, resolved to live no longer, and in a convulsion, without a word and with fists clenched, expired by her side. After a while the girl, marvelling at his continence, and fearing lest her husband should awake, broke silence, saying, "Nay, but Girolamo, why goest thou not?" But receiving no answer, she supposed that he slept. Wherefore, reaching forth her hand to arouse him, she touched him, and found him to her great surprise cold as ice, and touching him again and again somewhat rudely, and still finding that he did not stir, she knew that he was dead. Her grief was boundless, and 'twas long before she could bethink her how to act. But at last she resolved to sound her husband's mind as to what should be done in such a case, without disclosing that 'twas his own. So she awakened him, and told him how he was then bested, as if it were the affair of another, and then asked him, if such a thing happened to her, what course he would take. The good man answered that he should deem it best to take the dead man privily home, and there leave him, bearing no grudge against the lady, who seemed to have done no wrong. "And even so," said his wife, "it is for us to do." And taking his hand she laid it on the corpse, whereat he started up in consternation and struck a light, and without further parley with his wife, clapped the dead man's clothes upon him, and forthwith, confident in his own innocence, raised him on his shoulders and bore him to the door of his house, where he set him down and left him. Day came, and the dead man being found before his own door, there was a great stir made, particularly by his mother. The body was examined with all care from head to foot, and no wound or trace of violence being found on it, the physicians were on the whole of opinion that, as the fact was, the man had died of grief. So the corpse was borne to a church, and thither came the sorrowing mother and other ladies, her kinswomen and neighbours, and began to wail and mourn over it without restraint, after our Florentine fashion. And when the wailing had reached its height, the good man in whose house the death had occurred said to Salvestra, "Go wrap a mantle about thy head, and hie thee to the church, whither Girolamo has been taken, and go about among the women and list what they say of this matter, and I will do the like among the men, that we may hear if aught be said to our disadvantage." The girl assented, for with tardy tenderness she now yearned to look on him dead, whom living she would not solace with a single kiss, and so to the church she went. Ah, how marvellous to whoso ponders it is the might of love, and how unsearchable his ways! That heart, which, while fortune smiled on Girolamo, had remained sealed to him, opened to him now that he was fordone, and kindling anew with all its old flame, melted with such compassion that no sooner saw she his dead face, as she there stood wrapped in her mantle, than, edging her way forward through the crowd of women, she stayed not till she was beside the corpse, and there, uttering a piercing shriek, she threw herself upon the dead youth, and as her face met his, and before she might drench it with her tears, grief that had reft life from him had even so reft it from her. The women strove to comfort her, and bade her raise herself a little, for as yet they knew her not. Then, as she did not arise, they would have helped her, but found her stiff and stark, and so, raising her up, they in one and the same moment saw her to be Salvestra, and dead. Whereat all the women that were there, overborne by a redoubled pity, broke forth in wailing new and louder far than before. From the church the bruit spread itself among the men, and reached the ears of Salvestra's husband, who, deaf to all that offered comfort or consolation, wept a long while. After which he told to not a few that were there what had passed in the night between the youth and his wife. And so 'twas known of all how they came to die, to the common sorrow of all. So they took the dead girl, and arrayed her as they are wont to array the dead, and laid her on the same bed beside the youth, and long time they mourned her. Then they were both buried in the same tomb, and thus those whom love had not been able to wed in life were wedded by death in indissoluble union. End of Day 4, the 8th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 4, the 9th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 4, the 9th story. Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon slays his wife's paramour, Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, and gives her his heart to eat. She, coming to wit thereof, throws herself from a high window to the ground, and dies, and is buried with her lover.
Nay, Philip's story, which had not failed to move the gossips to no little pity, being ended, none now remained to speak but the king, and Dioneo, whose privilege the king was minded not to infringe, wherefore he thus began.
I propose, compassionate my ladies, to tell you a story, which, seeing that you so commiserate ill-starred loves, may claim no less a share of your pity than the last, insomuch as they were greater folks of whom I shall speak, and that which befell them was more direful. You are to know then, as the Provençals relate, that there was in Provence two noble knights, each having castles and vassals under him, the one Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon, and the other Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang. And being both most doughty warriors, they were as brothers, and went ever together, and bearing the same device to tournament or joust or other passages of arms. And albeit each dwelt in his own castle, and the castles were a good 10 miles apart, it nevertheless came to pass that Sieur Guillaume de Roussillon, having a most lovely lady and amorous withal to wife, Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, for all they were such friends and comrades, became inordinately enamored of the lady, who by this, that, and the other sign that he gave, discovered his passion, and knowing him for the most complete knight, was flattered, and returned it, insomuch that she yearned and burned for him above all else in the world, and waited only till he should make his suit to her, as before long he did, and so they met from time to time, and great was their love. Which intercourse they ordered with so little discretion that 'twas discovered by the husband, who was very wroth, insomuch that the great love which he bore to Cabestang was changed into mortal enmity, and, dissembling it better than the lovers their love, he made his mind up to kill Cabestang. Now it came to pass that, while Roussillon was in this frame, a great tourney was proclaimed in France, whereof Roussillon sent forth word to Cabestang, and bade him to his castle. So he reminded to come, that there they might discuss whether or no to go to the tourney, and how. Cabestang was overjoyed, and made answer that he would come to sup with him the next day without fail. Which message being delivered, Roussillon wist that the time was come to slay Cabestang. So next day he armed himself, and attended by a few servants took horse, and about a mile from his castle lay in ambush in a wood through which Cabestang must needs pass. He waited for some time, then he saw Cabestang approach, unarmed, with 2 servants behind, also unarmed, for he was without thought of peril on Roussillon's part. So Cabestang came unto the place of Roussillon's choice, and then, fell and vengeful, Roussillon leapt forth lance in hand, and fell upon him, exclaiming, "Thou art a dead man!" And the words were no sooner spoken than the lance was through Cabestang's breast. Powerless either to defend himself, or even utter a cry, Cabestang fell to the ground, and soon expired. His servants waited not to see who had done the deed, but turned their horses' heads, and fled with all speed to their lord's castle. Roussillon dismounted, and opened Cabestang's breast with a knife, and took out the heart with his own hands, wrapped it up in a banderole, and gave it to one of his servants to carry. He then bade none make bold to breathe a word of the affair, mounted his horse, and rode back, 'twas not night, to his castle. The lady, who had been told that Cabestang was to come to supper that evening, was all impatience till he should come, and was greatly surprised to see her husband arrive without him. Wherefore, "How is this, my lord?" said she. "Why tarries Cabestang?" "Madam," answered her husband, "I have tidings from him that he cannot be here until tomorrow." Whereat the lady was somewhat disconcerted. Having dismounted, Roussillon called the cook, and said to him, "Here is a boar's heart, take it, and make thereof the daintiest and most delicious dish thou canst, and when I am set at table serve it in a silver porringer." So the cook took the heart, and expended all his skill and pains upon it, mincing it, and mixing with it plenty of good seasoning, and made thereof an excellent ragout. And in due time Sieur Guillaume and his lady sat them down to table. The meat was served. But Sieur Guillaume, his mind engrossed with his crime, ate but little. The cook set the regale before him, but he, feigning that he cared to eat no more that evening, had it passed on to the lady, and highly commended it. The lady, nothing loath, took some of it, and found it so good that she ended by eating the whole. Whereupon, "Madam," quoth the knight, "how liked you this dish?" "In good faith, my lord," replied the lady, "not a little." "So help me God," returned the knight, "I dare to be sworn you did. 'Tis no wonder that you should enjoy that dead, which you living enjoyed more than aught else in the world." For a while the lady was silent. Then, "How say you?" said she. "What is it you have caused me to eat?" "That which you have eaten," replied the knight, "was in good sooth the heart of Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, whom you, disloyal woman that you are, did so much love. For assurance whereof I tell you that, but a short while before I came back, I plucked it from his breast with my own hands." It boots not to ask if the lady was sorrow stricken to receive such tidings of her best beloved. But after a while she said, "'Twas the deed of a disloyal and recreant knight. For if I, unconstrained by him, made him lord of my love, and thereby did you wrong, 'twas I, not he, should have borne the penalty. But God forbid that fair, of such high excellence as the heart of a knight, so true and courteous as Sieur Guillaume de Cabestang, be followed by aught else." So saying, she started to her feet, and stepping back to a window that was behind her, without a moment's hesitation let herself drop backwards therein. The window was at a great height from the ground, so the lady was not only killed by the fall, but almost reduced to atoms. Stunned and conscience-stricken by the spectacle, and fearing the vengeance of the country folk and the Count of Provence, Sieur Guillaume had his horses saddled and rode away. On the morrow the whole countryside knew how the affair had come about. Wherefore folk from both of the castles took the two bodies, and bore them with grief and lamentation exceeding great to the church in the lady's castle, and laid them in the same tomb, and caused verses to be inscribed thereof, signifying who they were that were there interred, and the manner and occasion of their death. End of Day 4, the 9th story.
Day 4, the 10th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Reading by Andy Minter. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 4, the 10th story. The wife of a leech, deeming her lover, who has taken an opiate, to be dead, puts him in a chest, which, with him therein, two usurers carry off to their house. He comes to himself, and is taken for a thief. But, the lady's maid giving the signori to understand that she had put him in the chest, which the usurers stole, he escapes the gallows, and the usurers are mulcted in moneys for the theft of the chest.
Now that the king had told his tale, it only remained for Dioneo to do his part, which he witting, and being thereto bidden by the king, thus begun.
Sore have I, to say naught of you, my ladies, been of iron and heart, to hear the woeful histories of ill-starred love, insomuch that I have desired of all things that they might have an end. Wherefore, now that, thank God, ended they are, unless I were minded, which God forbid, to add to such pernicious stuff a supplement of the like evil quality, no such dolorous theme do I purpose to ensue, but to make a fresh start with somewhat of a better and more cheerful sort, which perchance may serve to suggest to-morrow's argument. You are to know then, fairest my damsels, that 'tis not long since there dwelt at Salerno a leech most eminent in surgery, his name Master Mazzeo della Montagna, who in his extreme old age took to a wife a fair damsel of the same city, whom he kept in nobler and richer array of dresses and jewels, and all other finery that the sex affects, than any other lady in Salerno. Howbeit she was none too warm most of her time, being ill covered abed by the doctor, who gave her to understand even as Messer Ricciardo de Cinzica, of whom we spoke a while since, taught his lady the feasts, that for once a man lay with a woman, he needed I know not how many days to recover, and the like nonsense, whereby she lived as ill content as might be, and lacking neither sense nor spirit, she determined to economize at home, and taking to the street, to live at others' expense. So, having passed in review divers young men, she at last found one that was to her mind, on whom she set all her heart and hopes of happiness, which the gallant perceiving was mightily flattered, and in like manner gave her all his love. Rogero de Gheroli, such was the gallant's name, was of noble birth, but of life and conversation so evil and reprehensible, that kinsman or friend he had none left that wished him well, or cared to see him, and all Salerno knew him for a common thief and rogue of the vilest character. Whereof the lady took little heed, having a mind to him for another reason, and so, with the help of her maid, she arranged a meeting with him. But after they had solaced themselves a while, the lady began to censure his past life, and to implore him for love of her to depart from such evil ways, and to afford him the means thereto, she from time to time furnished him with money. While thus with all discretion they continued their intercourse, it chanced that a man halt of one of his legs was placed under the leech's care. The leech saw what was amiss with him, and told his kinsfolk that unless a gangrened bone that he had in his leg were taken out, he must die, or have the whole leg amputated; that if the bone were removed he might recover, but that otherwise he would not answer for his life. Whereupon the relatives assented that the bone should be removed, and left the patient in the hands of the leech, who, deeming that by reason of the pain 'twas not possible for him to endure the treatment without an opiate, caused to be distilled in the morning a certain water of his own concoction, whereby the patient, drinking it, might be ensured sleep during such time as he deemed the operation, which he meant to perform about vespers, would occupy. In the meantime he had the water brought into his house, and set it in the window of his room, telling no one what it was. But when the vesper hour was come, and the leech was about to visit his patient, a messenger arrived from some very great friends of his at Amalfi, bearing tidings of a great riot there had been there, in which not a few had been wounded, and bidding him on no account to omit to hie him thither forthwith. Wherefore the leech put off the treatment of the leg to the morrow, and took boat to Amalfi, and the lady, knowing that he would not return home that night, did as she was wont in such a case, to wit, brought Ruggieri in privily, and locked him in her chamber until certain other folk that were in the house had gone to sleep. Ruggieri, then, being thus in the chamber awaiting the lady, and having, whether it was that he had a fatiguing day, or eaten something salt, or perchance that 'twas his habit of body, a mighty thirst, glancing at the window, caught sight of the bottle containing the water which the leech had prepared for the patient, and taking it to be drinking water, set it to his lips, and drank it all, and in no long time fell into a deep sleep. So soon as she was able, the lady hied her to the room, and there, finding Ruggieri asleep, touched him, and softly told him to get up. To no purpose, however; he neither answered nor stirred a limb. Wherefore the lady, rather losing patience, applied somewhat more force, and gave him a push, saying, "Get up, sleepy head. If thou hadst a mind to sleep, thou shouldst have gone home, and not have come hither." Thus pushed, Ruggieri fell down from a box on which he lay, and falling showed no more sign of animation than if he had been a corpse. The lady, now somewhat alarmed, essayed to lift him, and shook him roughly, and took him by the nose, and pulled him by the beard. Again to no purpose. He had tethered his ass to a stout pin, so the lady began to fear he must be dead. However, she went on to pinch him shrewdly, and singe him with the flame of a candle. But when these methods also failed, she, being, for all she was a leech's wife, no leech herself, believed for sure that he was dead. And as there was naught in the world that she loved so much, it boots not to ask if she were sore distressed. Wherefore, silently, for she dared not lament aloud, she began to weep over him, and bewail such a misadventure. But after a while, fearing lest her loss should not be without sequel of shame, she bethought her that she must contrive without delay to get the body out of the house, and standing in need of another's advice, she quietly summoned her maid, showed her the mishap that had befallen her, and craved her counsel. Whereat the maid marvelled not a little, and she too fell to pulling Ruggieri this way and that, and pinching him, and, as she found no sign of life in him, concurred with her mistress that he was verily dead, and advised her to remove him from the house. "And where," said the lady, "shall we put him, that to-morrow, when he is discovered, it be not suspected that 'twas hence he was carried?" "Madam," answered the maid, "late last evening I marked in front of our neighbour the carpenter's shop a chest, not too large, which, if he have not put it back in the house, will come in very handy for our purpose, for we will put him inside, and give him 2 or 3 cuts with a knife, and so leave him. When he is found, I know not why it should be thought that 'twas from this house rather than from any other that he was put there. Nay, as he was an evil liver, 'twill be more likely supposed that, as he hied him on some evil errand, some enemy slew him, and then put him in the chest." The lady said that there was naught in the world she might so ill brook as that Ruggieri should receive any wound; but with that exception she approved her maid's proposal, and sent her to see if the chest was still where she had seen it. The maid, returning, reported that it was, and being young and strong, got Ruggieri, with the lady's help, upon her shoulders; and so the lady going before, to espy if any folk came that way, and the maid following, they came to the chest, and having laid Ruggieri therein, closed it, and left him there. Now, a few days before, 2 young men that were usurers had taken up their quarters in a house a little further on. They had seen the chest during the day, and being short of furniture, and having a mind to make great gain with little expenditure, they had resolved that if it was still there at night they would take it home with them. So at midnight forth they hied them, and finding the chest, were at no pains to examine it closely, but forthwith, though it seemed somewhat heavy, bore it off to their house, and set it down beside a room in which their women slept, and without being at pains to adjust it too securely, they left it there for the time, and went to bed. Towards matins, Ruggieri, having had a long sleep, and digested the draught, and exhausted its efficacy, awoke; but albeit his slumber was broken, and his senses had recovered their powers, yet his brain remained in a sort of torpor, which kept him bemused for some days; and when he opened his eyes, and saw nothing, and stretched his hands hither and thither, and found himself in the chest, it was with difficulty that he collected his thoughts. "How is this?" he said to himself. "Where am I? Do I sleep or wake? I remember coming this evening to my lady's chamber, and now it seems I am in a chest. What means it? Can the leech have returned, or somewhat else have happened that caused the lady, while I slept, to hide me here? That was it, I suppose. Without a doubt it must have been so." And having come to this conclusion, he composed himself to listen, if haply he might hear something; and being somewhat ill at ease in the chest, which was none too large, and the side on which he lay paining him, he must needs turn over to the other, and did so with such adroitness that, bringing his loins smartly against one of the sides of the chest, which was set on an uneven floor, he caused it to tilt and then fall, and such was the noise it made as it fell that the women that slept there awoke, albeit for fear they kept silence. Ruggieri was not a little disconcerted by the fall, but, finding that thereby the chest was come open, he judged that, happen what might, he would be better out of it than in it; and not knowing where he was, and being otherwise at his wits' end, he began to grope about the house, if haply he might find a stair or door, whereby he might take himself off. Hearing him thus groping his way, the alarmed women gave tongue with "Who is there?" Ruggieri, not knowing the voice, made no answer; wherefore the women fell to calling the 2 young men, who, having had a long day, were fast asleep, and heard naught of what went on, which served to increase the fright of the women, who rose and got them to divers windows, and raised the cry, "Take thief! Take thief!" At which summons there came running from divers quarters not a few of the neighbours, who got into the house by the roof, or otherwise, as each best might. Likewise the young men, aroused by the din, got up; and Ruggieri, being now all but beside himself for sheer amazement, and not knowing whither to turn him to escape them, they took him and delivered him to the officers of the governor of the city, who, hearing the uproar, had hasted to the spot. And so he was brought before the governor, who, knowing him to be held of all a most arrant evildoer, put him forthwith to the torture, and upon his confessing that he had entered the house of the usurers with intent to rob, was minded to make short work of it, and have him hanged by the neck. In the morning 'twas bruited throughout all Salerno that Ruggieri had been taken a thieving in the house of the usurers, whereat the lady and her maid were all amazement and bewilderment, insomuch that they were within an ace of persuading themselves that what they had done the night before they had not done, but had only dreamt it. Besides which, the peril in which Ruggieri stood caused the lady such anxiety as brought her to the verge of madness. Shortly after half tierce, the leech, being returned from Amalfi, and minded now to treat his patient, called for his water, and finding the bottle empty, made a great commotion, protesting that naught in his house could be left alone. The lady, having other cause of annoy, lost temper, and said, "What would you say, master, of an important matter, when you raise such a din because a bottle of water has been upset? Is there never another to be found in the world?" "Madam," replied the leech, "thou takest this to have been mere water. 'Twas no such thing, but an artificial water of a soporiferous virtue." And he told her for what purpose he had made it. Which the lady no sooner heard than, guessing that Ruggieri had drunk it, and so had seemed to them to be dead, she said, "Master, we know it not. Wherefore make you another?" And so the leech, seeing there was no help for it, had another made. Not long after, the maid, who by the lady's command had gone to find out what folk said of Ruggieri, returned, saying, "Madam, of Ruggieri they say naught but evil, nor, by what I have been able to discover, has he friend or kinsman that has or will come to his aid, and 'tis held for certain that to-morrow the Static will have him hanged. Besides which I have to tell you, which will surprise you, for methinks I have found out how he came into the usurer's house. List, then, how it was. You know the carpenter in front of whose shop stood the chest we put Ruggieri in? He had to-day the most violent altercation in the world with one to whom it would seem the chest belongs, by whom he was required to make good the value of the chest. To which he made answer that he had not sold it, but that it had been stolen from him in the night. 'Not so,' said the other. 'Thou soldst it to the two usurers, as they themselves told me last night, when I saw it at their house at the time Ruggieri was taken.' 'They lie,' replied the carpenter. 'I never sold it to them, but they must have stolen it from me last night. Go we to them.' So with one accord off they went to the usurer's house, and I came back here. And so, you see, I make out that 'twas on such wise that Ruggieri was brought when he was found. But how he came to life again I am at a loss to conjecture." The lady now understood exactly how things were, and accordingly told the maid what she had learnt from the leech, and besought her to aid her to get Ruggieri off, for so she might, if she would, and at the same time preserve her honour. "Madam," said the maid, "do but show me how, and glad I shall be to do just as you wish." Whereupon the lady, to whom necessity taught invention, formed her plan on the spur of the moment, and expounded it in detail to the maid, who, as the first step, hied her to the leech, and weeping thus addressed him: "Sir, it behoves me to ask your pardon of a great wrong that I have done you." "And what may that be?" inquired the leech. "Sir," said the maid, who ceased not to weep, "you know what manner of man is Ruggieri de Jeroli. Now he took a fancy to me, and partly for fear, partly for love, I this year agreed to be his mistress, and knowing yester eve that you were from home, he coaxed me into bringing him into your house to sleep with me in my room. Now he was athirst, and I, having no mind to be seen by your lady, who was in the hall, and knowing not whether I might sooner betake me for wine or water, bethought me that I had seen a bottle of water in your room, and ran and fetched it, and gave it to him to drink, and then put the bottle back in the place whence I had taken it, touching which I find that you have made a great stir in the house. Verily, I confess that I did wrong, but who is there that does not wrong sometimes? Sorry indeed am I to have so done, but 'tis not for such a cause, and that which ensued thereon, that Ruggieri should lose his life. Wherefore I do most earnestly beseech you pardon me, and suffer me to go help him as best I may be able." Wroth though he was at what he heard, the leech replied in a bantering tone: "Thy pardon thou hast by thine own deed. For whereas thou didst last night think to have with thee a gallant that would thoroughly dust thy pelisse for thee, he was but a sleepy head. Wherefore get thee gone, and do what thou mayest for the deliverance of thy lover, and for the future look thou bring him not into the house, else I will pay thee for that turn and this to boot. The maid, deeming that she had come off well in the first brush, hied her with all speed to the prison where Ruggieri lay, and by her cajoleries prevailed upon the warders to let her speak with him, and having told him how he must answer the static if he would get off, she succeeded in obtaining pre-audience of the static, who, seeing that the baggage was lusty and mettlesome, was minded, before he heard her, to grapple her with the hook, to which she was by no means averse, knowing that such a preliminary would secure her a better hearing. When she had undergone the operation and was risen, "Sir," said she, "you have here Ruggieri da Ieroli, apprehended on a charge of theft, which charge is false." Whereupon she told him the whole story from beginning to end, how she, being Ruggieri's mistress, had brought him into the leech's house, and had given him the opiate, not knowing it for such, and taking him to be dead, had put him in the chest. And then, recounting what she had heard pass between the carpenter and the owner of the chest, she showed him how Ruggieri came into the house of the usurers. Seeing that 'twas easy enough to find out whether the story were true, the static began by questioning the leech as to the water, and found that 'twas as she had said. He then summoned the carpenter, the owner of the chest, and the usurers, and after much further parley ascertained that the usurers had stolen the chest during the night and brought it into their house. Finally he sent for Ruggieri, and asked him where he had lodged that night, to which Ruggieri answered that where he had lodged he knew not, but he well remembered going to pass the night with Master Mazzeo's maid, in whose room he had drunk some water by reason of a great thirst that he had. But what happened to him afterwards, except that when he awoke he found himself in the chest in the house of the usurers, he knew not. All which matters the static heard with great interest, and caused the maid and Ruggieri and the carpenter and the usurers to rehearse them several times. In the end, seeing that Ruggieri was innocent, he released him, and mulcted the usurers in 15 ounces for the theft of the chest. How glad Ruggieri was thus to escape, it boots not to ask, and glad beyond measure was his lady, and so many a time did they laugh and make merry together over the affair, she and he and the dear maid that had proposed to give him a taste of the knife, and remaining constant in their love, they had ever better and better solace thereof. The like whereof befalls me, sans the being put in the chest. End of Day 4, the 10th story.
Day 4, the conclusion of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by Ejam Rigg. Day the 4th, the conclusion. Heartsore as the gentle ladies had been made by the preceding stories, this last of Dioneo provoked them to such merriment, more especially the passage about the static on the hook, that they lacked not relief of the piteous mood engendered by the others. But the king, observing that the sun was now taking a yellowish tinge, and that the end of his sovereignty was come, in terms most courtly made his excuse to the fair ladies, that he had made so direful a theme as lovers in felicity the topic of their discourse. After which he rose, took the laurel wreath from his head, and while the ladies watched to see to whom he would give it, set it graciously upon the blonde head of Fiammetta, saying, "Herewith I crown thee, as deeming that thou, better than any other, will know how to make tomorrow console our fair companions for the rude trials of today." Fiammetta, whose wavy tresses fell in a flood of gold over her white and delicate shoulders, whose softly rounded face was all radiant with the very tints of the white lily, blended with the red of the rose, who carried 2 eyes in her head that matched those of the peregrine falcon, while her tiny sweet mouth shewed a pair of lips that shone as rubies, replied with a smile, "And gladly take I the rest, Philostrato, and that thou mayst more truly understand what thou hast done, it is my present will and pleasure that each make ready to discourse to-morrow of good fortune befalling lovers after divers direful or disastrous adventures." The theme propounded was approved by all, whereupon the Queen called the Seneschal, and having made with him all the meet arrangements, rose and gaily dismissed all the company until the supper hour; wherefore, some straying about the garden, the beauties of which were not such as soon to pall, others bending their steps towards the mills that were grinding without, each, as and where it seemed best, they took meanwhile their several pleasures. The supper hour come, they all gathered, in their wonted order, by the fair fountain, and in the gayest of spirits and well served they supped. Then, rising, they adversed them, as was their wont, to dance and song, and while Philomela led the dance, "Philostrato," said the Queen, "being minded to follow in the footsteps of our predecessors, and that as by their, so by our command a song be sung, and well witting that thy songs are even as thy stories, to the end that no day but this be vexed with thy misfortunes, we ordain that thou give us one of them, whichever thou mayst prefer." Philostrato answered that he would gladly do so, and without delay began to sing on this wise:
Full well my tears attest, O traitor love, with what just cause the heart, with which thou once hath broken faith, doth smart. Love, when thou first didst in my heart enshrine her for whom I still sigh, alas, in vain, nor any hope do know, a damsel so complete thou didst me show, that light as air I counted every pain, wherewith, behest of thine, condemned my soul to pine. Ah, but I gravely erred, the which to know, too late, alas, doth but enhance my woe. The cheat I knew not, ere she did leave me, she in whom alone my hopes were placed, for 'twas when I did most flatter myself with hope, and proudly boast myself her vassal lowliest and most graced, nor thought love might begrieve, nor dreamed he e'er might grieve. 'Twas then I found that she another's worth into her heart had taken, and cast me forth. A plant of pain, alas, my heart did bear, what time my hapless self cast forth I knew, and there it doth remain, and day and hour I curse and curse again. When first that front of love shone on my view, that front so queenly fair, and bright beyond compare, wherefore at once my faith, my hope, my fire, my soul doth imprecate, ere she expire. My lord, thou knowest how comfortless my woe. Thou, love, my lord, whom thus I supplicate, with many a piteous groan, telling thee how I anguish, sore I groan, yearning for death my pain to mitigate. Come, death, and with one blow cut short my span, and so, with my cursed life, me of my frenzy ease, for wheresoever I go, 'twill sure decrease. Save death, no way of comfort doth remain, no anodyne beside for this sore smart. The boon then, love bestow, and presently by death annul my woe, and from this abject life release my heart, since from me joy is ta'en, and every solace ta'en. My prayer to grant, and let my death the cheer complete that she now hath of her new fare. Song, it may be that no one shall thee learn, nor do I care, for none I wot so well, as I may chant thee so. This one behest I lay upon thee, go, hie thee to love, and him in secret tell, how I my life do spurn, my bitter life, and yearn, that to a better harborage he bring me of all might and grace that owe him king. Full well my tears attest.
Philostratus' mood and its cause were made abundantly manifest by the words of this song, and perchance they had been made still more so by the looks of a lady that was among the dancers. Had not the shades of night, which had now overtaken them, concealed the blush that suffused her face. Other songs followed until the hour for slumber arrived, whereupon, at the behest of the Queen, all the ladies sought their several chambers. End of Day 4. The Conclusion.
Day the 5th. The Introduction of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by M. Rigg. Day the 5th. The Introduction. Endeth here the 4th day of the Decameron, beginneth the 5th, in which, under the rule of Fiammetta, discourse is had of good fortune befalling lovers after divers direful or disastrous adventures. All the east was white, nor any part of our hemisphere unillumined by the rising beams, when the carolling of the birds that in a gay chorus saluted the dawn among the baths induced Fiammetta to rise, and rose the other ladies and the 3 gallants, with whom adown the hill and about the dewy meads of the broad Champaign she sauntered, talking gaily of divers matters, until the sun had attained some height; then, feeling his rays grow somewhat scorching, they retraced their steps and returned to the villa, where, having repaired their slight fatigue with excellent wines and comfits, they took their pastime in the pleasant garden until the breakfast hour, when, all things being made ready by the discreet seneschal, they, after singing a stampita and a balladette or two, gaily at the Queen's behest, sat them down to eat. Meetly ordered and gladsome was the meal, which done, heedful of their rule of dancing, they trod a few short measures with accompaniment of music and song. Thereupon, being all dismissed by the Queen until after the siesta, some hied them to rest, while others tarried taking their pleasure in the fair garden. But shortly after noon, all at the Queen's behest reassembled, according to their wont, by the fountain, and the Queen, having seated herself on her throne, glanced towards Pamphilo, and bade him, with a smile, lead off with the stories of good fortune. Whereto Pamphilo gladly asserted himself, and thus began. End of Introduction of the Day 5.
Day 5. The First Story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eugene Smith. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the first story. Cimon, by loving, waxes wise, wins his wife Iphigenia by capture on the high seas, and is imprisoned at Rhodes. He is delivered by Lysimachus, and the twain capture Cassandra and recapture Iphigenia in the hour of their marriage. They flee with their ladies to Crete, and having there married them, are brought back to their homes. Many stories, sweet my ladies, occur to me as meet for me to tell by way of ushering in a day so joyous as this will be, of which one does most commend itself to my mind, because not only has it one of those happy endings of which today we are in quest, but 'twill enable you to understand how holy, how mighty, and how salutary are the forces of love, which not a few, witting not what they say, do most unjustly reprobate and reviled, which, if I err not, should to you, for that I take you to be enamoured, be indeed welcome. Once upon a time, then, as we have read in the ancient histories of the Cypriots, There was in the island of Cyprus a very great noble named Aristippus, a man rich in all worldly goods beyond all other of his countrymen, and who might have deemed himself incomparably blessed but for a single sore affliction that fortune had allotted him, which was that among his sons he had one, the best grown and handsomest of them all, that was well nigh a hopeless imbecile. His true name was Galenus, but as neither his tutor's pains, nor his father's coaxing or chastisement, nor any other method had availed to imbue him with any tincture of letters or manners, but he still remained gruff and savage of voice, and in his bearing liker to a beast than to a man, all, as in derision, were wont to call him Cimon, which in their language signifies the same as bestione, brute, in ours. The father, grieved beyond measure to see his son's life thus blighted, and having abandoned all hope of his recovery, nor caring to have the cause of his mortification ever before his eyes, bade him betake him to the farm, and there keep with his husbandmen. To Cimon the change was very welcome, because the manners and habits of the uncouth hinds were more to his taste than those of the citizens. So to the farm Cimon hied him, and addressed himself to the work thereof. And being thus employed, he chanced one afternoon, as he passed, staff on shoulder, from one domain to another, to enter a plantation, the like of which for beauty there was not in those parts, and which was then, for 'twas the month of May, a mass of greenery. And as he traversed it, he came, as fortune was pleased to guide him, to a meadow girt in with trees exceeding tall, and having in one of its corners a fountain most fair and cool, beside which he espied a most beautiful girl, lying asleep on the green grass, clad only in a vest of such fine stuff that it scarce in any measure veiled the whiteness of her flesh, and below the waist naught but an apron most white and fine of texture, and likewise at her feet there slept 2 women and a man, her slaves. No sooner did Cimon catch sight of her, than, as if he had never before seen form of woman, he stopped short, and leaning on his cudgel, regarded her intently, saying never a word, and lost in admiration. And in his rude soul, which, despite 1,000 lessons, had hitherto remained impervious to every delight that belongs to urbane life, he felt the awakening of an idea that bade his gross and coarse mind acknowledge that this girl was the fairest creature that had ever been seen by mortal eye. And thereupon he began to distinguish her several parts, praising her hair, which showed to him as gold, her brow, her nose and mouth, her throat and arms, and above all her bosom, which was as yet but in bud. And as he gazed, he changed of a sudden from a husbandman into a judge of beauty, and desired of all things to see her eyes, which the weight of her deep slumber kept close shut, and many a time he would fain have awakened her, that he might see them. But so much fairer seemed she to him than any other woman that he had seen, that he doubted she must be a goddess, and he was not so devoid of sense but that he deemed things divine more worthy of reverence than things mundane. He forbore, and waited until she should wake of her own accord, and though he found the delay overlong, yet, enthralled by so unwonted a delight, he knew not how to be going. However, after he had tarried a long while, it so befell that Iphigenia, such was the girl's name, her slave still sleeping, awoke, and raised her head, and opened her eyes, and seeing Cimon standing before her, leaning on his staff, was not a little surprised, and said, "Cimon, what seekest thou in this wood at this hour?" For Cimon she knew well, as indeed did almost all in the countryside, by reason alike of his uncouth appearance as of the rank and wealth of his father. To Iphigenia's question he answered never a word, but as soon as her eyes were open, Naught could he do but intently regard them, for it seemed to him that a soft influence emanated from them, which filled his soul with a delight that he had never before known; which the girl marking, began to misdoubt that by so fixed a scrutiny his boorish temper might be prompted to some act that should cause her dishonour. Wherefore she roused her women, and got up, saying, "Keep thy distance, Cimon, in God's name." Whereto Cimon made answer, "I will come with thee." And albeit the girl refused his escort, being still in fear of him, she could not get quit of him. But he attended her home, after which she hied him straight to his father's house, and announced that he was minded on no account to go back to the farm, which intelligence was far from welcome to his father and kinsmen, but nevertheless they suffered him to stay, and waited to see what might be the reason of his change of mind. So Cimon, whose heart, closed to all teaching, love's shaft, sped by the beauty of Iphigenia, had penetrated, did now graduate in wisdom with such celerity as to astonish his father and kinsmen, and all that knew him. He began by requesting his father to let him go clad in the like apparel, and with, in all respects, the like personal equipment as his brothers, which his father very gladly did. Mixing thus with the gallants, and becoming familiar with the manners proper to gentlemen, and especially to lovers, he very soon, to the exceeding great wonder of all, not only acquired the rudiments of letters, but waxed most eminent among the philosophic wits. After which, for no other cause than the love he bore to Iphigenia, he not only modulated his gruff and boorish voice to a degree of smoothness suitable to urbane life, but made himself accomplished in singing and music. In riding also, and in all matters belonging to war, as well by sea as by land, he waxed most expert and hardy. And in sum, that I go not about to enumerate each of his virtues in detail, he had not completed the 4th year from the stay of his first becoming enamoured, before he was grown the most gallant and courteous, aye, and the most perfect in particular accomplishments, of the young cavaliers that were in the island of Cyprus. What then, gracious ladies, are we to say of Cimon? Verily, naught else but that the high faculties with which heaven had endowed his noble soul, invidious fortune had bound with the strongest of cords, and circumscribed within a very narrow region of his heart. All which cords love, more potent than fortune, burst and break in pieces, and then, with the might wherewith he wakens dormant powers, he brought them forth of the cruel obfuscation in which they lay, into clear light, plainly showing thereby whence he may withdraw, and whither he may guide, by his beams the souls that are subject to his sway. Now, albeit by his love for Iphigenia Cimon was betrayed, as young lovers very frequently are, into some peccadilloes, yet Aristippus, reflecting that it had turned him from a booby into a man, not only bore patiently with him, but exhorted him with all his heart to continue steadfast in his love. And Cimon, who still refused to be called Galesus, because 'twas as Cimon that Iphigenia had first addressed him, being desirous to accomplish his desire by honourable means, did many a time urge his suit upon her father, Cypsius, that he would give her him to wife. Whereto Cypsius always made the same answer, to wit, that he had promised her to Pasimondas, a young Rhodian noble, and was not minded to break faith with him. However, the time appointed for Iphigenia's wedding being come, and the bridegroom having sent for her, Cimon said to himself, "'Tis now for me to show thee, Iphigenia, how great is my love for thee. 'Tis by thee that I am grown a man, nor doubt I, if I shall have thee, that I shall wax more glorious than a god, and verily thee I will have, or die." Having so said, he privily enlisted in his cause certain young nobles that were his friends, and secretly fitted out a ship with all equipment meet for combat, and put to sea on the look out for the ship that was to bear Iphigenia to Rhodes, and her husband. And at length, when her father had done lavishing honours upon her husband's friends, Iphigenia embarked, and the mariners, shaping their course for Rhodes, put to sea. Cimon was on the alert, and overhauled them the very next day, and standing on his ship's prow, shouted amain to those that were aboard Iphigenia's ship, "Bring to, strike sails, or look to be conquered and sunk in the sea." Then, seeing that the enemy had gotten their arms above deck, and were making ready to make a fight of it, he followed up his words by casting a grapnel upon the poop of the Rhodians, who were making great way, and having thus made their poop fast to his prow, he sprang, fierce as a lion, reckless whether he were followed or no, onto the Rhodian ship, making, as it were, no account of them, and animated by love, hurled himself, sword in hand, with prodigious force among the enemy, and cutting and thrusting right and left, slaughtered them like sheep. Insomuch that the Rhodians, marking the fury of his onset, threw down their arms, and as with one voice did all acknowledge themselves his prisoners. To whom Cimon, "Gallants," quoth he, "'twas neither lust or beauty nor enmity to you that caused me to put out from Cyprus to attack you here with force of arms on the high seas. Moved was I thereto by that which to gain is to me a matter great indeed, which peaceably to yield me is to you but a slight matter. For 'tis even Iphigenia, whom more than aught else I love, whom, as I might not have her of her father in peaceable and friendly sort, love has constrained me to take from you in this high-handed fashion, and by force of arms, to whom I mean to be even such as would have been your Passamondus. Wherefore give her to me, and go your way, and God's grace go with you." Yielding rather to force than prompted by generosity, the Rhodians surrendered Iphigenia, all tears, to Cimon, who, marking her tears, said to her, "Grieve not, noble lady, thy Cimon am I, who, by my long love, have established a far better right to thee than Passamondus by the faith that was plighted to him." So saying, he sent her aboard his ship, whither he followed her, touching naught that belonged to the Rhodians, and suffering them to go their way. To have gotten so dear a prize made him the happiest man in the world, but for a time 'twas all he could do to assuage her grief. Then, after taking counsel with his comrades, he deemed it best not to return to Cyprus for the present, and so, by common consent, they shaped their course for Crete, where most of them, and especially Cimon, had alliances of old or recent date, and friends not a few, whereby they deemed that they might tarry with Iphigenia in security. But fortune, that had accorded Cimon so gladsome a capture of the lady, suddenly proved fickle, and converted the boundless joy of the enamoured gallant into woeful and bitter lamentation. 'Twas not yet full 4 hours since Cimon had parted from the Rhodians, when, with the approach of night, that night from which Cimon hoped such joyance as he had never known, came weather most turbulent and tempestuous, which wrapped the heavens in cloud and swept the sea with scathing blasts, whereby 'twas not possible for any to see how the ship was to be worked or steered, or to steady himself so as to do any duty upon her deck. Whereat what grief was Cimon's it boots not to ask. Indeed, it seemed to him that the gods had granted his heart's desire only that it might be harder for him to die, which had else been to him but a light matter. Not less downcast were his comrades, but most of all Iphigenia, who, weeping bitterly and shuddering at every wave that struck the ship, did cruelly curse Cimon's love and censure his rashness, averring that this tempest was come upon them for no other cause than that the gods had decreed that, as 'twas in despite of their will that he purposed to espouse her, he should be frustrate of his presumptuous intent, and having lived to see her expire, should then himself meet a woeful death. While thus, and yet more bitterly, they bewailed them, and the mariners were at their wits' end, as the gale grew hourly more violent, nor knew they, nor might conjecture, whither they went, they drew nigh the island of Rhodes, albeit that Rhodes it was they wist not, and set themselves, as best and most skilfully they might, to run the ship aground. In which enterprise fortune favoured them, bringing them into a little bay, where, shortly before them, was arrived the Rhodian ship that Cimon had let go. Nor were they sooner aware that 'twas Rhodes they had made, than day broke, and the sky thus brightening a little, they saw that they were about a bow shot from the ship that they had released on the preceding day. Whereupon Cimon, vexed beyond measure, being apprehensive of that which in fact befell them, bade make every effort to win out of the bay, and let fortune carry them whither she would, for nowhere might they be in worse plight than there. So might and main they strove to bring the ship out, but all in vain. The violence of the gale thwarted them to such purpose as not only to preclude their passage out of the bay, but to drive them, willing-nilling, ashore. Whither no sooner were they come than they were recognized by the Rhodian mariners who had already landed, of whom one ran with all speed to a farm hard by, whither the Rhodian gallants were gone, and told them that fortune had brought Cimon and Iphigenia aboard their ship into the same bay to which she had guided them. Whereat the gallants were overjoyed, and taking with them not a few of the farm servants, hied them in hot haste to the shore, where, Cimon and his men being already landed with intent to take refuge in a neighbouring wood, they took them all, with Iphigenia, and brought them to the farm. Whence, pursuant to an order of the Senate of Rhodes, to which, so soon as he received the news, Pasiphae made his complaint, Cimon and his men were all marched off to prison by Lysimachus, chief magistrate of the Rhodians for that year, who came down from the city for the purpose with an exceeding great company of men-at-arms. On such wise did our hapless and enamoured Cimon lose his so lately won Iphigenia, before he had had of her more than a kiss or two. Iphigenia was entertained and comforted of the annoy, occasioned as well by her recent capture as by fury of the sea, by not a few noble ladies of Rhodes, with whom she tarried until the day appointed for her marriage. In recompense of the release of the Rhodian gallants on the preceding day, the lives of Cimon and his men were spared, notwithstanding that Pasiphae pressed might and main for their execution, and instead they were condemned to perpetual imprisonment, wherein, as may be supposed, they abode in dolorous plight, and despaired of ever again knowing happiness. However, it so befell that, Pasiphae accelerating his nuptials to the best of his power, fortune, as if repenting her that in her haste she had done Cimon so evil a turn, did now by a fresh disposition of events compass his deliverance. Pasiphae had a brother, by name Hormisdas, his equal in all respects save in years, who had long been contract to marry Cassandra, a fair and noble damsel of Rhodes, of whom Lysimachus was in the last degree enamoured. But owing to divers accidents, the marriage had been from time to time put off. Now Pasiphae, being about to celebrate his nuptials with exceeding great pomp, bethought him that he could do no better than, to avoid a repetition of the pomp and expense, arrange, if so he might, that his brother should be wedded on the same day with himself. So, having consulted anew with Cassandra's kinsfolk, and come to an understanding with them, he and his brother and they conferred together, and agreed that on the same day that Pasiphae married Iphigenia, Hormisdas should marry Cassandra. Lysimachus, getting wind of this arrangement, was mortified beyond measure, seeing himself thereby deprived of the hope which he cherished of marrying Cassandra himself, if Hormisdas should not forestall him. But like a wise man he concealed his chagrin, and cast about how he might frustrate the arrangement, to which end he saw no other possible means but to carry Cassandra off. It did not escape him that the office which he held would render this easily feasible, but he deemed it all the more dishonourable than if he had not held the office. But, in short, after much pondering, honour yielded place to love, and he made up his mind that, come what might, he would carry Cassandra off. Then, as he took thought what company he should take with him, and how he should go about the affair, he remembered Cimon, whom he had in prison with his men, and it occurred to him that he could not possibly have a better or more trusty associate in such an enterprise than Cimon. Wherefore, the same night, he caused Cimon to be brought privily to him in his own room, and thus addressed him: "Cimon, as the gods are most generous and liberal to bestow their gifts on men, so are they also most sagacious to try their virtue, and those whom they find to be firm and steadfast in all circumstances they honour as the most worthy with the highest rewards. They have been minded to be certified of thy worth by better proofs than thou couldst afford them, as long as thy life was bounded by thy father's house amid the superabundant wealth which I know him to possess. Wherefore, in the first place, they so wrought upon thee with the shrewd incitements of love, that from an insensate brute, as I have heard, thou grewest to be a man. Since when it has been, and is their intent, to try whether evil fortune and harsh imprisonment may avail to change thee from the temper that was thine, when for a short while thou hadst joyance of the prize thou hadst won. And so thou prove the same that thou wast then, they have in store for thee a boon incomparably greater than aught that they vouchsafed thee before. What that boon is, to the end thou mayst recover heart and thy wonted energies, I will now explain to thee. Pasimondus, exultant in thy misfortune, and eager to compass thy death, hastens to the best of his power his nuptials with thy Iphigenia, that so may he enjoy the prize that fortune, erstwhile smiling, gave thee, and forthwith, frowning, reft from thee. Whereat how sore must be thy grief, if rightly I gauge thy love, I know by my own case, seeing that his brother Hormisdas addresses himself to do me on the same day a like wrong in regard of Cassandra, whom I love more than aught else in the world. Nor see I that fortune has left us any way of escape from this her unjust and cruel spite, save what we may make for ourselves by a resolved spirit and the might of our right hands. Take we then the sword, and therewith make we each prize of his lady, thou for the second, I for the first time. For so thou value the recovery, I say not of thy liberty, for without thy lady I doubt thou wouldst hold it cheap, but of thy lady the gods have placed it in thine own hands, if thou art but minded to join me in my enterprise." These words restored to Cimon all that he had lost of heart and hope, nor pondered he long before he replied: "Lysimachus, comrade stouter or more staunch than I thou mightest not have in such an enterprise, if such indeed is be as thou sayest. Wherefore lay upon me such behest as thou shalt deem meet, and thou shalt marvel to witness the vigour of my performance." Whereupon Lysimachus: "On the third day from now," quoth he, "their husbands' houses will be newly entered by the brides, and on the same day, at even, we too will enter them in arms, thou with thy men, and I with some of mine, in whom I place great trust. And forcing our way among the guests, and slaughtering all that dare to oppose us, will bear the ladies off to a ship which I have had privily got ready." Cimon approved the plan, and kept quiet in prison until the appointed time, which being come, the nuptials were celebrated with great pomp and magnificence that filled the houses of the two brothers with festal cheer. Then Lysimachus, having made ready all things meet, and fired Cimon and his men and his own friends for the enterprise by a long harangue, disposed them in due time, all bearing arms under their cloaks, in 3 companies. And having privily dispatched one company to the port, that when the time should come to embark he might meet with no let, he marched with the other 2 companies to the house of Pasimondus, posted the one company at the gate, that being entered they might not be shut in or debarred their egress, and with the other company and Cimon ascended the stairs and gained the saloon, where the brides and not a few other ladies were set at several tables to sup in meet order. Whereupon in they rushed, and overthrew the tables, and seized each his own lady, and placed them in charge of their men, whom they bade bear them off forthwith to the ship that lay ready to receive them. Whereupon the brides and the other ladies and the servants, with one accord, fell a sobbing and shrieking, insomuch that a confused din and lamentation filled the whole place. Cimon, Lysimachus, and their band, none withstanding, but all giving way before them, gained the stairs, which they were already descending when they encountered Pasimondas, who, carrying a great staff in his hand, was making in the direction of the noise. But one doughty stroke of Cimon's sword sufficed to cleave his skull in twain, and lay him dead at Cimon's feet. And another stroke disposed of hapless Hormisdas, as he came running to his brother's aid. Some others who ventured to approach them were wounded and beaten off by the retinue. So forth of the house, that reeked with blood and resounded with tumult and lamentation and woe, sped Cimon and Lysimachus with all their company, and without any let, in close order, with their fair booty in their midst, made good their retreat to the ship. Whereon with the ladies they one and all embarked, for the shore was now full of armed men come to rescue the ladies, and the oarsmen, giving way, put to sea elate. Arrived at Crete, they met with a hearty welcome on the part of their many friends and kinsfolk, and having married their ladies, they made greatly merry, and had gladsome joyance of their fair booty. Their doings occasioned, both in Cyprus and in Rhodes, no small stir and commotion, which lasted for a long while. But in the end, by the good offices of their friends and kinsfolk in both islands, 'twas so ordered as that after a certain term of exile, Cimon returned with Iphigenia to Cyprus, and in like manner Lysimachus returned with Cassandra to Rhodes. And long and blithely thereafter lived they, each well contented with his own wife in his own land. End of Day 5, the first story.
Day 5, the second story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Decameron, by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the second story. Costanza loves Martuccio Gomito, and hearing that he is dead, gives way to despair, and hies her alone aboard a boat, which is wafted by the wind to Susa. She finds him alive in Tunis, and makes herself known to him, who, having by his counsel gained high place in the king's favour, marries her, and returns with her wealthy to Lipari.
Pamphilo's story being ended, the queen, after commending it not a little, called for one to follow from Emilia, who thus began.
Meet and right it is that one should rejoice when events so fall out that passion meets with its due reward, and as love merits in the long run rather joy than suffering, far gladlier obey I the queen's than I did the king's behest, and address myself to our present theme. You are to know then, dainty ladies, that not far from Sicily there is an islet called Lipari, in which, no great while ago, there dwelt a damsel, Costanza by name, fair as fair could be, and of one of the most honourable families in the island. And one Martuccio Gomito, who was also of the island, a young man most gallant and courteous, and worthy for his condition, became enamoured of Costanza, who in like manner grew so afire for him that she was ever ill at ease except she saw him. Martuccio, craving her to wife, asked her of her father, who made answer that, Martuccio being poor, he was not minded to give her to him. Mortified to be thus rejected by reason of poverty, Martuccio took an oath in presence of some of his friends and kinsfolk that Lipari should know him no more until he was wealthy. So away he sailed, and took to scouring the seas as a rover on the coast of Barbary, preying upon all whose force matched not his own. In which way of life he found fortune favourable enough, had he but known how to rest and be thankful. But 'twas not enough that he and his comrades in no long time waxed very wealthy. Their covetousness was inordinate, and, while they sought to gratify it, they chanced in an encounter with certain Saracen ships to be taken, after a long defence, and despoiled, and, most part of them, thrown into the sea by their captors, who, after sinking his ship, took Martuccio with them to Tunis, and clapped him in prison, and there kept him a long time in a very sad plight. Meanwhile, not by one or two, but by divers and not a few persons, tidings reached Lipari that all that were with Martuccio aboard his bark had perished in the sea. The damsel, whose grief on Martuccio's departure had known no bounds, now hearing that he was dead with the rest, wept a great while, and made up her mind to have done with life. But, lacking the resolution to lay violent hands upon herself, she bethought her how she might devote herself to death by some novel expedient. So one night she stole out of her father's house and hied her to the port, and there by chance she found, lying a little apart from the other craft, a fishing boat, which, as the owners had but just quitted her, was still equipped with mast and sails and oars. Aboard which boat she forthwith got, and being, like most of the women of the island, not altogether without nautical skill, she rowed some distance out to sea, and then hoisted sail, and cast away oars and tiller, and let the boat drift, deeming that a boat without lading or steersman would certainly be either capsized by the wind, or dashed against some rock and broken in pieces, so that escape she could not, even if she would, but must perforce drown. And so, her head wrapped in a mantle, she stretched herself weeping on the floor of the boat. But it fell out quite otherwise than she had conjectured, for, the wind being from the north and very equable, with next to no sea, the boat kept an even keel, and next day about vespers bore her to land hard by a city called Susa, full 100 miles beyond Tunis. To the damsel 'twas all one whether she were at sea or ashore, for since she had been aboard she had never once raised, nor, come what might, meant she ever to raise, her head. Now it so chanced that when the boat grounded there was on the shore a poor woman that was in the employ of some fishermen, whose nets she was just taking out of the sunlight. Seeing the boat under full sail, she marvelled how it should be suffered to drive ashore, and conjectured that the fishermen on board were asleep. So to the boat she hied her, and finding therein only the damsel fast asleep, she called her many times, and at length awakened her. And perceiving by her dress that she was a Christian, she asked her in Latin how it was that she was come thither all alone in the boat. Hearing the Latin speech, the damsel wondered whether the wind had not shifted and carried her back to Lipari. So up she started, gazed about her, and finding herself ashore and the aspect of the country strange, asked the good woman where she was. To which the good woman made answer, "My daughter, thou art hard by Susa in Barbary." Whereupon the damsel, sorrowful that God had not seen fit to accord her the boon of death, apprehensive of dishonour, and at her wits' end, sat herself down at the foot of her boat and burst into tears. Which the good woman saw not without pity, and persuaded her to come with her into her hut, and there by coaxing drew from her how she was come thither, and knowing that she could not but be fasting, she set before her her own coarse bread and some fish and water, and prevailed upon her to eat a little. Costanza thereupon asked her who she was that thus spoke Latin, whereto she answered that her name was Carapresa, and that she was from Trapani, where she had served some Christian fishermen. To the damsel, sad indeed though she was, this name Carapresa, wherefore she knew not, seemed to be of happy augury, so that she began to take hope, she knew not why, and to grow somewhat less fain of death. Wherefore, without disclosing who or whence she was, she earnestly besought the good woman for the love of God to have pity on her youth, and advise her how best to avoid insult. Whereupon Carapresa, good woman that she was, left her in her hut, while with all speed she picked up her nets, and on her return she wrapped her in her own mantle and led her to Susa. Arrived there, she said to her, "Costanza, I shall bring thee to the house of an excellent Saracen lady, for whom I frequently do bits of work, as she has occasion. She is an old lady and compassionate. I will commend thee to her care as best I may, and I doubt not she will right gladly receive thee, and entreat thee as her daughter. And thou wilt serve her, and, while thou art with her, do all thou canst to gain her favour, until such time as God may send thee better fortune." And as she said, so she did. The old lady listened, and then, gazing steadfastly in the damsel's face, shed tears, and taking her hand, kissed her forehead, and led her into the house, where she and some other women dwelt quite by themselves, doing divers kinds of handiwork in silk and palm leaves and leather; wherein the damsel in a few days acquired some skill, and thenceforth wrought together with them, and rose wondrous high in the favour and good graces of all the ladies, who soon taught her their language. Now while the damsel, mourned at home as lost and dead, dwelt thus at Susa, it so befell that, Mariabdella being then king of Tunis, a young chieftain in Granada, of great power, and backed by mighty allies, gave out that the realm of Tunis belonged to him, and having gathered a vast army, made a descent upon Tunis with intent to expel the king from the realm. Matuccio Gomito, who knew the language of Barbary well, heard the tidings in prison, and learning that the king of Tunis was mustering a mighty host for the defence of his kingdom, said to one of the warders that were in charge of him and his comrades, "If I might have speech of the king, I am confident that the advice that I should give him would secure him the victory." The warder repeated these words to his chief, who forthwith carried them to the king. Wherefore by the king's command Martuccio was brought before him, and being asked by him what the advice of which had spoken might be, answered on this wise: "Sire, if in old days, when I was wont to visit this country of yours, I duly observed the manner in which you order your battle, methinks you place your main reliance upon archers; and therefore, if you could contrive that your enemy's supply of arrows should give out, and your own continue plentiful, I apprehend that you would win the battle." "Ay, indeed," replied the king, "I make no doubt that, could I but accomplish that, I should conquer." "Nay, but sire," returned Matuccio, "you may do it, if you will. Listen, and I will tell you how. You must fit the bows of your archers with strings much finer than those that are in common use, and match them with arrows the notches of which will not admit any but these fine strings, and this you must do so secretly that your enemy may not know it, else he will find means to be even with you. Which counsel I give you for the following reason: when your and your enemy's archers have expended all their arrows, you wot that the enemy will fall to picking up the arrows that your men have shot during the battle, and your men will do the like by the enemy's arrows; but the enemy will not be able to make use of your men's arrows, by reason that their fine notches will not suffice to admit the stout strings, whereas your men will be in the contrary case in regard of the enemy's arrows, for the fine string will very well receive the large notched arrow. And so your men will have an abundant supply of arrows, while the enemy will be at a loss for them." The king, who lacked not sagacity, appreciated Martuccio's advice, and gave full effect to it, whereby he came out of the war a conqueror, and Martuccio, being raised to the chief place in his favour, waxed rich and powerful. Which matters being bruited throughout the country, it came to the ears of Costanza that Matuccio Gomito, whom she had long supposed to be dead, was alive; whereby her love for him, some embers of which still lurked in her heart, burst forth again in sudden flame, and gathered strength, and revived her dead hope. Wherefore she frankly told all her case to the good lady with whom she dwelt, saying that she would fain go to Tunis, that her eyes might have assurance of that which the report received by her ears had made them yearn to see. The lady fell heartily in with the girl's desire, and, as if she had been her mother, embarked with her for Tunis, where on their arrival they were honourably received in the house of one of her kinswomen. Carpresa, who had attended her, being sent to discover what she might touching Matuccio, brought back word that he was alive, and high in honour and place. The gentlewoman was minded that none but herself should apprise Matuccio of the arrival of his Costanza, wherefore she hied her one day to Matuccio, and said, "Matuccio, there is come to my house a servant of thine from Lipari, who would fain speak with thee here privily, and for that he would not have me trust another, I am come hither myself to deliver his message." Matuccio thanked her, and forthwith hied him with her to her house; where no sooner did the girl see him than she all but died for joy, and carried away by her feelings fell upon his neck with open arms and embraced him; and, what with sorrow of his past woes and her present happiness, said never a word, but softly wept. Matuccio regarded her for a while in silent wonder, then, heaving a sigh, he said, "Thou livest then, my Costanza. Long since I heard that thou wast lost, nor was aught known of thee at home." Which said, he tenderly and with tears embraced her. Costanza told him all her adventures, and how honourably she had been entreated by the gentlewoman with whom she had dwelt. And so long time they conversed, and then Matuccio parted from her, and hied him back to his lord the king, and told him all, to wit, his own adventures and those of the girl, adding that with his leave he was minded to marry her according to our law. Which matters the king found passing strange, and having called the girl to him, and learned from her that 'twas even as Martuccio had said, "Well indeed," quoth he, "hast thou won thy husband." Then caused he gifts most ample and excellent to be brought forth, part of which he gave to Costanza and part to Martuccio, leaving them entirely to their own devices in regard of one another. Then Martuccio, in terms most honourable, bade farewell to the old lady with whom Costanza had dwelt, thanking her for the service she had rendered to Costanza, and giving her presents suited to her condition, and commending her to God, while Costanza shed many a tear. After which, by leave of the king, they went aboard a light bark, taking with them Carapresa, and, sped by a prosperous breeze, arrived at Lipari, where they were received with such cheer as 'twere vain to attempt to describe. There were Martuccio and Costanza, wedded with all pomp and splendour, and there long time in easeful peace they had joyance of their love. End of Day 5, the second story.
Day 5, the third story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio, translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the third story. Pietro Boccamazza runs away with Agnolella and encounters a gang of robbers. The girl takes refuge in a wood and is guided to a castle. Pietro is taken but escapes out of the hands of the robbers, and after some adventures arrives at the castle where Agnolella is, marries her, and returns with her to Rome.
Ended Emilia's story, which none of the company spared to commend. The queen, turning to Elisa, bade her follow suit, and she, with glad obedience, thus began.
'Tis a story sweet, ladies, of a woeful night passed by two indiscreet young lovers that I have in mind, but as thereon ensued not a few days of joy, 'tis not inapposite to our argument, and shall be narrated. 'Tis no long time since at Rome, which albeit now the tale was of yore the head of the world, there dwelt a young man, Pietro Boccamazza by name, a scion of one of the most illustrious of the Roman houses, who became enamoured of a damsel exceeding fair, and amorous withal. Her name Agnolella, the daughter of one Gigliuzzo Saulo, a plebeian, but in high repute among the Romans. Nor loving thus did Pietro lack the address to inspire in Agnolella a love as ardent as his own. Wherefore, overmastered by his passion, and minded no longer to endure the sore suffering that it caused him, he asked her in marriage. Whereof his kinsfolk were no sooner apprised, than with one accord they came to him, and strongly urged him to desist from his purpose. They also gave Gigliuzzo Saulo to understand that he were best to pay no sort of heed to Pietro's words, for that if he so did, they would never acknowledge him as friend or relative. Thus, to see himself debarred of the one way by which he deemed he might attain to his desire, Pietro was ready to die for grief, and, all his kinsfolk notwithstanding, he would have married Gigliuzzo's daughter, had but the father consented. Wherefore at length he made up his mind that if the girl were willing, naught should stand in the way, and having through a common friend sounded the damsel, and found her apt, he brought her to consent to elope with him from Rome. The affair being arranged, Pietro and she took horse betimes one morning, and sallied forth for Anagni, where Pietro had certain friends in whom he placed much trust; and as they rode, time not serving for full joyance of their love, for they feared pursuit, they held converse thereof, and from time to time exchanged a kiss. Now it so befell that the way being none too well known to Pietro, when perhaps 8 miles from Rome they should have turned to the right, they took instead a leftward road. Whereon, when they had ridden but little more than 2 miles, they found themselves close to a petty castle, whence, so soon as they were observed, there issued some dozen men at arms. And as they drew near, the damsel, espying them, gave a cry, and said, "We are attacked, Pietro, let us flee." And guiding her nag as best she knew towards a great forest, she planted the spurs in his sides, and so, holding on by the saddle bow, was borne by the goaded creature into the forest at a gallop. Pietro, who had been too engrossed with her face to give due heed to the way, and thus had not been aware, as soon as she, of the approach of the men at arms, was still looking about to see whence they were coming, when they came upon him, and took him prisoner, and forced him to dismount. Then they asked who he was, and when he told them, they conferred among themselves, saying, "This is one of the friends of our enemies. What else can we do but relieve him of his nag and of his clothes, and hanging on one of these oaks in scorn of the Orsini?" To which proposal all agreeing, they bade Pietro strip himself, but while already divining his fate, he was so doing, an ambuscade of full 25 men at arms fell suddenly upon them, crying, "Death! Death!" Thus surprised, they let Pietro go and stood on the defensive, but, seeing that the enemy greatly outnumbered them, they took to their heels, the others giving chase. Whereupon Pietro hastily resumed his clothes, mounted his nag, and fled with all speed in the direction which he had seen the damsel take. But finding no road or path through the forest, nor discerning any trace of a horse's hoofs, he was, for that he found not the damsel, albeit he deemed himself safe out of the clutches of his captors and their assailants, the most wretched man alive, and fell a weeping and wandering hither and thither about the forest, uttering Agnolella's name. None answered, but turn back he dared not, so on he went, not knowing whither he went, besides which he was in mortal dread of the wild beasts that infest the forest, as well on account of himself as of the damsel, whom momently he seemed to see throttled by some bear or wolf. Thus did our unfortunate Pietro spend the whole day wandering about the forest, making it to resound with his cries of Agnolella's name, and harking at times back when he thought to go forward, until at last, what with his cries and his tears and his fears and his long fasting, he was so spent that he could go no further. 'Twas then nightfall, and as he knew not what else to do, he dismounted at the foot of an immense oak, and having tethered his nag to the trunk, climbed up into the branches, lest he should be devoured by the wild beasts during the night. Shortly afterwards the moon rose with a very clear sky, and Pietro, who dared not sleep lest he should fall, and indeed had he been secure from that risk, his misery and his anxiety on account of the damsel would not have suffered him to sleep, kept watch, sighing and weeping and cursing his evil luck. Now the damsel, who, as we said before, had fled she knew not whither, allowing her nag to carry her whithersoever he would, strayed so far into the forest that she lost sight of the place where she had entered it, and spent the whole day just as Pietro had done, wandering about the wilderness, pausing from time to time, and weeping and uttering his name, and bewailing her evil fortune. At last, seeing that 'twas now the vesper hour and Pietro came not, she struck into a path which the nag followed, until, after riding some 2 miles, she espied at some distance a cottage, for which she made with all speed, and found there a good man, well stricken in years, with his wife, who was likewise aged. Seeing her ride up alone, they said, "Daughter, wherefore ridest thou thus alone at this hour in these parts?" Weeping, the damsel made answer that she had lost her companion in the forest, and asked how far might Anagni be from there. "My daughter," returned the good man, "this is not the road to Anagni. 'tis more than 12 miles away." "And how far off," inquired the damsel, "are the nearest houses in which one might find lodging for the night?" "There are none so near," replied the good man, "that thou canst reach them today." "Then, so please you," said the damsel, "since go elsewhither I cannot, for God's sake let me pass the night here with you." Whereto the good man made answer, "Damsel, welcome art thou to tarry the night with us, but still thou art to know that these parts are infested both by day and by night by bands, which, be they friends or be they foes, are alike ill to meet with, and not seldom do much despite and mischief, and if by misadventure one of these bands should visit us while thou wert here, and marking thy youth and beauty should do thee despite and dishonor, we should be unable to afford thee any succor. This we would have thee know, that if it should so come to pass, thou mayst not have cause to reproach us." The damsel heard not the old man's word without dismay, but, seeing that the hour was now late, she answered, "God, if he be so pleased, will save both you and me from such molestation, and if not, 'tis a much lesser evil to be maltreated by men than to be torn in pieces by the wild beasts in the forest." So saying, she dismounted and entered the cottage, where, having supped with the poor man and his wife on such humble fare as they had, she laid herself in her clothes beside them in their bed. She slept not, however, for her own evil plight and that of Pietro, for whom she knew not how to augur aught but evil, kept her sighing and weeping all night long. And towards matins she heard a great noise as of men that marched. So up she got, and hied her into a large courtyard that was in the rear of the cottage, and part of which was covered with a great heap of hay, which she espying hid herself therein, that, if the men came there, they might not so readily find her. Scarce had she done so than the man, who proved to be a strong company of marauders, were at the door of the cottage, which they forced open, and having entered and found the damsel's nag still saddled, they asked who was there. The damsel being out of sight, the good man answered, "There is none here but my wife and I, but this nag, which has given some one the slip, found his way hither last night, and we housed him lest he should be devoured by the wolves." "So," said the chief of the band, "as he has no owner, he will come in very handy for us." Whereupon in several parties they ransacked the cottage from top to bottom, and one party went out into the courtyard, where, as they threw aside their lances and targets, it so befell that one of them, not knowing where else to bestow his lance, tossed it into the hay, and was within an ace of killing the damsel that lay hid there, as likewise she of betraying her whereabouts, for the lance all but grazing her left breast, insomuch that the head tore her apparel, she doubted she was wounded, and had given a great shriek, but that, remembering where she was, she refrained for fear. By and by the company cooked them a breakfast of kids and other meat, and having eaten and drunken, dispersed in divers directions as their affairs required, taking the girl's nag with them. And when they were gotten some little way off, the good man asked his wife, "What became of the damsel, our guest of last night, that I have not seen her since we rose?" The good woman answered that she knew not where the damsel was, and went to look for her. The damsel, discovering that the men were gone, came forth of the hay, and the good man, seeing her, was overjoyed that she had not fallen into the hands of the ruffians, and, as the day was breaking, said to her, "Now that the day is at hand, we will, so it like thee, escort thee to a castle some 5 miles hence, where thou wilt be in safety, but thou must needs go afoot, because these villains that are but just gone have taken thy nag with them." The damsel, resigning herself to her loss, besought them for God's sake to take her to the castle, whereupon they set forth and arrived there about half tierce. Now the castle belonged to one of the Orsini, Liello di Campo di Fiore by name, whose wife, as it chanced, was there. A most kindly and good woman she was, and recognizing the damsel as soon as she saw her, gave her a hearty welcome, and would fain have from her a particular account of how she came there. So the damsel told her the whole story. The lady, to whom Pietro was also known as being a friend of her husband, was distressed to hear of his misadventure, and being told where he was taken, gave him up for dead. So she said to the damsel, "Since so it is that thou knowest not how Pietro has fared, thou shalt stay here with me until such time as I may have opportunity to send thee safely back to Rome." Meanwhile Pietro, perched on his oak in as woeful a plight as might be, had espied, when he should have been in his first sleep, a full score of wolves that, as they prowled, caught sight of the nag, and straightway were upon him on all sides. The horse, as soon as he was ware of their approach, strained on their reins till they snapped, and tried to make good his escape, but being hemmed in, was brought to bay, and made a long fight of it with his teeth and hoofs, but in the end they bore him down, and throttled him, and forthwith eviscerated him, and the whole pack falling upon him, devoured him to the bone before they had done with him. Whereat Pietro, who felt that in the nag he had lost a companion and a comfort in his travail, was sorely dismayed, and began to think that he should never get out of the forest. But towards dawn he perched there in the oak, almost dead with cold, looking around him, as he frequently did, espied about a mile off a huge fire, wherefore as soon as 'twas broad day he got down, not without trepidation, from the oak, and bent his steps towards the fire, and being come to it, he found, gathered about it, a company of shepherds, eating and making merry, who took pity on him, and made him welcome. And when he had broken his fast and warmed himself, he told them the mishap that had befallen him, and how it was that he was come there alone, and asked them if there was a farm or castle in those parts whither he might betake him. The shepherds said that about 3 miles away there was a castle belonging to Liello di Campo di Fiore, where his lady was then tarrying. Pietro, much comforted, requested to be guided thither by some of their company, whereupon 2 of them right gladly escorted him. So Pietro arrived at the castle, where he found some that knew him, and while he was endeavoring to set on foot a search for the damsel in the forest, the lady summoned him to her presence, and he, forthwith obeying, and seeing Agnolella with her, was the happiest man that ever was. He yearned till he all but swooned to go and embrace her, but refrained for bashfulness in the lady's presence. And overjoyed as he was, the joy of the damsel was no less. The lady received him with great cheer, and though, when she had heard the story of his adventures from his own lips, she chid him not a little for having set at naught the wishes of his kinsfolk, yet, seeing that he was still of the same mind, and that the damsel was also constant, she said to herself, "To what purpose give I myself all this trouble? They love one another, they know one another, they love with equal ardor, their love is honorable, and I doubt not is well pleasing to God, seeing that the one has escaped the gallows, and the other the lance, and both the wild beasts. Wherefore be it as they would have it." Then turning to them, she said, "If 'tis your will to be joined in wedlock as man and wife, mine jumps with it. Here shall your nuptials be solemnized, and at Liello's charges, and for the rest I will see that your peace is made with your kinsfolk." So in the castle the pair were wedded, Pietro only less blithe than Agnolella, the lady ordering the nuptials as honorably as might be in her mountain home, and there they had most sweet joyance of the first fruits of their love. So some days they tarried there, and then, accompanied by the lady with a strong escort, they took horse and returned to Rome, where, Very wroth though she found Pietro's kinsfolk for what he had done, the lady re-established solid peace between him and them, and so at Rome Pietro and Agnolella lived together to a good old age in great tranquillity and happiness. End of Day 5, the third story.
Day 5, the fourth story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the fourth story. Ricciardo Monardi is found by Messer Lizio de Valbona with his daughter, whom he marries and remains at peace with her father.
In silence Elisa received the praise bestowed on her story by her fair companions, and then the queen called for a story from Philostrato, who with a laugh began on this wise.
Chidden have I been so often and by so many of you for the sore burden which I have laid upon you, of discourse harsh and meet for tears, that, as some compensation for such annoy, I deem myself bound to tell you somewhat that may cause you to laugh a little. Wherefore my story, which will be of the brightest, shall be of a love, the course whereof, save for sighs and a brief passage of fear mingled with shame, ran smooth to a happy consummation. Know then, noble ladies, 'tis no long time since there dwelt in Romagna a right worthy and courteous knight, Messer Lizio de Valbona by name, who was already verging upon old age, when there was born to him of his wife, Madonna Giacomina, a daughter, whom, as she grew up, became the fairest and most debonair of all girls of those parts, and for that she was the only daughter left to him, was most dearly loved and cherished by her father and mother, who guarded her with the most jealous care, thinking to arrange some great match for her. Now there was frequently in Messer Lizio's house, and much in his company, a fine, lusty young man, one Ricciardo de Menardi da Bretinoro, whom Messer Lizio and his wife would as little have thought of mistrusting as if he had been their own son, who, now and again taking note of the damsel, that she was very fair and graceful, and in bearing and behavior most commendable, and of marriageable age, fell vehemently in love with her, which love he was most very careful to conceal. The damsel detected it, however, and in like manner plunged headlong into love with him, to Ricciardo's no small satisfaction. Again and again he was on the point of speaking to her, but refrained for fear. At length, however, he summoned up his courage, and seizing his opportunity, thus addressed her: "Caterina, I implore thee, suffer me not to die for love of thee." Whereto the damsel forthwith responded: "Nay, God grant it that it be not rather that I die for love of thee." Greatly exhilarated and encouraged, Ricardio made answer: "'Twill never be by default of mine that thou lackest aught that may pleasure thee, but it rests with thee to find the means to save thy life and mine." Then said the damsel: "Thou seest, Ricciardo, how closely watched I am, insomuch that I see not how 'twere possible for thee to come to me. But if thou seest aught that I may do without dishonor, speak the word and I will do it." Ricciardo was silent for a while, pondering many matters. Then of a sudden he said: "Sweet mi Caterina, there is but one way that I can see, to wit, that thou shouldest sleep either on or where thou mightest have access to the terrace by thy father's garden, where, so I but knew that thou wouldest be there at night, I would not fail contrive to meet thee, albeit 'tis very high." "As for my sleeping there," replied Caterina, "I doubt not that it may be managed, if thou art sure that thou canst join me." Ricciardo answered in the affirmative, whereupon they exchanged a furtive kiss and parted. On the morrow, it being now towards the close of May, the damsel began complaining to her mother that by reason of the excessive heat she had not been able to get any sleep during the night. "Daughter," said the lady, "what heat was there? Nay, there was no heat at all." "Had you said 'to my thinking,' mother," rejoined Caterina, "you would perhaps have said sooth. But you should bethink you how much more heat girls have in them than ladies that are advanced in years. True, my daughter, returned the lady, but I cannot order that it should be hot or cold, as thou perchance wouldst like. We must take the weather as we find it, and as the seasons provide it. Perchance tonight it would be cooler, and thou wilt sleep better. God grant it be so, said Caterina, but 'tis not wanted for the nights to grow cooler as the summer comes on. What then, said the lady, wouldst thou have me do? With your leave and my father's, answered Caterina, I should like to have a little bed made up on the terrace by his room and over his garden, where, hearing the nightingale sing, and being in a much cooler place, I should sleep much better than in your room. Whereupon, daughter, be of good cheer, said the mother, I will speak to thy father, and we will do as he shall decide. And so the lady told Messer Lizio what had passed between her and the damsel, but he, being old, and perhaps for that reason a little morose, said, What nightingale is this, to whose chant she would fain sleep? I will see to it that the cicalas shall yet lull her to sleep. Which speech coming to Caterina's ears gave such offence, that for anger, rather than for reason of the heat, she not only slept not herself that night, but suffered not her mother to sleep, keeping up a perpetual complaint of the great heat. Wherefore her mother hied her in the morning to Messer Lizio, and said to him, Sir, you hold your daughter none too dear. What difference can it make to you that she lie on the terrace? She has tossed about all night long by reason of the heat, and besides, can you wonder that she, girl that she is, loves to hear the nightingale sing? Young folk naturally affect their likes. Whereto Messer Lizio made answer, Go, make her a bed there to your liking, and set a curtain round it, and let her sleep there, and hear the nightingale sing to her heart's content. Which the damsel no sooner learned than she had a bed made there with the intent to sleep there that same night. Wherefore she watched until she saw Ricciardo, whom by a concerted sign she gave to understand what he was to do. Messer Lizio, as soon as he heard the damsel go to bed, locked a door that led from his room to the terrace, and went to sleep himself. When all was quiet, Ricciardo, with the help of a ladder, got upon a wall, and standing thereon laid hold of certain toothings of another wall, and not without great exertion and risk had he fallen, clambered up on to the terrace, where the damsel received him quietly with the heartiest of cheer. Many a kiss they exchanged, and then got them to bed, where well nigh all night long they had solace and joyance of one another, and made the nightingale sing not a few times. But, brief being the night, and great their pleasure, towards dawn, albeit they wist it not, they fell asleep, Caterina's right arm encircling Ricciardo's neck, while with her left hand she held him by that part of his person which your modesty, my ladies, is most averse to name in the company of men. So peacefully they slept, and were still asleep when day broke and Messer Lizio rose, and calling to mind that his daughter slept on the terrace, softly opened the door, saying to himself, Let me see what sort of night's rest the nightingale has afforded our Caterina. And, having entered, he gently raised the curtain that screened the bed, and saw Ricciardo asleep with her and in her embrace as described, both being quite naked and uncovered. And having taken note of Ricciardo, he went away and hied him to his lady's room, and called her, saying, Up, up, wife, come and see, for thy daughter has fancied the nightingale to such purpose that she has caught him, and holds him in her hand. How can this be? said the lady. Come quickly, and thou shalt see, replied Messer Lizio. And so the lady huddled on her clothes, and silently followed Messer Lizio, and when they came to the bed, and had raised the curtain, Madonna Giacomia saw plainly enough how her daughter had caught and did hold the nightingale, whose song she had longed to hear. Whereat the lady, deeming that Ricciardo had played her a cruel trick, would have cried out and upbraided him, but Messer Lizio said to her, Wife, as thou valuest my love, say not a word, for in good sooth, seeing that she has caught him, he shall be hers. Ricciardo is a gentleman and wealthy, an alliance with him cannot but be to our advantage. If he would part from me on good terms, he must first marry her, so that the nightingale shall prove to have been put in his own cage, and not in that of another. Whereby the lady was reassured, seeing that her husband took the affair so quietly, and their daughter had had a good night, and was rested, and had caught the nightingale. So she kept silence, nor had they long to wait before Ricciardo awoke, and seeing 'twas broad daylight, and deemed 'twas as much as his life was worth, aroused Caterina, saying, "Alas, my soul! What shall we do, now that day has come and surprised me here?" Which question Messer Lazio answered by coming forward and saying, "We shall do well." At sight of him Ricardo felt as if his heart were torn out of his body, and sate up in the bed, and cried, "My lord, I cry for mercy for God's sake. I wot that my disloyalty and delinquency had merited death. Wherefore deal with me even as it may seem best to you. However, I pray to you, if so it may be, to spare my life, that I die not." "Ricciardo," replied Messer Lizio, "the love I bore thee, and the faith I reposed in thee, merited a better return. But still, as so it is, and youth has seduced thee into such a transgression, redeem thy life and preserve thy honor, by making Caterina thy lawful spouse, that thine, as she has been for this past night, she may remain for the rest of her life. In this way thou mayst securest my peace and thy safety. Otherwise, commend thy soul to God." Pending this colloquy, Caterina let go the Nightingale, and having covered herself, began with many a tear to implore her father to forgive Ricciardo, and Ricciardo to do as Messer Lizio required, that thereby they might securely count upon a long continuance of such nights of delight. But there needed not much supplication, for, with what remorse for the wrong done, and the wish to make amends, and the fear of death, and the desire to escape it, and above all his ardent love, and the craving to possess his beloved one, Ricciardo lost no time in making a frank avowal of his readiness to do as Messer Lizio would have him. Wherefore, Messer Lizio having borrowed a ring from Madonna Giacomina, Ricciardo did there and then in their presence wed Caterina. Which done, Messer Lizio and the lady took their leave, saying, "Now rest ye awhile, for so perchance 'twere better for you than if ye rose." And so they left the young folks, who forthwith embraced, and not having travelled more than 6 miles during the night, went 2 miles further before they rose, and so concluded their first day. When they were arisen, Ricciardo and Messer Lizio discussed the matter with more formality, and some days afterwards Ricciardo, as was meet, married the damsel anew in the presence of their friends and kinsfolk, and brought her home with great pomp, and celebrated his nuptials with due dignity and splendour. And so for many a year thereafter he lived with her in peace and happiness, and snared the nightingale's day and night to her heart's content. End of Day 5, the 4th story.
Day 5, the 5th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J. M. Rigg. Day 5, the 5th story. Guidotto da Cremona dies, leaving a girl to Giacomino da Pavia. She has 2 lovers in Faenza, to wit Gianole di Severino and Minghino di Mingole, who fight about her. She is discovered to be Gianole's sister, and is given to Minghino to wife.
All the ladies laughed so heartily over the story of the Nightingale, that even when Philostrato had finished, they could not control their merriment. However, when the laughter was somewhat abated, the Queen said, "Verily, if thou didst yesterday afflict us, today thou hast tickled us to such purpose, that none of us may justly complain of thee." Then, as the turn had now come round to Neifile, she bade her give them a story, and thus blithely Neifile began.
As Philostrato went to Romagna for the matter of his discourse, I too am fain to make a short journey through the same country, in what I am about to relate to you. I say then that there dwelt of yore in the city of Fano 2 Lombards, the one yclept Guidotto da Cremona, and the other Giacomino da Pavia, men advanced in life, who, being soldiers, had spent the best part of their youth in feats of arms. Now Guidotto, being at the point of death, and having no son or any friend or kinsman in whom he placed more trust than in Giacomino, left him a girl of about 10 years, and all that he had in the world. And so, having given him to know not a little of his affairs, he died. About the same time, the city of Faenza, which had long been at war, and in a most sorry plight, began to recover some measure of prosperity, and thereupon liberty to return thither on honourable terms was accorded to all that were so minded. Whither accordingly Giacomino, who had dwelt there aforetime and liked the place, returned with all his goods and chattels, taking with him the girl left him by Guidotto, whom he loved and entreated as his daughter. The girl grew up as beautiful a maiden as was to be found in the city, and no less debonair and modest was she than fair. Wherefore she lacked not admirers, but above all 2 young men, both very gallant and of equal merit, the one Gianole di Severino, the other Minghino di Mingole, affected her with so ardent a passion that, growing jealous, they came to hate one another with an inordinate hatred. Right gladly would each have espoused her, she being now 15 years old, but that his kinsman forbade it. Wherefore, seeing that neither might have her in an honourable way, each determined to compass his end as best he might. Now Giacomino had in his house an ancient maid, and a man by name Crivello, a very pleasant and friendly sort of fellow, with whom Gianole grew familiar, and in due time confided to him all his love, praying him to further the attainment of his desire, and promising to reward him handsomely if he did so. Crivello made answer, "Thou must know that there is but one way in which I might be of service to thee in this affair. I might contrive that thou shouldst be where she is when Giacomino is gone off to supper, but were I to presume to say aught to her on thy behalf, she would never listen to me. This, if it please thee, I promise to do for thee, and will be as good as my word, and then thou canst do whatever thou mayst deem most expedient." Gianole said that he asked no more, and so 'twas arranged. Meanwhile, Minghino, on his part, had made friends with the maid, on whom he had so wrought that she had carried several messages to the girl, and had gone far to kindle her to his love, and furthermore had promised to contrive that he should meet her when for any cause Giacomino should be from home in the evening. And so it befell that no long time after these parleys, Giacomino, by Crivello's management, was to go sup at the house of a friend, and by preconcert between Crivello and Gianole, upon signal given, Gianole was to come to Giacomino's house and find the door open. The maid, on her part, witting naught of the understanding between Crivello and Gianole, let Minghino know that Giacomino would not sup at home, and bade him be near the house, so that he might come and enter it on sight of a signal from her. The evening came. Neither of the lovers knew aught of what the other was about, but being suspicious of one another, they came to take possession, each with his own company of armed friends. Minghino, while awaiting the signal, rested with his company in the house of one of his friends, hard by the girl's house. Gianole, with his company, was posted a little farther off. Crivello and the maid, when Giacomino was gone, did each their endeavour to get the other out of the way. Crivello said to the maid, "How is it thou takest not thyself to bed, but goest still hither and thither about the house?" And the maid said to Crivello, "Nay, but why goest thou not after thy master? Thou hast supped, what awaitest thou here?" And so, neither being able to make the other quit the post, Crivello, the hour concerted with Gianole being come, said to himself, "What care I for her? If she will not keep quiet, 'tis like to be the worse for her." Whereupon he gave the signal, and hied him to the door, which he had no sooner opened than Giannone entered with 2 of his companions, and finding the girl in the saloon, laid hands on her with intent to carry her off. The girl struggled and shrieked amain, as did also the maid. Minghino, fearing the noise, hasted to the spot with his companions, and seeing that the girl was already being borne across the threshold, they drew their swords and cried out in chorus, "Ha! traitors that ye are all dead men! 'Twill go otherwise than ye think for. What means this force?" Which said, they fell upon them with their swords, while the neighbours, alarmed by the noise, came hurrying forth with lights and arms, and protested that 'twas an outrage, and took Minghino's part. So, after a prolonged struggle, Minghino wrested the girl from Giannone, and set her again in Giacomino's house. Nor were the combatants separated before the officers of the governor of the city came up and arrested not a few of them, among them Minghino and Giannone and Crivello, whom they marched off to prison. However, peace being restored, and Giacomino returned, 'twas with no little chagrin that he heard of the affair. But finding upon investigation that the girl was in no wise culpable, he was somewhat reassured, and determined, lest the like should again happen, to bestow the girl in marriage as soon as might be. On the morrow, the kinsfolk of the 2 lovers, having learned the truth of the matter, and knowing what evil might ensue to the captives if Giacomino should be minded to take the course which he reasonably might, came and gave him good words, beseeching him to let the kindly feeling, the love, which they believed he bore to them, his suppliants, count for more with him than the wrong that the harebrained gallants had done him, and on their part and their own offering to make any amend that he might require. Giacomino, who had seen many things in his time, and lacked not sound sense, made answer briefly, "Gentlemen, were I in my own country as I am in yours, I hold myself in such sort your friend, that naught would I do in this matter or in any other, save what might be agreeable to you. Besides which, I have the more reason to consider your wishes, because 'tis against you yourselves that you have offended, inasmuch as this damsel, whatever many folk may suppose, is neither of Cremona nor of Pavia, but is of Faenza, albeit neither I nor she, nor he from whom I had her, did ever wot whose daughter she was. Wherefore, touching that you ask of me, I will even do just as you bid me." The worthy men found it passing strange that the girl should be of Faenza, and having thanked Giacomino for his handsome answer, they besought him that he would be pleased to tell them how she had come into his hands, and how he knew that she was of Faenza. To whom Giacomino replied on this wise: "A comrade and friend I had, Guidotto da Cremona, who, being at the point of death, told me that, when this city of Faenza was taken by the Emperor Frederick, he and his comrades, entering one of the houses during the sack, found there good store of booty, and never a soul save this girl, who, being 2 years old or thereabouts, greeted him as father as he came up the stairs. Wherefore he took pity on her, and carried her with whatever else was in the house away with him to Fano, where on his deathbed he left her to me, charging me in due time to bestow her in marriage and give her all his goods and chattels by way of dowry. But, albeit she is now of marriageable age, I have not been able to provide her with a husband to my mind, though right glad should I be to do so, that naught like the event of yesterday may again befall me." Now among the rest of those present was one Guglielmo da Medicina, who had been with Guidotto on that occasion, and knew well whose house it was that Guidotto had sacked. And seeing the owner there among the rest, he went up to him and said, "Dost hear, Bernabuccio, what Giacomino says?" Ay, answered Bernabuccio, and I gave the more heed thereto, for that I call to mind that during those disorders I lost a little daughter of just the age that Giacomino speaks of. "'Tis verily she, then," said Guglielmo, "for once when I was with Guidotto, I heard him describe what house it was that he had sacked, and I wist that 'twas thine. Wherefore search thy memory if there be any sign by which thou thinkest to recognise her, and let her be examined, that thou mayst be assured that she is thy daughter." So Bernabuccio pondered a while, and then recollected that she ought to have a scar showing like a tiny cross above her left ear, being where he had excised a tumour a little while before that affair. Wherefore, without delay, he went up to Giacomino, who was still there, and besought him to let him go home with him and see the damsel. Giacomino gladly did so, and no sooner was the girl brought into Bernabuccio's presence than, as he beheld her, 'twas as if he saw the face of her mother, who was still a beautiful woman. However, he would not rest there, but besought Giacomino of his grace to permit him to lift a lock or two of hair above her left ear, whereto Giacomino consented. So Bernabuccio approached her where she stood somewhat shamefast, and with his right hand lifted her locks, and seeing the cross, wist that in very truth she was his daughter, and tenderly wept and embraced her, albeit she withstood him. And then, turning to Giacomino, he said, "My brother, the girl is my daughter. 'Twas my house that Guidotto sacked, and so sudden was the assault that my wife, her mother, forgot her, and we have always hitherto supposed that my house being burned that same day, she perished in the flames." Catching his words, and seeing that he was advanced in years, the girl inclined to believe him, and impelled by some occult instinct, suffered his embraces, and melting, mingled her tears with his. Bernabuccio forthwith sent for her mother and her sisters and other kinswomen and her brothers, and having shown her to them all and told the story, after they had done her great cheer and embraced her 1,000 times, to Giacomino's no small delight, he brought her home with him. Which coming to the ears of the governor of the city, the worthy man, knowing that Giannole, whom he had in ward, was Bernabuccio's son and the girl's brother, made up his mind to deal leniently with Giannole. Wherefore he took upon himself the part of mediator in the affair, and having made peace between Bernabuccio and Giacomino, and Giannole and Minghino, gave Agnesa, such was the damsel's name, to Minghino to wife, to the great delight of all Minghino's kinsfolk, and set at liberty not only Giannole and Minghino, but Crivello and the others their confederates in the affair. Whereupon Minghino, with the blithest of hearts, wedded Agnesa with all due pomp and circumstance, and brought her home, where for many a year thereafter he lived with her in peace and prosperity. End of Day 5, the 5th story. Recording by Ruth Golding.
Day 5, the 6th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Miette. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the 6th story. Gianni di Procida, being found with the damsel that he loves, and who had been given to King Frederick, is bound with her to a stake, so to be burned. He is recognized by Ruggieri de Loria. is delivered, and marries her.
Nephilus' story, with which the ladies were greatly delighted, being ended, the queen called for one from Pampinea, who forthwith raised her noble countenance, and thus began.
Mighty indeed, gracious ladies, are the forces of love, and great are the labours, and excessive, and unthought of, the perils which they induce lovers to brave, as is manifest enough by what we have heard to-day, and on other occasions. Howbeit I mean to show you the same once more, by a story of an enamoured youth. Hard by Naples is the island of Ischia, in which there dwelt aforetime with other young damsels once, Restituta by name, daughter of one Marin Bulgaro, a gentleman of the island. Very fair was she, and blithe of heart, and by a young gallant, Giovanni by name, of the neighbouring islet of Procida, was beloved more dearly than life, and in like measure returned his love. Now, not to mention his daily resort to Ischia to see her, there were times not a few when Giovanni, not being able to come by a boat, would swim across from Procida by night, that he might have sight, if of naught else, at least of the walls of her house. And while their love burned thus fervently, it so befell that one summer's day, as the damsel was all alone on the seashore, picking her way from rock to rock, detaching as she went shells from their beds with a knife, she came to a recess among the rocks, where, for the sake as well of the shade as of the comfort afforded by a spring of most cool water that was there, some Sicilian gallants that were come from Naples had put in with their felucca, who, having taken note of the damsel, that she was very fair, that she was not yet aware of them, and was alone, resolved to capture her and carry her away. Nor did they fail to give effect to their resolve, but, albeit she shrieked amain, they laid hands on her, and set her aboard their boat and put to sea. Arrived at Calabria, they fell a-wrangling as to whose agreement, and fearing that worse might befall them, and she bring misfortune upon them, they resolved with one accord to give her to Frederick, King of Sicily, who was then a young man, and took no small delight in commodities of that quality. And so, being come to Palermo, they did. Marking her beauty, the king set great store by her. But as she was somewhat indisposed, he commanded that, till she was stronger, she should be lodged and attended in a very pretty villa that was in one of his gardens, which he called Cuba. And so 'twas done. The purloining of the damsel caused no small stir in Ischia, more especially because 'twas impossible to discover by whom she had been carried off. But Giovanni, more concerned than any other, despairing of finding her in Ischia, and being apprised of the course the felucca had taken, equipped one himself, and put to sea, and in hot haste scoured the whole coast from Minerva to Scalia in Calabria, making everywhere diligent search for the damsel, and in Scalia learned that she had been taken by Sicilian mariners to Palermo, whither, accordingly, he hied him with all speed, and there, after long search, discovering that she had been given to the king, who kept her at Cuba, he was sore troubled, insomuch that he now scarce ventured to hope that he should ever set eyes on her, not to speak of having her for his own again. But still, holden by love, and seeing that none there knew him, he sent the felucca away and tarried there, and frequently passing by Cuba, he chanced one day to catch sight of her at a window, and was seen of her, to their great mutual satisfaction. And Giovanni, taking note that the place was lonely, made up to her, and had such speech of her as he might, and being taught by her after what fashion he must proceed, if he would have further speech of her, he departed, but not till he had made himself thoroughly acquainted with the configuration of the place. And having waited until night was come, and indeed far spent, he returned thither. And though the ascent was such that 'twould scarce have afforded lodgment to a woodpecker, won his way up and entered the garden, where, finding a pole, he set it against the window which the damsel had pointed out as hers, and thereby swarmed up easily enough. The damsel had aforetime shown herself somewhat distant towards him, being careful of her honour, but now deeming it already lost, she had bethought her that there was none to whom she might more worthily give herself than to him, and reckoning upon inducing him to carry her off, she had made up her mind to gratify his every desire, and to that end had left the window open that his ingress might be unimpeded. So, finding it open, Giovanni softly entered, lay down beside the damsel, who was awake, and before they went further, opened to him all in her mind, beseeching him most earnestly to take her thence and carry her off. Giovanni replied that there was naught that would give him so much pleasure, and that without fail, upon leaving her, he would make all needful arrangements for bringing her away when he next came. Whereupon, with exceeding great delight, they embraced one another, and plucked that boon that which love has no greater to bestow. And having so done divers times, they unwittingly fell asleep in one another's arms. Now, towards daybreak, the king, who had been greatly charmed with the damsel at first sight, happened to call her to mind, and feeling himself fit, resolved, notwithstanding the hour, to go lie with her a while. And so, attended by a few of his servants, he hied him privily to Cuba. Having entered the house, he passed, the door being softly opened, into the room in which he knew the damsel slept. A great blazing torch was borne before him, and so, as he bent his glance on the bed, he espied the damsel and Giovanni lying asleep, naked, and in one another's arms. Whereat he was seized with a sudden and vehement passion of wrath, insomuch that, albeit he said never a word, he could scarce refrain from slaying both of them then and there with a dagger that he had with him. Then, bethinking him that 'twere the depth of baseness in any man, not to say a king, to slay two naked sleepers, he mastered himself, and determined to do them to death in public and by fire. Wherefore, turning to a single companion that he had with him, he said, "What thinkest thou of this base woman in whom I had placed my hope?" And then he asked whether he knew the gallant, that had presumed to enter his house to do him such outrage and despite. Whereto the other replied that he minded not ever to have seen him. Thereupon the king hied him out of the room in a rage, and bade take the two lovers, naked as they were, and bind them, and, as soon as 'twas broad day, bring them to Palermo, and bind them back to back on a stake in the piazza, there to remain until tierce, that all might see them, after which they were to be burned, as they had deserved. And having so ordered, he went back to Palermo, and shut himself up in his room, very wroth. No sooner was he gone, than there came unto the two lovers folk not a few, who, having awakened them, did forthwith ruthlessly take and bind them, whereat how they did grieve and tremble for their lives, and weep, and bitterly bewail their fate, may readily be understood. Pursuant to the king's commandment, they were brought to Palermo and bound to a stake in the piazza, and before their eyes faggots and fire were made ready to burn them at the hour appointed by the king. Great was the concourse of the folk of Palermo, both men and women, that came to see the two lovers, the men all agog to feast their eyes on the damsel, whom they lauded for shapeliness and loveliness, and no less did the women commend the gallant, whom in like manner they crowded to see for the same qualities. Meanwhile the two hapless lovers, both exceeding shamefast, stood with bent heads bitterly bewailing their evil fortune, and momently expecting their death by the cruel fire. So they awaited the time appointed by the king. But their offence being bruited abroad, the tidings reached the ears of Ruggieri Delia, a man of peerless worth, and at that time the king's admiral, who, being likewise minded to see them, came to the place where they were bound, and after gazing on the damsel and finding her very fair, turned to look at the gallant, whom with little trouble he recognized. And drawing near to him, he asked him if he were Gianni de Procida. Gianni raised his head, and recognizing the admiral, made answer, "My lord, he of whom you speak I was, but I am now as good as no more." The admiral then asked him what it was that he had brought him to such a pass. Whereupon, "Love and the king's wrath," quoth Gianni. The admiral induced him to be more explicit, and having learned from him exactly how it had come about, was turning away when Gianni called him back, saying, "Oh, my lord, if it so may be, procure me one favour of him by whose behest I thus stand here." "What favour?" demanded Ruggieri. "I see," returned Gianni, "that die I must, and that right soon I crave then as a favour that, whereas this damsel and I, that have loved one another more dearly than life, are here set back to back, we may be set face to face, that I may have the consolation of gazing on her face as I depart." Ruggieri laughed as he replied, "With all my heart, I will so order it that thou shalt see enough of her to tire of her." He then left him and charged the executioners to do nothing more without further order of the king. And being assured of their obedience, he hied him forthwith to the king, to whom, albeit he found him in a wrathful mood, he spared not to speak his mind, saying, "Sire, wherein have they wronged thee, these two young folk, whom thou hast ordered to be burned down there in the piazza." The king told him, whereupon Ruggieri continued, "Their offence does indeed merit such punishment, but not at thy hands. And if misdeeds should go unpunished, services should not go unrewarded. Nay, may warrant indulgences and mercy. Knowst thou who they are, whom thou wouldst have burned?" The king signified that he did not know. Whereupon Ruggieri, "But I," quoth he, "am minded that thou shouldst know them, to the end that thou mayst know with what discretion thou surrenderest thyself to a transport of rage. The young man is the son of Landolfo du Procida, brother of Messer Gianni du Procida, to whom thou owest it that thou art lord and king of this island. The damsel is a daughter of Marin Bulgaro, whose might alone today prevents Ischia from throwing off thy yoke. Moreover, these young folk have long been lovers, and 'tis for that the might of love constrained them, and not that they would do despite to thy lordship, that they have committed this offence, if indeed 'tis met to call that an offence which young folk do for love's sake. Wherefore, then, wouldst thou do them to death, when thou shouldst rather do them all cheer, and honour them with lordly gifts?" The king gave ear to Ruggieri's words, and being satisfied that he spoke sooth, repented him, not only of his evil purpose, but of what he had already done, and forthwith gave order to loose the two young folk from the stake, and bring them before him, and so 'twas done. And having finally apprised himself of their case, he saw fit to make them amends of the wrong he had done them, with honours and largesse. Wherefore he caused them to be splendidly arrayed, and being assured that they were both minded to wed, he himself gave Gianni his bride, and loading them with rich presents, set them well content back to Ischia, where they were welcomed with all festal cheer, and lived a long time thereafter to their mutual solace and delight. End of Day 5, the 6th story. Recording by Miette.
Day 5, the 7th story of the Decameron. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philippa Jevons. The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. Translated by J.M. Rigg. Day 5, the 7th story. Teodoro, being enamoured of Violante, daughter of Messer Amerigo his lord, gets her with child, and is sentenced to the gallows. But while he is being scourged thither, he is recognized by his father, and being set at large, takes Violante to wife.
While they doubted whether the two lovers would be burned, the ladies were all fear and suspense. But when they heard of their deliverance, they all with one accord put on a cheerful countenance, praising God. The story ended, the queen ordained that the next should be told by Lauretta, who blithely thus began.
Fairest ladies, what time good King Guglielmo ruled Sicily, there dwelt on the island a gentleman, Messer Amerigo Abate da Trapani by name, who was well provided, as with other temporal goods, so also with children. For which cause, being in need of servants, he took occasion of the appearance in Trapani waters of certain Genoese corsairs from the Levant, who, scouring the coast of Armenia, had captured not a few boys, to purchase of them some of these youngsters, supposing them to be Turks, among whom, albeit most showed as mere shepherd boys, there was one, Teodoro by name, whose less rustic mien seemed to betoken gentle blood. who, though still treated as a slave, was suffered to grow up in the house with Messer Amerigo's children, and nature getting the better of circumstance, bore himself with such grace and dignity, that Messer Amerigo gladly gave him his freedom, and, still deeming him to be a Turk, had him baptized and named Pietro, and made him his major domo, and placed much trust in him. Now, among the other children that grew up in Messer Amerigo's house was his fair and dainty daughter Violante, and as her father was in no hurry to give her in marriage, it so befell that she became enamoured of Pietro; but for all her love and the great conceit she had of his qualities and conduct, she nevertheless was too shamefast to discover her passion to him. However, love spared her the pains, for Pietro had cast many a furtive glance in her direction, and had grown so enamoured of her that 'twas never well with him except he saw her; but great was his fear lest any should detect his passion, for he deemed 'twould be the worse for him. The damsel, who was fain indeed of the sight of him, understood his case, and to encourage him dissembled not her exceeding great satisfaction. On which footing they remained a great while, neither venturing to say aught to the other, much as both longed to do so. But while they both burned with a mutual flame, Fortune, as if their entanglement were of her preordaining, found means to banish the fear and hesitation that kept them tongue-tied. Messer Amerigo possessed, a mile or so from Trapani, a goodly estate, to which he was wont not seldom to resort with his daughter and other ladies by way of recreation; and on one of these days, while there they tarried with Pietro, whom they had brought with them, suddenly, as will sometimes happen in summer, the sky became overcast with black clouds, insomuch that the lady and her companions, lest the storm should surprise them there, set out on their return to Trapani, making all the haste they might. But Pietro and the girl, being young, and sped perchance by love no less than by fear of the storm, completely outstripped her mother and the other ladies; and when they were gotten so far ahead as to be well nigh out of sight of the lady and all the rest, the thunder burst upon them peal on peal, hard upon which came a fall of hail very thick and close, from which the lady sought shelter in the house of a husbandman. Pietro and the damsel, finding no more convenient refuge, betook them to an old and all but ruinous, and now deserted, cottage, which, however, still had a bit of roof left, whereunder they both took their stand, in such close quarters, owing to the exiguity of the shelter, that they perforce touched one another; which contact was the occasion that they gathered somewhat more courage to disclose their love, and so it was that Pietro began on this wise: "Now would to God that this hail might never cease, so that I might stay here for ever." "And well content were I," returned the damsel. And by their hands met, not without a tender pressure, and then they fell to embracing, and so to kissing one another, while the hail continued; and, not to dwell on every detail, the sky was not clear before they had known the last degree of love's felicity, and had taken thought how they might secretly enjoy one another in the future. The cottage being close to the city gate, they hied them thither as soon as the storm was overpast, and having there awaited the lady, returned home with her. Nor, using all discretion, did they fail thereafter to meet from time to time in secret, to their no small solace; and the affair went so far that the damsel conceived, whereby they were both not a little disconcerted, insomuch that the damsel employed many artifices to arrest the course of nature, but to no effect. Wherefore Pietro, being in fear of his life, saw nothing for it but flight, and told her so. Whereupon, "If thou leave me," quoth she, "I shall certainly kill myself." Much as he loved her, Pietro answered, "Nay, but, my lady, wherefore wouldst thou have me tarry here? Thy pregnancy will discover our offence. Thou wilt be readily forgiven, but 'twill be my woeful lot to bear the penalty of thy sin and mine." "Pietro," returned the damsel, "too well will they wot of my offence; but be sure that if thou confess not, none will ever wot of thine." Then quoth he, "Since thou givest me this promise, I will stay; but mind thou keep it." The damsel, who had done her best to keep her condition secret, saw at length by the increase of her bulk that 'twas impossible; Wherefore one day, most piteously bewailing herself, she made her avowal to her mother, and besought her to shield her from the consequences. Distressed beyond measure, the lady chid her severely, and then asked her how it had come to pass. The damsel, to screen Pietro, invented a story by which she put another complexion on the affair. The lady believed her, and that her fall might not be discovered, took her off to one of their estates, where the time of her delivery being come, and she, as women do in such a case, crying out for pain, it so befell that Messer Amerigo, whom the lady expected not, as indeed he was scarce ever wont to come there, did so, having been out a hawking, and passing by the chamber where the damsel lay, marvelled to hear her cries, and forthwith entered and asked what it meant. On sight of whom the lady rose, and sorrowfully gave him her daughter's version of what had befallen her. But he, less credulous than his wife, averred that it could not be true that she knew not by whom she was pregnant, and was minded to know the whole truth, let the damsel confess, and she might regain his favour, otherwise she must expect no mercy, and prepare for death. The lady did all she could to induce her husband to rest satisfied with what she had told him, but all to no purpose. Mad with rage, he rushed, drawn sword in hand, to his daughter's bedside, she, pending the parley, having given birth to a boy, and cried out, "Declare whose this infant is, or forthwith thou diest." Overcome by fear of death, the damsel broke her promise to Pietro, and made a clean breast of all that had passed between him and her. Whereat the knight, grown fell with rage, could scarcely refrain from slaying her. However, having given vent to his wrath in such words as it dictated, he remounted his horse and rode to Trapani, and there, before one Messer Curado, the king's lieutenant, laid information of the wrong done him by Pietro, in consequence whereof Pietro, who suspected nothing, was forthwith taken, and being put to the torture, confessed all. Some days later the lieutenant sentenced him to be scourged through the city, and then hanged by the neck. And Messer Amerigo, being minded that one and the same hour should rid the earth of the two lovers and their son, for to have compassed Pietro's death was not enough to appease his wrath, mingled poison and wine in a goblet, and gave it to one of his servants with a drawn sword, saying, "Get thee with this gear to Violante, and tell her from me to make instant choice of one of these two deaths, either the poison or the steel. Else I will have her burned, as she deserves, in view of all the citizens. Which done, thou wilt take the boy that she bore a few days ago, and beat his brains out against the wall, and cast his body for a prey to the dogs." Hearing the remorseless doom thus passed by the angry father upon both his daughter and his grandson, the servant, prompt to do evil rather than good, hied him thence. Now, as Pietro, in execution of his sentence, was being scourged to the gallows by the sergeants, 'twas so ordered by the leaders of the band, that he passed by an inn, where were 3 noblemen of Armenia, sent by the king of that country as ambassadors to Rome, to treat with the pope of matters of the highest importance touching a crusade that was to be, who, having there alighted to rest and recreate them for some days, had received not a few tokens of honour from the nobles of Trapani, and most of all from Messer Amerigo. Hearing the tramp of Pietro's escort, they came to a window to see what was toward, and one of them, an aged man and of great authority, Fineo by name, looking hard at Pietro, who was stripped from the waist up, and had his hands bound behind his back, espied on his breast a great spot of scarlet, not laid on by art, but wrought in the skin by operation of nature, being such as the ladies call a rose; which he no sooner saw than he was reminded of a son that had been stolen from him by corsairs on the coast of Lazistan some 15 years before, nor had he since been able to hear tidings of him. And guessing the age of the poor wretch that was being scourged, he set it down as about what his son's would be were he living, and what with the mark and the age, he began to suspect that 'twas even his son, and bethought him that if so, he would scarce as yet have forgotten his name or the speech of Armenia. Wherefore, as he was within earshot, he called to him, "Teodoro!" At the word, Pietro raised his head, whereupon Fineo, speaking in Armenian, asked him, Whence and whose son art thou?" The sergeants that were leading him paused in deference to the great man, and so Pietro answered, "Of Armenia was I, son of one Fineo, brought hither by folk I wot not of, when I was but a little child." Then Fineo, witting that in very truth 'twas the boy that he had lost, came down with his companions weeping; and all the sergeants making way, he ran to him and embraced him, and doffing a mantle of richest texture that he wore, he prayed the captain of the band to be pleased to tarry there until he should receive orders to go forward, and was answered by the captain that he would willingly so wait. Fineo already knew, for 'twas bruited everywhere, the cause for which Pietro was being led to the gallows; wherefore he straightway hied him with his companions and their retinue to Messer Currado, and said to him, "Sir, this lad whom you are sending to the gallows like a slave is free born and my son, and is ready to take to wife her whom, as 'tis said, he has deflowered: so please you, therefore, delay the execution until such time as it may be understood whether she be minded to have him for a husband, lest, should she be so minded, you be found to have broken the law." Messer Currado marvelled to hear that Pietro was Fineo's son, and not without shame, albeit 'twas not his but fortune's fault, confessed that 'twas even as Fineo said; and having caused Pietro to be taken home with all speed, and Messer Amerigo to be brought before him, told him the whole matter. Messer Amerigo, who supposed that by this time his daughter and grandson must be dead, was the saddest man in the world to think that 'twas by his deed, witting that were the damsel still alive, all might very easily be set right. However, he sent post haste to his daughter's abode, revoking his orders if they were not yet carried out. The servant, whom he had earlier dispatched, had laid the sword and poison before the damsel, and, for that she was in no hurry to make her choice, was giving her foul words and endeavouring to constrain her thereto, when the messenger arrived. But on hearing the injunction laid upon him by his lord, he desisted, and went back and told him how things stood. Whereupon Messer Amerigo, much relieved, hied him to Fineo, and well nigh weeping, and excusing himself for what had befallen, as best he knew how, craved his pardon, and professed himself well content to give Teodoro, so he were minded to have her, his daughter to wife. Fineo readily accepted his excuses, and made answer, "'Tis my will that my son espouse your daughter, and, so he will not, let thy sentence passed upon him be carried out." So Fineo and Messer Amerigo being agreed, while Teodoro still languished in fear of death, albeit he was glad at heart to have found his father, they questioned him of his will in regard of this matter. When he heard that if he would he might have Violante to wife, Teodoro's delight was such that he seemed to leap from hell to paradise, and said that if 'twas agreeable to them all, he should deem it the greatest of favours. So they sent to the damsel to learn her pleasure, who, having heard how it had fared, and was now like to fare with Teodoro, albeit saddest of women, she looked for naught but death, began at length to give some credence to their words, and to recover heart a little, and answered that, were she to follow the bent of her desire, naught that could happen would delight her more than to be Teodoro's wife, but nevertheless she would do as her father bade her. So, all agreeing, the damsel was espoused with all pomp and festal cheer, to the boundless delight of all the citizens, and was comforted, and nurtured her little boy, and in no long time waxed more beautiful than ever before; and her confinement being ended, she presented herself before Fineo, who was then about to quit Rome on his homeward journey, and did him such reverence as is due to a father. Fineo, mightily well pleased to have so fair a daughter-in-law, caused celebrate her nuptials most bravely and gaily, and received, and did ever thereafter entreat, her as his daughter. And so he took her, not many days after the festivities were ended, with his son and little grandson, aboard a galley, and brought them to Lazistan, and there thenceforth the two lovers dwelt with him in easeful and lifelong peace. End of Day 5, the 7th story.